Mind you, I don't, you know, you still own it. Yeah, well, if you're raising all that money and we could have done, you know, live tape through basically. Yeah. If you'd have had that money, you could have turned it into something, that's a drug addict or something, and you know, whatever. Well, at one point we didn't have a million. Then it would have dropped down to you've got up against my It's just like it's like Lala in the top. It's not
Well, a very good morning to Wantage Road, where we're almost ready to get underway in this men's Metrobank one-day cup clash between the Northamptonshire Steelbacks and the Kent Spitfires. My name is Aaron Viles. I'll be one of your commentators for the action today. And alongside me, delighted to be back on the Northants live stream, it is, of course, the wonderful Sam Turner. Sam, how have we been?
Good morning, Aaron. Yeah, good morning, everybody. Wonderful to be back at Wantage Road. A bright day here, same pitch as Sunday. Hoping for a better result.
Yeah, absolutely. It was disappointing, wasn't it? That 7-wicket defeat. We saw an absolute masterclass courtesy of young Charlie Tier. And yes, it did condemn Northamptonshire to 8th place in the Group B standings. But of course, today is a brand new day and plenty of changes have been made. So we'll start by discussing the news from the middle. Northamptonshire captain Lewis McManus won the toss and chose to have a bat first. And the Northamptonshire side is as follows. There are 3 changes from that defeat against the Sharks. So opening the batting will be Luke Proctor and Adi Sharma. In at number 3 is the informed James Sales. Carded in at 4 is George Bartlett. At 5 is the very impressive Stuart van der Merwe. In at 6 is the captain, Lewis McManus. At 7th, returning into the lineup is Rob Keogh. In at 8 is Dom Leach. Making his debut at number 9 is young Ariman Varma, the Wisden Scores cricketer of the year in 2024. And of course, it's Yuzi Chahal, and Nirvan Ramesh returns at number 11. As for Kent, well, it's one change from the side that was defeated by Middlesex midweek, and that change is Mo Rizvi coming in for Mikey Cohen. So the rest of the side is as follows. Opening the batting will be Ben Dawkins and Jaden Denley. In at 3 is Joey Everson. At 4, Chris Benjamin. At 5, with the gloves and the captaincy, is Harry Finch. And at 6 is Ikansh Singh. 7 is Jack Leaning. And at 8 is young Flintoff, Corey Flintoff, who was very impressive against the Saxes. And at 9 is the aforementioned Mo Rizvi. And then rounding out the Kent side are Fred Klassen and Matt Parkinson. So the 2 teams have made their way out into the middle. So to have the umpires around about, well, 30, 40 seconds away, I imagine, from the start, although just looking at the clock, it has just gone 11. So slightly late start here at the County Ground Northampton today, but a nice smattering of spectators. And of course, for both of these sides, Sam, qualification now for the playoffs, the quarters, the semis is unfortunately mathematically impossible. But for those fringe players and the youngsters, this is still a great chance and a big opportunity to really make a name for themselves.
Yeah, very much so. We saw on Sunday that some of the younger players and the fringe players really stepped up to the plate with big performances. Not quite big enough, unfortunately, to get the Steelbacks over the line, but there was still plenty of encouragement there. Good sprinkling of experience as well in this side, and they'll be hoping that they can really, hit the straps this morning make a big contribution. The two openers, they got a good start, each of them on Sunday. Pair of 30s between them, batted nicely, and then just got stuck a little bit when Jack Carson's spin came on at the top end. And unfortunately, that just slowed the run rate and brought a bit of pressure.
It did, and we both imagine that spin will play a big role today. Won't be spin first up as Fred Clarson with the left arm seam prepares to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. First ball of the game then, Clarson to Sharma and play defensively.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether Fred Clarson can get the ball shaping a little bit. It's obviously a bit of a cooler day with a breeze across Wantage Road this morning compared to Sunday, which was a lot hotter, wasn't it? And probably not as much potential for the ball to start hooping around, but interesting to see whether he can just get a bit of that in shape.
Sharma once again defensive. Yeah, we spoke about this opening stand, didn't we, between Proctor and Sharma, both making 30s. Addy, for example, scoring 38 against Sussex was his professional best across either format so far. But that was exactly what the Steelbacks needed, wasn't it? They both looked very calm and assured out in the middle.
They did. And we thought they'd bat it absolutely beautifully until we saw young Charlie Tier come in and give everybody a masterclass later on.
And that will be the first run off the bats. This one coming courtesy of the aforementioned Sharma. Will bring Luke Proctor, the Red Bull captain, onto strike, and Northants now one without loss.
Yeah, typically wristy flick out to deep backward square, wasn't it? And that was probably characterised Addy Sharma's innings on Sunday. Some beautifully timed shots, very composed. Looks to have, you know, a total 360 game, doesn't he? Just a beautiful time of the ball, and as I say, very composed. Built 38 very nicely, and then unfortunately, Jack Carson just got a little bit of bounce off one, and he tried to sweep it and got caught on the 45.
One slightly short and wide from Clarson. Cut out towards the very impressive Jaden Denley. Of course, he'll be brimming with confidence at the minute. Both he and Ben Dawkins really beginning to establish themselves at the top of the innings for the Spitfires.
Exciting, isn't it? Ben Dawkins 18, Jaden Denley 19. Future of the county up front for them.
Clarson will have to get back into his stride there. Just pulled up, and a massive thank you to all of you tuning in to the live stream today. Please do let us know where you're tuning in from. Of course, at both these sides, they'd be absolutely desperate to get some extra points on the board. Taste that sweet taste of success. That one full and whipped their way down towards Joey Everson. Nice run taken between the Northants pair.
Well, they are an important 3 games, probably for both counties, really, to try and build some confidence going into those last quarter-finals. We saw on Sunday that this pitch doesn't offer any extravagant movement to the seamers. No great pace and bounce either. They had some nice carry, but not extravagant. But it was certainly receptive for the spinners. There was something there for them.
That one just guided out to short cover, and that will be the end of the opening over here at Wantage Road. So Northamptonshire, 2 without loss, 1 run apiece there for Addy Sharma and Luke Proctor. And yes, we alluded to it, didn't we, Sam? The fact that spin played a huge role in the game against Sussex. I mean, we saw George Bartlett holding up an end for Northamptonshire, but the real danger came courtesy of Jack Carson.
It did. His first 6 overs, I think, to 1 for 13. Very economical, threatened, got plenty of turn, varied his flight well, his speeds. I thought he bowled really well. He got, I'm going to say, taken to the cleaners a little bit in his 7th over, his comeback over, but James Sales certainly got hold of him, and as did Stuart van der Merwe. But he bowled very well. He used that extra height of his to get the bounce and the overspin. And you just always felt that spinners were a little bit more threatening, I thought. I thought the seamers were quite comfortable to play. Certainly for Charlie Tier, they were.
So here is Joey Everson from the David Capel ends. Off well, tucking Proctor up for a little bit of space, and Of course, that is why the changes have been made by both sides. I mean, you look at Darren Lehman bringing in not one, not two, but three spin options with Rob Keogh, his finger spin, Nirvan Ramesh, who was very impressive up at the Riverside against Durham. And of course, Ariman Varma on his professional debut for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, and how much that is because of a used pitch already had 100 overs, had a dry week. There's still a tinge of green to it, but as we know from Sunday, it played beautifully. Perhaps that grass being left on just to hold it all together. Very consistent in the bounce, and players could strike through the line, as the Sharks found to their credit on Sunday afternoon. Tight lines from Joey Everson. That was a problem probably for the Steelbacks on Sunday. There were just too many 4 balls early, and the Sharks very cleverly got well ahead of the rate, and from that point on they could counter to victory.
That one slightly strays down the leg side from Everson. Allows for Proctor to turn it around towards Ikach Singh. Northamptonshire now 3 without loss. Of course, the change for Kent as well, as we were talking about Northamptonshire's alterations, was Mikey Cohen making way for Mo Rizvi, who's a very busy leg spinner. I must say, I've got a lot of time for Mo Rizvi. Very aggressive, almost like Ariman Varma. You'll see both of those two going stump to stump today.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, obviously, in blast competitions and even in the 50 over comp, sort of finger spin and orthodox spin have been, very useful weapons. Certainly on a dry pitch like we're seeing today. Funny in the 100 though, the top 10 or 12 bowlers in the 100, there's just one leg spinner amongst the top 10. That's Rashid. Everything else is pace and seam.
I start this, isn't it? From Joey Everson. Concedes just one solitary run from his opening 6 deliveries of the game. Northamptonshire now 3 without loss after 2. Also interested to see the presence of a couple of slips. So already Harry Finch, they probably looked at that game against Sussex, realised that early wickets really are the key. It was something which Northants just struggled to get, didn't they? Of course, Charlie Tier, Tom Haynes doing a wonderful job. But in these conditions, it is quite overcast, a few grey clouds overhead, nothing too ominous, thankfully, but you never know. You've got to try and optimise that early movement. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Luke Proctor. Far too short, far too wide, and given the punishment that it deserved. I mean, Proctor, a wonderful player, especially of that late cut shot. He just sat up very nicely. This is something, again, that we saw against Sussex.
Yeah, you can't afford to offer any width, and certainly that sort of length is, unless it's in at the body and tight on the lines, it's just going to be hit all day, and Luke Proctor didn't miss out there.
Got some slight appeals there behind the stumps from Harry Finch. I believe Jack Leaning is there in first slip alongside him.
He just adjusted his line there, didn't he, Fred Clarkson? A bit straighter, hoping for a bit of shape, hoping to bring that LBW dismissal into play.
Stand and deliver stuff, that from Luke Proctor. Bowled right in the slot. And a beautiful on drive to make it 2 boundaries in the over. See a lovely replay of this one. I mean, it's just the overcorrection, isn't it, from Clarkson, trying to bring those stumps into play. And Luke Proctor feasts on that line and length. That is A glorious shot.
It was. You can't be too critical because Clarkson's obviously looking to try and get a little bit of swing while one of these two new balls is fresh and has the potential to do a bit. Saw on Sunday though, didn't we? That hard length, you know, fourth, fifth stump, hard length, try and hit the bat, hit the pitch hard. Don't think you're going to rip through a side with your seamers on this track, so it's damage limitation, and that's probably where the Sharks were quite good as well. They had a couple of bowlers that were quite tight in their lines. Joey Everson's obviously made a good start as well this morning.
That one inviting for Adi Sharma, just leans into the shot, caresses it back down the ground. And that is an end to a very, very good delivery there as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. Just plays that beautifully as Adi Sharma. Already 13 runs off this over. He now moves on to 5 from 7. Proctor 11 from 10. And already some conversations being had between Chris Benjamin, Joey Everson and Fred Clarkson.
Probably about dragging his length back a little bit, I think.
Yeah, bowled 2 full so far. And there you go. What every good fast bowler does, brings back his length, keeping Sharma nice and correct on his toes, and that will be the end of the over. Northamptonshire 16 without loss, and yeah, I imagine we won't see too many risks being taken by these two. We didn't really see too many flashes of the blade against Sussex. It's just play the ball on its merit.
Yeah, I can just remember Adi Sharma fencing at one outside off stump. That was the only time that I think he played and missed in his innings. And we saw with the Sharks on Sunday that you can make up ground and make up time and make up your run rate very quickly. Even if you have a quiet over, you get such good value for your shots here that once you break the infield, it was 4 and running away, and Tieran Haynes built up some real momentum.
Oh, easy pickings again, that for Luke Proctor. Just turns it round the corner. There's a little bit of a chase on there for Matt Parkinson. It's one which will be won by the ball. And after a very tight start between the two Kent seamers, boundaries beginning to flow with great fluency.
Yeah, I think you have 3 or 4 boundaries now, and all of a sudden Northamptonshire are rattling along, and they haven't played any, mad shots. No sort of blast shots. It's just all been proper cricket shots and time the ball well. As I say, you get good value here once it breaks the infield.
Oh, big appeal, and he's been given Luke Proctor. Well, he has that big swing of the bat, which we said didn't creep into Northamptonshire's game against the Sharks. And Joey Everson has got the first wicket on the board here for the Spitfires. Well, conceded a boundary off the first delivery of the over. Proctor, it just lit up the eyes, didn't it, of the Northants opener. Went for a wild swish of the bats and an easy catch in the end for Harry Finch. So we just see the replay there. Tickles the edge. Everson knew straight away. Finch goes up in appeal, and that is the end of Luke Proctor. He departs for 15 from 12. Steelbacks now 20 for 1 in the 4th over.
Yeah, Luke Proctor will be filthy with himself there. I mean, he's nearly needed a fishing rod to reach that, hasn't he? Thrown right out there, 2 slips. It was something perhaps we were a touch critical of the Steelbacks bowlers for not trying on Sunday, really. Try and get somebody wafting away outside off stump, but 6th or 7th stump and try and just induce the error. And that's certainly what Joey Everson's managed there, and that's a bit of a giveaway.
It is. It's not ideal, that, is it, to be honest? But of course, the departure of Luke Proctor brings the informed James Sales into the middle. Northamptonshire's leading run scorer in the competition so far. And a reminder for those who aren't aware, he's only played the 2 matches.
Incredible. That is a bit of an indictment, though, isn't it, of how the campaign's gone, unfortunately. But obviously in wonderful nick up at Durham a week ago, and then followed it up and was very unfortunate not to get to 3 figures again on Sunday, really. Just got starved with the strike, then just all became a little bit stagnant. And when he looked like he was going to canter to 100, unfortunately, he then got out trying to reach it late on in the piece, but another brilliant innings and held the innings together superbly.
Most certainly did. Scored 98 against Sussex on the 17th and 117 up at the Riverside against Durham. Not a bad average, that is it? 107.5.
Well, what was so impressive was just 2 days later, after getting a decent 100 and batting for 50 overs, he came and repeated the dose.
Starts off defensively here.
Yeah, that shows a great mindset. Obviously, you're in form. You want to cash in. You're batting at home on a great pitch, fast outfield. Yeah, all those things. But, you know, with a travelling day and, you know, Durham's not down the road, it was still a really good effort, I thought.
He's just a wonderful cricketer, is James Sales.
Great partnership as well with Stuart van der Merwe, wasn't it?
Very full down the leg side. Will have to be re-bowled there by Joey Everson. With Sales, he's very much a traditional run scorer, so you're not going to see the lap scoops and reverse ramps and everything like that. He plays very much through the covers, square the wicket and down the ground, and he does so with real efficiency. One is full, invites the drive there from James Sales, cut off by Ikansh Singh.
Yeah, beautifully orthodox batsman, both sides of the wicket. You know, he does get the right hand in a little bit to the spinners, manoeuvres it very well, rotates the strike brilliantly. Has got that power game as well if he requires it. Just a very all-round, you know, good quality all-round batsman, isn't he? Just looks as though he loves batting as well.
Oh, that one is close. It's racing down towards the fine leg boundary, and it will reach. So Sales gets off the mark. Not the most convincing fashion compared to what we've seen from the Northants number 3 in the past, but runs are runs. Slightly going too straight there was Joey Everson looking to bring LBW into play. Doesn't quite have the protection down there. That fine. So Northamptonshire now 25 for 1. Over which has had plenty going on, hasn't it? 2 boundaries, a widens the wicket of Luke Proctor.
And when you're in nick, you just get an inside edge on those, don't they? And they just save you from an LBW shout, and you get 4 runs for them when things are running for you. But off the mark safely and on his way.
Most certainly is. End of the over as well. So Steelbacks 25 for 1 after 4. Joey Everson will be absolutely over the moon with the wicket of Proctor, especially on a wicket which, as we think down to team selection, will do quite a bit for the spinners.
I'm really looking forward to that, though, because, okay, this is 8th, plays 9, and it doesn't have a lot riding on it, but the opportunity to see plenty of finger spinners and spinners in both sides, I just think it adds an extra dimension to a one-day game, especially a 50-over game where, you know, you really can see the ebbs and flows of an innings.
So Clarkson is to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. And it was gripping, wasn't it? Seeing the Northants players facing off against the likes of Jack Carson, Bertie Foreman, Archie Lenham as well. And it was different types of spin.
Yeah, great to see young leg spinners. You know, absolutely fantastic to see those coming through. You know, we know there can be game changers and match winners. Yet they might go for 6 and 7 and over, but they might get you wickets. And brilliant to see them all on show this afternoon.
Feel like it will be sooner rather than later, doesn't it, that we do see the first signs of spin. I think for the time being, Harry Finch will be happy to keep up with Clarkson and especially Everson from the other end. Getting that early breakthrough. Always so key, isn't it, in one-day cricket to get off to a decent start. That one is wide. Misfielded as well by Harry Finch, so there'll be a couple of runs from that one as James Sales comes back onto strike.
Yeah, a little bit more fortunate than his opening compadre, wasn't he, there? Adi Sharma, he couldn't reach his, whereas Luke Proctor somehow managed to reach his and nick off. Clarkson's first go at James Sales.
That one banged in short by Clarkson, pulled in front of square. Good diving stop there from Ekant Singh. Really top-notch work. Not for the first time as well. It always tends to be that side of the ground in front of the cinch stand.
Yes.
Where we always see that real top-notch effort. We saw Tim Robinson, for example, pull off that incredible boundary stop against Yorkshire. We saw the other day, of course, against Sussex, some wonderful fielding out there from the Sharks fielders.
Archie Lenham as well out there.
That one pushed slightly fuller by Fred Clarkson. That does tend to be almost that danger zone, doesn't it?
Yep, it's a huge part of the game as well. If you don't bowl, and if you only bat, then your fielding's got to be up to scratch. We saw on Sunday there was, a number of terrific efforts in the field, certainly from Sussex, that probably say 15 or 20. And I'm not saying that was a difference, but getting over that 300 mark was, you felt failing to do that was the key, really.
The short ball there attempted by Clarkson. Just allows for Sharma to rotate the strike. The Steelbacks now 29 for 1 as we head towards the final delivery of the 5th over. Just having a look in the YouTube comments, Jimmy Wilson watching on from France.
Tremendous.
Poor.
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome along to the live stream. Let us know where you're tuning in from, folks.
Mange too.
Sales just pushes that one down towards deep backward points. And that will be a single to round out over number 5. Northamptonshire 30 for 1. Adi Sharma on 6 from 12 and James Sales also on 6. But he's coming via 6 deliveries so far.
Honours even.
Yeah, very even so far.
Yeah, the Steelbacks will be happy they're ticking along at 6. They won't have enjoyed losing Luke Proctor early doors because he's a batter that can be destructive, and sort of anything offline is going to travel. But they'll be hoping these two can just repair that early damage with a steady partnership and just continue to tick along. As I say, it's broken record really, but you get great value for your shots here at Wantage Road, and James Sales will know that, and he'll be looking to bat big again.
Some slight adjustments being made here in the field by Everson. He continues from the David Capel end. Couple of slips in play as he goes down the leg side on that particular delivery. So Matt Parkinson is operating at deep third. So Rizvi is down at long leg. Yet more adjustments take place as Chris Benjamin is taken out of the slip cordon. I think he's going to be put into short cover. There is a definite ploy here straight away with that position of Chris Benjamin. Sales, as we mentioned, is someone who does like to score through the covers early on in his innings. If he goes slightly aerial, Chris Benjamin, who of course is a wicketkeeper by trade, very safe pair of hands. He will be lurking, ready to take the catch. That one just ran off the bat face. Matt Parkinson will do the fielding. He was positioned well.
We saw to Sales as well with Sharks on Sunday that they had that man very short in at well, silly mid-on almost, to try and stop that shot of his where he just sort of puts the right hand through and maneuvers it through that area. Looks a smart move really, just to try and make the batsman feel a little bit claustrophobic, and hit that line outside off stump, 4th, 5th slip, and 4th, 5th stump, and then just try and get him hitting in that area.
That one has gone uppish, sliced away out towards deep points. And in fact, after all of that, it goes for 4 runs. Not the most convincing of shots, that from Adi Sharma. But he will not care one iota about the outcome. The ball just picks up real pace. It is a lightning fast outfield here at Wantage Road. And in the end, Fred Clarkson just did not have enough gas in the tank to get after it.
These modern bats, the edges on them are ridiculous, aren't they? That's raced through extra cover for 4.
Nice response that from Joey Everson. Successful drop and run there as well from Adi Sharma. Apologies, folks, if you can hear any of the feedback as well at the minute. We are just having a few issues with the ambient sound on the FX microphone. That one is full and attempted to be driven full-bloodedly by James Sales, but it will be a dot ball to round out the 6th over. Steelbacks 37 for 1 after 6. Adi Sharma on 11 from 15. And James Sales out there, his partner, on 7 from 9.
Yeah, this has been a decent start from Joey Everson. I think he's bowled pretty good line of length. He's tried to hit the pitch hard. He's been a touch unlucky. His figures obviously had that 4 off the inside edge of James Sales, which has damaged the figures a little bit. But his economy rate's been pretty steady and pretty solid. Obviously, he's taken the wicket as well. I think it's been a fair start from him. He's probably bowled a touch better than his figures suggest.
Clarkson is here to Adi Sharma. Just looking as well, we've had a few more comments in the YouTube stream. Michael Carson enjoying the coverage in Osaka, Japan, where it's 36 degrees.
There you go.
Goodness me.
I hope we got air conditioning.
Well, yes, certainly warmer than it is here at Wantage Road at the minute. It's not too cold though, is it, Sam? It's
No,
low
pleasant.
20s.
Nice. You'd certainly take it, wouldn't you? Any day of cricket where it's dry, temperatures into the 20s, you'd take it all day long.
Someone just about beats the dive of Jack Leaning. Goes goalkeeper star, which is very apt given his dad's sporting background. Andy Leaning, of course, goalkeeping coach at York City. Also looking as well, got a few from Nottingham, Northampton, of course. Got Conrad, who's watching on from Spain.
Lovely. That's the job, isn't it? Nice little Savetha on the go. Very nice. And this is the wonderful thing about the YouTube streams, isn't it? You can watch them wherever you are in the world. You get good Wi-Fi. Absolutely fantastic. Stay in touch with the cricket. Cricket badges like us are, and that's an absolute godsend these days.
Oh, it is. And a massive thank you to everyone who's interacting with us here on the commentary. We hope you're enjoying the coverage. Hope that you enjoy the cricket that's on display as well. Larson keeps Sales nice and correct. Of course, plenty of talent on show today as well. Especially those youngsters, Shurt van der Merwe, who on debut scored 59, made an instant impact on this Northampton crowd, and young Aryaman Varma on his professional debut for Northants. Not his professional debut in the game. Of course, he's played for the Dubai Capitals in the GSL, but someone who has plenty of promise with his leg spin. Well, drop and go. Everson tries the underarm run out. Just couldn't quite get the hand underneath the ball. And it does allow for James Sales to scamper home safely. So one more delivery remains in this, the 7th over. Been nice and tight from Fred Klaassen,
Hmm.
as you'd imagine, of course, a Dutch international.
Yep. He's, I think he's given up trying to swing the bowl full. He's just trying to hit a hard length, keep a tight line, ring field, just try and join the dots.
Short again. Sharma does take on the pull shot, and he does so very successfully indeed. The ball thumps into the advertising hoarding. Northants ends the 7th over with a boundary. Let's take a look at the replay on this one.
That was for those of us of a certain vintage who watched Botham's Ashes in 1981. That was reminiscent of the big fella hooking Dennis Lilly off his eyebrows at Old Trafford. Sort of just ducked his head, shied away a touch, but still middled it and hit it very powerfully through backward square leg for 4. Nice start from Adi Sharma. Hopefully he can go on today.
Absolutely, of course. He looked promising, didn't he, in that 38? There was plenty to be excited about as Joey Everson gets ready to bowl here from the David Capel ends. I mean, we just couldn't believe that he didn't get his 50.
Yeah, he was a touch unlucky, wasn't he? Just Jack Carson getting a bit of extra bounce, and first sweep shot that he played just at top edge to 45, 5 yards either side. It was 4 runs. But no, he's the kind of player that you want to turn up to Wantage Road and think, well, a couple of hours of Adi Sharma, that'd be lovely. Because you know that you're going to get some quality cricket shots and beautiful time of the ball. Just seems to make a different sound off his bat than perhaps 1 or 2 others. Wristy player as well, isn't he? Very classical. Got that little check drive in his locker as well. Lovely to see.
On his full and driven again. Very firmly down to Ikansh Singh.
Nearly cleaned him up, didn't it? Because it just took a real kick off the practice pitch or the old wicket ends to be sharp there.
Be a thankless task at times, that, when the ball rears up or when it just takes a bobble, takes it beyond the dive. So far, I would agree with your assessment, Sam. It has been relatively even Stevens between these two sides. I think Northants will be happy not to have lost further wickets after that early dismissal of Luke Prock. And of course, as for Kents, they've not been conceding a ton of runs and they've got that early wicket of the Northants opener.
I think they bowled well. I think they bowled very well, very disciplined lines. I think Joey Everson's probably been marginally the pick of the 2. The pitch that's pretty unresponsive to seam. I think, as I say, that discipline's crucial here, and that's perhaps where the Steelbacks fell down a little bit Sunday, went searching for wickets a little bit early on. That gave Charlie Tier the opportunity to keep whipping them away through mid-wicket, building momentum. Obviously, with Tom Haynes scoring well at the other end as well, it quickly got out of hand.
Well, after a prolonged appeal, James Sales has been trapped LBW. Umpire took plenty of time to come to a final decision, but Northants have lost a seconds. In this, the opening power play at Wantage Road. Joey Everson gets his 2nd of the game. He now has figures of 2 for 17. And what was a decent start for the Kent Spitfires becomes even better. Sales just took a step out, tried to meet the pitch of that ball. Doesn't get any bat on it, thumps into the pads. After a little bit of time taken to make that decision, the Steelbacks are now 2 down. Northamptonshire 43 for 2 towards the end of the 8th over.
I think James Sales would have been referring that if he'd had the opportunity. Just looked like he'd taken that step forward and maybe it might have hit him outside the line. I don't think he was very enamoured with the decision anyway. He's managed to haul himself off. I thought hyped myself when I first saw it, if I'm honest. But we're not directly behind here, unfortunately. So it's difficult to line it up as the umpire would be able to do.
Well, that is a huge wicket in this game. We spoke about the imperious form that James Sales has been in. Scored 98 against Sussex, 117 versus Durham. That is the first time in these opening 3 matches the Northamptonshire number 3 has not been able to exceed 50 runs. So Joey Everson really having the desired impact here at the County Ground, Northampton. And as a result, George Bartlett will face this, the final delivery of the 8th over. A terrific one if you are of a Kent persuasion. Bartlett himself advances down the track. It goes down the leg side, but a wide hasn't been given. So that is a wicket maiden from Joey Everson, who still has figures of 2 for 17 from his 4 overs. And rightfully so, some ripples of applause here at Wantage, because that was absolutely tremendous.
Yeah, I think of all the seamers we've seen in the last week here, I think he's certainly been the most disciplined, probably caused the batsman the most trouble as well, on a fairly placid and benign pitch for seamers. I think he's bowled exceptionally well this morning.
Will be Clarkson come on to bowl here, his 5th over of the game. Sharma leaves that one well alone, but this is almost the double-edged nature, isn't it? 50 over cricket at times, of course. 43 for 2. You'd now argue that the pendulum has swung slightly in Kent's favour as far as this opening 10 overs is concerned. But as we saw in the game against Warwickshire at Rugby School, I mean, Northamptonshire restricting the home side to 32 for 4. Things can change, and they can change very quickly indeed.
Northampton just got to find an Alec Davis.
That one is flashed square of the wicket by Adi Sharma. The ball picking up some pace. Will just about be cut off in the end by Corey Flintoff, and Sharma is sent back. So will just be 2 runs there to put the youngster on to 18 from 20.
The legs of a 19-year-old got round there very quick, didn't they? Yeah, it looked like it was going to be 4. A little bit aerial through point from Adi Sharma, but got away with it. Got to start again here.
Not sure about you, Sam, but isn't it a wonderful thing as well to be in a commentary box and just say, like, stopped by Flintoff? It's one of the great surnames, isn't it, in English cricket?
I could have stopped you there. It's a wonderful thing to be in a commentary box.
True.
But also to see the 2 Flintoff boys sort of paying their way in cricket is brilliant. And seeing this raft of new young players coming through whose dads played in that 2005 Ashes series is great. And Archie Vaughan. Terrific to see that, that they're not living in the shadow of their exceptional fathers, and they've found some freedom and been able to come out and make their own way in the game. 2-year deal, is it, Corey Flintoff? A good impact as well at Radlett School.
Carson looks to shape that into former Somerset man George Bartlett. I imagine he'll be relishing this opportunity, George Bartlett. Hasn't really had the chance to go big as of yet in the One Day Cup, just down to his batting position, but coming in at number 4 today. Still got Van der Merwe, McManus, Keogh, to name but a few behind him. Good opportunity, this.
Very much so, yeah. Cameo Sunday, wasn't it? 28 off 18. And the innings sort of stagnated when he got out, really. It was just starting to pick up pace, and the 320 looked on. And then, unfortunately, when he got out, run out as well, very unluckily, then that was, as I say, everything stagnated and stalled and just couldn't find any fluency at the back end of the innings. The last 5 overs were a write-off, really, weren't they, from a Steelbacks perspective?
Yeah, went for 22 runs. which you think of that in a T20 perspective. Not ideal at all. So we see Everson continue to bowl. He'll be bowling his 5th over of the game here. Northamptonshire 46 for 2 after 9 overs. Sharma this time looks to penetrate the gap on the offside, but can't do so.
Some shot for nothing.
Yeah, very handsome shot, but that was some good fielding, wasn't it, from Fred Clarkson?
Especially when you've just bowled 5 overs and they put you in a cover. Think about the old fast bowler grazing down a long leg. That doesn't happen anymore.
Sharma plays that one nice and late. Just guides it down towards Matt Parkinson. Keeps the scoreboard ticking along, and I really do think that we'll see spin shortly. So much spin options as far as both sides are concerned, of course. Kent with Jaden Denley, Jack Leaning, Mo Rizvi, Matt Parkinson himself.
Yeah. We won't be short of leg spin today, will we? Beautiful shot.
Well, that is some way for Northamptonshire to bring up the team 50 here at Wantage Road. A full-blooded cover drive courtesy of the classy George Bartlett. It's one of those shots which you could watch repeat after repeat after repeat of.
Yeah, rare full ball really from Joey Everson. Has bowled that good hard length, trying to hit the top of off much of his spell, and back to that there. But yeah, just trying to bring first slip into play. Thought, well, I'll just try the new batsman early, perhaps just see if his feet are working correctly. But they didn't need to be there because George Bartlett's just hit through the line and hit beautifully through extra cover.
That is a real area of strength in George's game. And as we saw against Sussex, also very adept down the ground. Slightly shorter, attempted to be pulled out towards mid-wicket. We half stopped, so just a single conceded on that occasion. Everson finishes off with a dot ball. So Northamptonshire 52 for 2 after the opening 10 overs. And at this stage, Sam, still very, very early doors, of course, only 20% through the innings. But who do you think will be the happier of the two sides with that start?
I think the visitors. I think they've taken a couple of good wickets. They've got rid of Luke Proctor, good experience. Batter who can, go tick along a very healthy strike rate, and of course they got rid of the informed man James Sales as well. That might be a bit of a bonus wicket for them as well, with being adjudged LBW by Anthony Harris. So I think they'll be in pretty good spirits. I would think the visitors looking to gain a much needed victory, and we're going to see the introduction of leg spin.
Well, we said it'd be sooner rather than later. And Harry Finch going to his talismanic leg spin option. Matt Parkinson, also former England's international, has already taken 6 wickets in this campaign. Slightly expensive with both his economy rate and his average. Parkinson, much better bowler than 6 wickets at 45. But this surface, I think, will really suit him because he's not the fastest through the air, but he generates a lot of revs and a lot of turn. So let's wait and see what the former Lancashire man can do. Making plenty of alterations. A real game of chess, isn't it, when the leg spinners come on?
Yeah, great to see. Great to see that Garland flight. Interesting to see how he approaches the first over, where he just gets it through, bowls fairly flat, tries to get in and out the over.
Starts off with a dot ball here to George Bartlett. Just looking at those boundary riders. Got Corey Flintoff at a very straight long off, might I just say. Fred Clarkson down at a wideish long on.
few yards in from the boundary, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Then he's got Ben Dawkins out at deep cover points and Fielder out at deep forward square leg as well. I believe that is Ekansh Singh out there. While it choosing to be very watchful so far. So pretty even spread. It's a 5-4 field on the offside.
I just wonder with Parkinson's first over whether he might not have all his boundary riders out. You know, another wicket here really breaks the game apart. Obviously, George Bartlett and Fairnick and Adi Sharma going nicely. Go on, hit me over the top. It's, you know, the modern way nowadays, what Shane Warne used to say, just make sure you stay on. Couple of tight overs, build some pressure.
Good early
Well
call
run.
there from Adi Sharma. Won't be a maiden over to start from Matt Parkinson. Concedes a single on the very last delivery. That'll bring Northamptonshire up to 53 for 2.
Not a lot of flight there. The last one was thrown up a little higher. Northants did well to nick a single there. Adi Sharma, we saw on Sunday how quick he is between the wickets. Like a greyhound, isn't he? And feeling that square leg was sleeping a touch there, so they've pinched one.
So it won't be spin from both ends as of yet. Joey Everson happy to continue into a 6th over. Really has been the standout in these early phases. 2 for 23 from his 5 overs, getting the wickets of Luke Proctor and the informed James Sales for 15 and 8 runs respectively. Adi Sharma still going nicely on 20 from 25, as is George Bartlett, who's facing up here. Here is that wicked bounce again.
Yeah, you almost need your dentist on speed dial there, don't you, at mid-off?
That has taken the edge, and that will be a 3rd wicket for Joey Everson, who is running riots in the East Midlands. Well, George Bartlett, it was a watchful start from the Northants number 4, but he's tickled the outside edge of his bats, and he now has to go for 6 runs from 14 deliveries. A good start now becomes a brilliant start for Joey Everson, who continues to cause all sorts of problems here for the home side. And the Steelbacks now 53 for 3 here in the 12th over. What a spell this has been from Joey Everson.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of said at the top of the broadcast that no seamer has really ripped through a batting order, but somehow Joey Everson has found a little bit of lateral movement here. I think just George Bartlett was caught in 2 minds a little bit, in no man's land. It almost looked like he was trying to run the ball down a touch and has ended up doing nothing really and just feathering another catch to Harry Finch, who takes his 2nd of the morning. And all of a sudden, this is a major repair job required by Adi Sharma and Stuart van der Merwe, the 2 youngsters. It'll be fascinating to see how they get on. Left-hand, right-hand combination, of course, now. Hopefully that will cause the Kent seamers a little bit of a quandary, and perhaps even the leggy as well. Might just help.
Just looking back on that, I thought that was outside edge. It's actually come off the inside edge.
Has it?
Yep.
So it has jagged back a touch, Sam.
It did.
So I do George Bartlett a disservice probably, but it did look like he was just trying to run that ball down. And yeah, he's probably the only bowler that we've seen really in the last couple of games here at Wantage Road that has got the ball to do just a little bit off the surface, seamer wise.
No, he's done a great job, and that will bring Stuart van der Merwe to the crease. Spoke about that incredibly impressive debut. Scored 59 from 60 deliveries here against Sussex. What ultimately proved to be defeats for the Steelbacks, but batted very impressively, and something which we imagine that we'll see between these two who have played in the seconds together, of course, for Northants this season, is good running.
Yes. Yes, they'll be pinching singles, hopefully, and rotating the strike well.
Everson choosing to go around the wicket this time, potentially trying to bring those stumps into play. I mean, what a start this has been for Kent. That early wicket of Proctor, I mean, it's one of those where obviously you'll be feeling confident and going, oh, it'd be great if we can get a second, but to already have 3 wickets, of course, Northants still have batting in the shed, but it's not the ideal beginning this for the home side as Everson again goes up for a big appeal. Sharma jets off to the other end, will be a leg by.
You know, I think he's having got one decision from Anthony Harris. I think he's eyeing a second one. That looked too high and a bit leg side, didn't it? But yeah, it's an important partnership really for the Steelbacks, a pivotal partnership in many respects. Obviously a left hand, right hand, plenty of overs to play with. Just need to build here and just another wicket now really does blow the innings apart. Interesting to see whether, I mean, it was a good move to obviously keep Joey Everson going for a 6th over here, but whether he carries on 7 or 8.
Well, this was the big question, wasn't it, with Jack Carson, of course, when we spoke about him in the Sussex game. 1 for 13 from his 6 overs. And the $1 million question was, well, do you just continue his spell? And when he came back a little bit later for his 7th,
yeah,
he went for 13 runs.
Yeah, James Sales decided first ball, right, I'm going to get after you and try and disrupt your length, and hit him for 4, I think. And I think Stuart van der Merwe hit him for 6, didn't he, over long off. And we didn't see him again. And he was in such a good rhythm. That initial 6 over spell really felt like the Steelbacks couldn't really get hold of him. They couldn't get to him. His length was perfect. Seemed to get a lot of sort of overspin. His drift was good and a bit of turn as well. And you just wonder whether there were 4 overs that were wasted. It didn't cost the Sharks in the end, obviously, because they won the game. But yeah, he was going well at the time.
A decision to be made, isn't there, for Harry Finch? And of course, Everson as the bowler, but 2 for 23. His 6 is, well, that is exceptional. Parkinson bowls here to Van der Merwe, gives that first one plenty of flight as we do see a slip now in position. Not surprised, I think that is Chris Benjamin alongside Harry Finch.
Plenty of flight there, wasn't there, for Matt Parkinson? Threw that one up there right outside off stump, above the eye line of Stuart van der Merwe, but met with a lovely extra cover drive for 1.
Now the change of field takes place. Slip taken out straight away as Benjamin goes into a more traditional extra cover position. That one only half stopped by the bowler Parkinson, who just a little bit of a wry smile there.
Touch of leading edge about that, wasn't there, from Adi Sharma? But Matt Parkinson will be looking for just try and get Sharma to try and whip it through mid-on, down to long on against the spin. But he scored 1 boundary with a leading edge.
Van der Merwe again pushes forward, slight bit of hesitation. Sharma, though, as we've spoken about, is electric between the wickets, and he does scarper through for the one run. As you can see with the left and right hands, I mean, Jaden Denley and Chris Benjamin getting their cardio in, having to constantly move position. Parkinson just hangs that outside the off stump of Sharma.
Too many leaves this morning, have we? One of the first leaves of the day.
One played a lot more confidently by Adi Sharma. It will be a dot ball to round out over number 13. Northamptonshire now 57 for 3. Adi Sharma on 21 from 30. And Stuart Van der Merwe in just his second professional game for the county. Watchful so far on 2 from 5. And looks like Everson has got the ball in hand. So he will continue his spell. And just to give this a little bit of additional context, before this game in the format, Everson had 15 wickets in List A cricket with a best of 3 for 62. So he'll be gunning for that 4th, and who knows, could even try and go for a 5th. Really has had the ball on a string so far. And the Merwe that time just rises with the bounce. I must say I'm a big fan of Joey Everson's cricket. I mentioned this when Kent and Warwickshire faced off at rugby school, but it is just a wholehearted cricketer. And this goes across formats, so he tends to get you big runs when you need him to. So a very handy bowling option. Keeps Van der Merwe nice and correct. And of course, as is the case with many a modern cricketer, also a jet in the field, which is always very useful for a captain.
Yeah, I haven't seen him bowl this morning. You wonder how he's only taken 4 wickets in the comp to date. Obviously got a 50 in the first match. Good all-round contributor, but very, very tidy this morning. Obviously getting a bit of lateral movement too. That 3 for 23 figures as well has included an inside edge down to fine leg, so could have been even better.
Yeah, it could have been. On another day, that easily could have been his 4th.
Yeah, and of course the leading edge as well, which went for 4.
And that one uppish, shouts of catch it. Doesn't quite make it over towards Corey Flintoff, so Van der Merwe survives. This really has been an inspired opening spell of seam bowling from the former Nottinghamshire man. Now you can just see the Sharks beginning to circle as Jack Leaning comes into short cover. And the Merwe just clips that off the hips. There'll be a shy of the stumps by Fred Clarkson. Well backed up there by young Ben Dawkins. Will just be a leg by.
He backs himself, Adi Sharma, to run any single, doesn't he? Pretty much. That's a good over this. Very economical.
Very economical indeed. Everson keeps those figures of 3 for 23, concedes just the leg by in the over, and this really is excellent stuff from the Kent all-rounder. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 3 wickets for 23 runs. We're just waiting to see who's coming on to bowl here. I believe it will be Parkinson to continue. The reason I hesitated slightly is because Mo Rizvi actually took the ball off the umpire, and of course he'll be looking at this wicket. Parkinson can extract that degree of turn. He will be very much in the game.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether they do give Everson one more or whether Harry Finch just keeps 3 up his nickel leg for later on from Everson.
Parkinson really taking the pace off that one, and quite like that from Van der Merwe, just to try and meet the pitch of the ball, not allowing Parkinson to extract that additional turn.
Yeah.
Well, that one has just been flailed away through the covers. Really good diving stop. Well, it was for a split second. Singh just miscontrols it, takes it over the boundary rope, and that will be 4 runs. We just take a look at the replay of the shot there from Stuart Van der Merwe. Did really well to make up the ground, just bobbled, couldn't quite get the hands under control. And that is unlucky for young Ekant Singh, but at 62 for 3, Northamptonshire will take every single run that they can get. See, this time he advances, makes it a full toss. It's heading towards us in the comms box. It's a mighty 6 off the bat of Stuart Van der Merwe, who's decided now that he's not going to let Matt Parkinson settle and get into any sort of groove. Steelbacks now 68 for 3. And that really is impeccable stuff from the young all-rounder.
Beautiful shot, beautifully timed as well. Very difficult to hit a full toss like that when you're moving towards it. Very clean strike. Sort of characterized his innings on Sunday as well, that got very deep into the crease. You know, you told listeners on Sunday that's the way he plays. Very decisive in his footwork. We've seen that again this afternoon.
That one bowled flatter by Parkinson, just helped on its way down towards deep backward square leg, and these two really do run well between the wickets, turn that into an easy 2 runs.
Fielder had it in his hands there, and they still ran. And that's the difference in the modern game, isn't it? When you've got athletes at the crease.
There is the drop and run. Just plays it out towards Jaden Denley on the leg side. That'll be a single to finish what is a very good over for the hosts. Northamptonshire at 71 for 3. Adi Sharma still on 21 from 31, but Stuart Van der Merwe for the first time today, and I don't think it'll be the last, deciding to take the attack to the spin. He moves on to 15 from 16 deliveries.
Just with that shot through extra cover as well off the back foot, just the opening of the face as well from Stuart Van der Merwe. We saw a touch of that on Sunday. You know, if you imagine seeing sort of Dan Lawrence, the way he plays, it's almost the wrists are opened up and it just allows the batter to hit it into an unorthodox area, just almost sliding it off the face and sort of undercutting it. And Stuart Van der Merwe was very adept at that. Pretty adept at pumping full tosses over long off as well.
Well, he turned it into a full toss.
He did.
If he would have let that bounce, it would have been a full ball. But that was down to footwork. Everson continues. To be honest, I quite like this, actually. It's aggressive captaincy from Harry Finch. Your bowler's got the hot hand, you might as well use him.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've touched on it already this morning. If the bowler's happy to keep going, you've got pretty economical action as well. Joey Everson, not too long a run up, not too long a follow through. Pretty smooth. Still hitting good speeds, you would think, by the look of it. Still hurrying the batsman, which is something that's been fairly rare on this surface in the last couple of games. So why not keep him going? Though from Van der Merwe in that last over, just trying to ensure that Matt Parkinson doesn't just settle on a length.
There you go, a run off the bats. A rare sight against Joey Everson this morning as Van der Merwe just clips it down towards Matt Parkinson. It's long leg for 1.
Even though he could have almost handed that to Harry Finch, he still threw it in one bounce and got a little bit of an admonishment from Mohammed Wasim, the other umpire.
Lovely channel bowling that from Joey Everson.
It's the delivery that got rid of George Bartlett, pretty much, wasn't it? Adi Sharma fortunate enough just not to nick it.
I imagine that will be the area here for Everson. He has got a little bit of protection on the onside. Fielder down at long leg and deep backward square. Sharma just steps into that one and cracks it out towards deep cover for a single. This is something which I hope to see a little bit later on from Dom Leach. Just pop it in the corridor of uncertainty. The fact is, Joey Everson has done it to a great degree here. Almost just watch what he's doing.
And that was a problem Sunday, wasn't it? They couldn't find a consistent line or length, unfortunately. And that was as much to the credit of the Sharks batsmen who virtually hit the Steelbacks attack off a length. Didn't let them settle. And the margin for error on Sunday was so minimal. Anything that arrowed in on the pads got dispatched through mid-wicket, didn't it? Anything that was wide to Tom Haynes got driven beautifully. Anything short got pulled, cut. It was just the margin of error to those two opening batsmen was so minute that Steelbacks could never build pressure. Promising repair job by these two, though. Put 20 on now in relatively quick time.
Most of those have come off the bat of Stuart van der Merwe, haven't they? 16 of those 20 so far. He'll be at the non-strikers, though, as Matt Parkinson bowls here to Adi Sharma. Is that one adeptly off the back foot? There is that shuffle yet again from Stuart van der Merwe. Tell you what, this is quite a brave field from Matt Parkinson. He's got 3 boundary riders on the onside, only 1 out at deep point on the off. So that one chipped over the top of the outstretched Jack Leaning. Thought that he was in the game there for a moment. Corey Flintoff will do the fielding. 2 runs for van der Merwe.
It was intentional, wasn't it? It wasn't an accidental chip. I think he did play that, but it was perilously close, though, wasn't it, to Jack Leaning? Short mid-wicket there.
Van der Merwe goes for the sweep shot.
Rare that he misses out there, isn't it? Wonder whether Parkinson was actually just trying to get him ball behind his legs there. Usually a very good sweeper.
Van der Merwe advances again. Will take a few bounces down towards Ben Dawkins.
That wasn't wholly convincing, I didn't think. I think he did him in the flight there, and he's just dragged it to long on. Got away with it. That could have easily gone through the area Jack Leaning's patrolling at the moment.
There's a slight appeal there by Harry Finch for the stumping. This is the question, but I don't think anything will be given. So that should be the end of the over. Indeed, it will be. 17 gone here at Wantage Road. Northamptonshire 77 for 3 as Adi Sharma and Stuart van der Merwe look to just build a platform, a foundation, a basis for the likes of McManus, Keogh, and the middle to lower order to build off of. But Parkinson causing a few more problems in that over.
Yeah, you could just see there's already a little bit of drama and jeopardy coming to the game, hasn't there? Not that there hasn't been with Joey Everson bowling, of course, with, 3 wickets already successfully snaffled by him. And he's going to carry on again here. So this is a pretty good effort from Joey Everson into his 9th, is it?
Yep. Bowling from the David Capel end.
Maybe the Steelbacks didn't do quite so badly against the Sharks on Sunday, because they have Somerset 68 for 4 currently.
Wow.
Sean Hunt with a couple, Hudson Prentice and Henry Crocombe as well. So repair job for Somerset required at Sussex.
That one is clipped confidently in front of deep square leg for a single from Van der Merwe. Yeah, we'll keep you updated with that game throughout the day. It's the only other match taking place, isn't it, in
It is.
the Metro Bank One Day Cup today. Of course, we thank you to each and every single one of you choosing to watch this game between the Steelbacks and the Spitfires. Very nicely poised at the minute. Sharma faces off here against Joey Everson. Turns that down towards deep backward square leg. Van der Merwe tearing down the other side for that first. Really does run so hard. But I like that. Even if it is just a single, it's something which Anthony McGrath has spoken a lot about up at Yorkshire, and they've been very successful in this format in 2025. If you do run that first one hard, it just throws the fielder off a little bit.
It's intent, isn't it? It's just the intensity of the whole performance. If you have that running through your performance, you run hard, field well, bowl aggressively, you just look as though you're up for the fight. And body language is just a massive thing in cricket, as we know. When teams go through spells where they can't pick up wickets, just keeping going, sometimes make something happen, induce a mistake when one doesn't look likely.
One played very nicely by Van der Merwe. Just waits and waits and waits and plays it late. Simple single there, and providing that nothing too ridiculous happens in these remaining 7 deliveries for Joey Everson today. He is well on course for career best figures in the 50 over formats.
Yeah, the amount of 4 balls he's bowled has been, well, inconsequential, really, hasn't it?
Certainly has. End of the over. Northamptonshire 81 for 3 after 18. Partnership just ticks along to 28 from 40 deliveries. Finch and Parkinson have a few words. Of course, Finch coming in to captain the side in place of the injured Grant Stewart. He's always a handful, regardless of the format, especially with the bat. Feels like Grant Stewart every single season, especially in the Championship, just tends to score like a real quick-fire 50 or quick-fire 100. Certainly remember his innings down in Bristol earlier on in the Championship this season. That was absolutely breathtaking. Sharma goes for the big shots.
Wantage Road regular, passing on a bit of batting advice to Addy.
The youngster heeds the advice, doesn't go across the body on that occasion. Just looking at that last shot, not sure it's the right option, to be honest, unless he can really pick the gap at mid-wicket. It's that one wider from Parkinson.
It's identifying your scoring areas, though. I mean, he hasn't tried a reverse sweep or a reverse lap. Yeah, that there is a man just backward a point there, but it's 4 if you can beat him.
Well, that one is played
Beautifully
really
played.
nicely. Plays it incredibly late. I think it will be cut off by Joey Everson. Indeed, it will be. So 2 more runs, but
So late he nearly played it tomorrow. I mean, it was so deftly played, wasn't it? And as we say, just beat that guy at 45 or just behind point, picked up 2.
Sharma this time takes a couple of steps down to meet the pitch of that ball. Single down towards Fred Clarkson. But for Sharma, he is very strong through mid-wicket, and that is against both spin and seam. Ken obviously doing their homework. They've got Mo Rizvi in there at short mid-wickets. Operating at short cover here to Van der Merwe. Solid ends the over that from Matt Parkinson. He's got figures of none for 24 from his 5 overs. And the Steelbacks now 84 for 3 after 19.
It'd be a familiar refrain as Joey Everson pulls the sweater off and the cap, and his 9 overs, 39 dot balls.
Wow.
39 dot balls from possible 54. I suppose there's a couple of wides in there as well if you were being pedantic, but maybe that's an area that the Steelbacks could have looked at a little bit better. Just try and somehow rotate the strike a touch more against him, because his lines and lengths have been impeccable. Obviously rewarded with the 3 wickets as well. But 39 dots, that's some achievement on a fairly placid and benign pitch.
It is, and it's gold dust, isn't it?
Mm.
On a surface where both sides looking at team selection believe that spin will be king. Having this control from a seam bowler, well, it certainly helps. Sharma plays that one comfortably down towards Matt Parkinson. He's been kept quite busy, hasn't he, down at third?
I wonder, they might well have taken 2 there, because I'm not sure Matt has probably got the strongest arm in the world these days, and they might have been able to nick a second, but decided on discretion rather than valour.
And the Merwe just about beats Ekant Singh. There'll be a chase on here for the Kent all-rounder. 2 have been taken. Van der Merwe is a very fast operator, so turns it into 3. That intent, knew it straight away. Actually picked his gap rather nicely. In the end there, did the youngster. Now moves on to 24 from 30. And the more that we see of Stuart Van der Merwe, Sam, the more impressed we tend to be.
Yes, absolutely. Very fluent ball striker, isn't he? That late cut again from Adi Sharma. I was just trying to think who I'd back in a foot race over 100 metres between the 2 of them, to be honest. Probably just Van der Merwe. I think he'd definitely be in front after 20 metres. But whether he held on, whether the power of Sharma late on would come and pick him up, I'm not sure. I don't think there'd be much between them. Both very quick, very athletic.
That's a gem, isn't it? From Joey Everson.
Just ran his fingers down the seam a touch there, and just got a bit of a cutter going there, I think, and too good for Stuart Van der Merwe. Rare play and miss from him in the last couple of games.
Well, that one played delicately by Van der Merwe. A little bit of a misfield by Rizvi. And 1 turns into 2.
That's how quick they are. That is how quick they are. I think I'd have just been turning for the first there, but they were onto that straight away. Just a little bit of an uneven outfield just down there under Mo Rizvi, and a fumble allows them to come through for a second.
rather fittingly, that is a dot ball to finish what has been an absolutely phenomenal 10 overs from Joey Everson. Finishes with career best figures of 3 for 36 from his 10 overs. Includes 3 maidens, 2 of which were wicket maidens, and 41 dot balls. I mean, as a percentage, that is quite ludicrous. Well bowled, Joey Everson. Northamptonshire now 91 for 3 after 20, and he's hardly put a foot wrong.
I'd say even on a green top in April, that would be a very, very fair return, wouldn't it, for 10 overs graft? But on here in the middle of August on a dry pitch, which we expected to suit the seamers more than the spinners, I think that's an absolutely brilliant spell of bowling from Joey Everson, who's bowled unchanged for an hour and 20 minutes and 40 dot balls as well. Quite extraordinary statistics. Words of encouragement for Freddie Jr.
Yep, change of bowling, isn't there? Corey Flintoff it is for the first time today. Bowling here to Adi Sharma. Strays down the leg side. Just helped on its way by the Northants opener. 45, and look at that. Just a death flick, wasn't it, in the end?
My first time seeing Corey Flintoff bowl live. Quite a fast arm, hasn't he? You think he's going to be, fairly military watching the run up and the approach to the crease, but that's where the pace comes from.
Well, guided away by Sharma. This should be 2 straight away. Turns on a penny piece, and it's the acceleration that makes the difference there. With Adi Sharma, Northamptonshire creep ever closer to 3 figures. Of course, the other narrative here, I mean, we'll say this for a couple of bowlers today, but Corey Flintoff went wicketless on debut, looking for that first wicket as a professional.
Home fans will be hoping he's still wicketless at the end of his spell. But yeah, a touch unlucky first ball, just drifted down the leg side, and Adi Sharma was good enough to profit from that. And nice little tickle down to long leg. Since then, he's been on the money. 19 years of age, of course. Probably a more orthodox action than his father. More side on.
One wide. A little bit of a hack there from Adi Sharma.
Didn't quite bounce as he anticipated, I don't think. Just kept a touch low out there. Rare width from a Sussex bowler this morning. Sussex, Kent. Wrong game, Samuel.
It's almost a carbon copy, isn't it? For those who don't know a bit about Corey's background as well, as we've mentioned and commentators up and down the country will allude to, he is the son of England legend Freddie Flintoff. Of course, the older brother of Rocky, who's still at Lancashire. He's a product of the Lancs Academy, just didn't quite get the opportunities up in the Northwest. That one's short, spooned up in the air. This could be a catch. Oh, just evades Matt Parkinson. And he catch Singh as well, for good measure. Well, we thought that would have been the moment that Corey Flintoff got his first wicket as a professional. We just take a look at the replay there. Just couldn't quite make up the ground, could he, Matt Parkinson? And a nervous way to end the 21st. Northants 98 for 3.
Yeah, no disrespect to Matt Parkinson, but Adi Sharma's probably picked his fielder there. We have seen a few of those taken this summer, haven't we, in various competitions, that over the shoulder and the dive. And the dive just needed to start a little bit earlier, I think, just to give Matt Parkinson a chance of grappling with that. But yes, a narrow escape for Adi Sharma. Frustration for young Flintoff. And 98 for 3, the result at the end of the 21st over. Just that run rate starting to nudge up now towards 5. Change of bowling from the top, obviously, enforced with Joey Everson having finished his 10 over stint.
Yep, and it will be Jack Leaning, the former Yorkshire player, who comes on to bowl here from the David Capel end. So some right arm off spin. Starting off here against Adi Sharma. Tries the give and go out towards short square leg, but Jaden Denley is lurking.
Bowls some tidy off spin still, doesn't he, Jack Leaning? 3 wickets in the comp, I think.
Well, that one a little bit of a drag down and muscled away through mid-wicket by Adi Sharma, who brings up Northamptonshire's team 100 in superb style. Wasn't the best delivery that we've seen today, but you still have to launch into them. The Northants opener certainly did that. He now moves on to 41, a new career best for young Adi Sharma. And make that 42. Good cricket, that, isn't it? Get the boundary, get off strike.
Good commentary from me as well, if you're a Northants fan. Just extolling the virtues of Jack Leaning's tidy spin, and drags one horrible delivery down halfway down the track and gets dispatched for 4 over mid-wicket. So great stuff from Adi Sharma. And as you say, clever cricket. Hit the 4, get off strike, rotate it. This is where Northants really, you would hope that Jack Leaning isn't going to sort of rip through you. So this is where the run rate needs to go up and beyond 5 and start being aggressive now. Good repair job by these two.
A reverse attempted here by Van der Merwe. Reverse executed perfectly.
Partnership?
Certainly is. Really has been an outstanding contribution between these two. Northants were wobbling on 53 for 3 in the 12th. They've just been patient. And of course, there we're seeing the innovation, aren't we, from Van der Merwe. Brings about the immediate change of field as well, which is exactly what he would have hoped for. That's not just the moral victory. That's the desired outcome as well for Van der Merwe. Oh, big appeal there for Leaning. Very full by Leaning, just about dug out by Stuart Van der Merwe. That will be the end of the 22nd over. Northamptonshire 107 for 3. Adi Sharma on 42 from 53 balls. Stuart Van der Merwe 30 from 36. And these two really are exciting, aren't they, of course? It's been a disappointing competition on the whole for the Steelbacks. Not missing too many players as a result of other commitments or injury, but seeing these two, who are very much in the budding early stages of their career, scoring runs and racking up a significant partnership. It's great to see, isn't it, for the club?
It is. It's the future. Most definitely is the future. The question now is, can one of these two, if not both, go on and make a real meaningful contribution like we saw the Sharks batsmen do on Sunday? Concentration is imperative. Yes, they're going to play with freedom. They're going to play the shots. We've seen that with Stuart Van der Merwe, hitting the ball in unorthodox areas, playing a wide range of shots. But, 30s and 40s, pretty 30s and 40s aren't going to cut it, really. You're going to post over 300 on here with any luck. And that's going to require an innings of 100, 150, as we saw a couple of times in this competition.
That one made a lovely crack off the bat, didn't it? Adi Sharma.
I think that'll frustrate Harry Finch, really. There have been a couple of fielding blemishes from Kent today, a couple of fumbles. They all add up.
Slight adjustment in the field being made here by Corey Flintoff. Sends deep third a little bit wider. That one is played straight back down the ground. Excellent running. Nice throw as well, that from Mo Risby.
Excellent running. There was no real single there. Well, there obviously was, but they didn't look a single there. But the intent was brilliant between these two. And as you say, that synchronicity they have perhaps from second team cricket and the knowledge and the relationship they have of each other's game, certainly playing out well now.
That's a great word, by the way, synchronicity.
Thank you. It's one of the ones I've got written down here to try and use. Can't spell it.
Sharma plays that intentionally late. And another dart at the stumps. No way. Oh, that is ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous between Sharma and Van der Merwe. And even Fred Clarkson is in disbelief how they've turned that into two.
It must have gone about 2 feet from him. And the first run was the one, because obviously they've run to backward point there who's left-handed anyway, which is a risky single in its own way. But they were easily in. Stuart Van der Merwe was easily in. Shots.
Really is crisply driven through the covers. Chase on here for the fielder. Will be cut off in the end by Ben Dawkins. So just 2 more runs.
Deserve 4 that. Probably one of the shots of the day, wasn't it? Typically classical extra cover drive from Adi Sharma. Almost a signature shot for him. Just feels as though the Steelbacks have just put their foot down a little bit and slipped up a gear in the last 2 or 3 overs.
Well, slightly fortunate, but Adi Sharma, for the first time in his professional career, brings up a half-century for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. He moves on to 51 out from 58 deliveries, includes 6 boundaries, no sixes as of yet. But this will be a moment that will live long in the memory of the talented 19-year-old, a product of Great Brick Hill. Attended Stowe School, that's where he's learnt his craft. Been through the Buckinghamshire pathway before making his way here to Northamptonshire. And after showing those many glimpses of promise in both the county championship and, of course, in this competition, for the first time, he raises his bat as a half-centurion. Well-batted Adi Sharma. And the Merwe pushes that one down towards the wideish long off. And he deserves that. This has been a very mature innings, hasn't it, from Adi Sharma today? Just been the glue guy from which Van der Merwe can play off of.
Yeah, he's playing the James Sales role in many respects. Yeah, very mature, composed innings. Let's hope he can go on, but well-batted young man.
Well, I know that one man who will be absolutely delighted is his dad. Anna just played a big role in Adi's development. Not finished as of yet.
Said earlier on, a couple of hours of Adi Sharma as a Northants fan, and let's hope it's more than that, but always a very pleasant spectacle.
Even there, shuffles down the wicket, looks as though he's going to try and expand over mid-wicket and sensibly just drills it along the turf. Moves on to 52 from 60.
I mean, I haven't seen a lot of him, but it comes very easily to him, and that possibly could be one of the reasons why he's not converting to big scores, because he just looks so comfortable and has so much time to play. For those of more limited ability, you know, having to graft and concentrate 100% of the time. But when it comes easy, that's when you really need to stay switched on. And he's done that today brilliantly.
For those who don't know with Adi, he scored 97 on his senior debut for Buckinghamshire in the NCCA. He scored a century on Northants 2's debut. That one's slightly aerial from Van der Merwe. I was just about to say it should be a single to wrap up the over, but
You never say that with these two, do you?
You certainly don't. They turn it into 2. So 4 runs scored off the over. The Steelbacks now 121 for 3 after 24 overs. But he is a prolific run scorer. So I even think about last year, scored 166 in a game against the Somerset Twos down at Taunton Vale. This season in pre-season, scored 104 from 126 against Warwickshire at Portland Road. And now he's had those glimpses, hasn't he? We said that in the game against Sussex. They were 38 very well manufactured runs. Finally, he's beginning to kick on.
He can bat for, he can bat for a long time, can't he? He can construct an innings. We see that with his record so far. But of course, the higher up the ladder you go, the third, fourth change bowlers are good bowlers. They're coming on, they're Matt Parkinsons of this world, or that, they're good bowlers who examine your technique all the way through your innings. There's very few cheap runs. You have to earn them.
Flintoff just keeps Sharma on his toes. That will just be a single on this occasion. Should also mention, of course, that Addy is now playing his cricket for High Wycombe. Made that move over the winter of 2024. Played most of his cricket for Great Brickhill, which is just south of Milton Keynes. One of those players who, for years through the age groups, has been seen as a very talented prospect. Certainly deserves that raise of the bat today. Splints off here to Van der Merwe.
And as you've touched on a number of times, we're watching 19-year-old Corey Flintoff bowl at 19-year-old Addy Sharma with 21-year-old, is he? Stuart Van der Merwe at the other end. And, watching brilliant cricket and watching 3 young players really sort of come of age in this competition. And perhaps this competition isn't as high at the pecking order as it was 20, 30 years ago. But it's still a brilliant platform for these lads to experience high level and high intensity cricket. They've raced past the 70 partnership, these two. It's coming good time as well.
That one down the leg side. There's a big appeal from Flintoff. As the umpire just signals there, I think it's just clipped the hip. I think there was a little bit of a noise. That's why the appeal was so vociferous, but Flintoff still searching for that maiden professional wicket. These two just beginning to look a little bit more comfortable now, aren't they? Very nice shot indeed, that from Van der Merwe. Will just be a single.
They came together in the 12th over with the score at 53. And have added over 70 in another 13 overs. The run rate is probably trading around 4.4, 4.5. That's pushed up past 5 now. Just building some momentum through the innings.
It's off here to Sharma. And again, I think that might have just flicked the pad or something. So that will be the end of the over. Northamptonshire 126 for 3 after 25 overs. And I believe now the players will just have a little bit of a drink. Well deserved for Sharma and Van der Merwe. The former on 54 from 63 deliveries and the latter on 36 not out from 44 runs. After what was a difficult start, very challenging, and we've seen that career best 3 for 36 from Joey Everson, Sam. The way in which these two have battled back is very promising indeed.
Yeah, I'm hoping the drinks break hasn't come at the wrong time for the Steelbacks, because they were just building momentum there. They were very fluent, the pair of them, running well. And just for the first time today, Kent just looked a touch rattled and a little bit nonplussed as to where to bowl to the two of them because they're hitting the ball in unorthodox areas. They're running extremely well, as we've said, is a trademark of this partnership, really. So this gives Kent a little bit of a chance to just regroup, talk about where they think that they should be bowling, the plans that they've got for these two. They won't have seen a lot of Adi Sharma or Stuart van der Merwe, perhaps a little bit off the videos and things like that, but not a great deal. And both the players, they are very fluent and they do hit the ball in 360, don't they? So there's a fascinating passage of play coming up, I think. Really interesting last 25 overs. This is a better platform, a good base, really, for the Steelbacks, I think, after being 53 for 3 in just 11 or 12 overs and looking as if another wicket, we could have been looking at a quick conclusion to the game. But now these two have put together a really good partnership.
Well, they have, and it continues to grow, doesn't it? Currently stands at 73 between Sharma and van der Merwe. And this is the beauty of 50-over cricket. You've got the time for that narrative to develop. I know that I mentioned it before, but Northampton Rugby had restricted Warwickshire to 32 for 4. Alex Davis comes out and scores a runner ball 123, and Warwickshire go on to win the game. Now, hopefully, that will be the case here for Northamptonshire, and we can see someone score big, and it just swings that pendulum in the favour of the side who have come back strong. And I mean, with these two, again, we've seen at times it has been slightly rash, a few cross-batted shots which haven't quite been executed. But for the most part, they've been controlled.
Very assured.
And sensible.
Yeah, I agree. But, as you said there, Alec Davis getting 120 odd at rugby school. You've got Imam ul Haq, big runs. Charlie Tier, big runs. This is what you need. If you're going to post a very competitive total, I also think it's demoralising as well. I mean, you could see the Steelbacks' body language after about 20, 25 overs on Sunday. They were demoralised. They didn't know where to bowl at Tom Haynes or Charlie Tier. They were getting drilled both sides of the wicket. They were trying the short ball. That wasn't paying off. It's a very mental game, this. And if you've got, not a great analogy, but your foot on the throat of, or your hand on the throat of the opposition, you make sure that you keep it there and you drive home that advantage. And when you're in on a good pitch, these two are seeing it really well. You must capitalise because cricket has a game of biting you in the proverbial if you don't. And you never know, 100 here for Adi Sharma or Stuart van der Merwe, and that just sets you up for your career going forward. Make a meaningful contribution when you're in. Don't throw it away.
It's all about focus and concentration, isn't it? Especially for the early exchanges after the drinks break. I mean, Kent deep in conversation. The two Northants players have had their chat, and be van der Merwe. Sharma to remain out there. Yeah, and a massive thank you to all of you tuning in on the Northants live stream. I also saw a little bit earlier on in the YouTube comments that it was Ian's 51st birthday. So happy birthday to Ian. We thank you for joining us here on the coverage, and we hope that you're enjoying this, well, excellent partnership between Stuart van der Merwe and Adi Sharma. Will be van der Merwe on strike here against Jack Leaning. Still gunning for his first wicket of the encounter.
Important to switch back on, isn't it, after that drinks break now? Go again with the same focus, intensity, concentration.
It was almost the curse of the commentator there, wasn't it, Sam?
I wasn't saying that. I'm saying it is important. Hopefully that was just a little warning shot across the bows.
Van der Merwe advances, tries to crack that one through the covers. Good stop from Mo Rizvi. Interested to see when Mo comes on to bowl, I must say. He's an aggressive leg spinner. A lot flatter in trajectory compared to Matt Parkinson.
Very interesting, that fielding position as well, where you've almost got a straighter extra cover and one that's just Mo Rizvi just a little bit more withdrawn. and both within sort of 10 or 15 yards of each other, just in the eye line of Stuart van der Merwe there. I've seen two in such close proximity for a while. Save 4 there, the penultimate ball.
That one darted in, shouts of catch it. Just fall short of the fielder.
That would have been death by 1,000 cuts, wouldn't it? That, oh, horrible drag down from Jack Leaning and nearly heaved into mid-wicket's hands. So I got most of my wickets.
Tends to be the case as a spinner. You bowl an absolute beauty, beats the edge. You bowl a drag down, go straight into the fielder. Over advances. That one has been chipped up. Fielder almost wrong-footed, but it will be taken. And there is the breakthrough for the Kent Spitfires. One shot too many for young Stuart van der Merwe. Took a couple of steps down. Played it beautifully in terms of the pose and the poise, but didn't quite get the elevation on it to beat the fielder. And he will have to depart for 37 from 48 balls. Big wicket that for Kent, as Jack Leaning gets his first. Northamptonshire now 128 for 4.
Yeah, and that's young players in a nutshell, really, isn't it? And on Sunday, Stuart hit exactly the same shot that sailed into the seats and was a beautiful executed 6. And then just first over after drinks there, 2 or 3 big shots. And unfortunately, just didn't quite connect with that. I mean, you know, all kudos to him for going for the shot. And that's the modern player, isn't it? Try and hit it over the heads of the boundary riders. But that was a beautiful cameo, 37 off 47 or in and around that ball's faced. And unfortunately, instead of being a meaningful contribution, it ends up being a beautiful cameo. But he's batted superbly the last couple of games and well worth his place in the side. Hopefully he can do a little bit with the ball as well.
100%. Yeah, just a slight rush of blood there. And in the end was a smart catch, wasn't it, from Chris Benjamin? He went right. Ball spiraled a little bit in the air. Did well to readjust. Now the incoming batter for Northamptonshire will be the captain, Lewis McManus. How quickly the 50-over format can change, because you look at 128 for 3. If this becomes 140 for 5, very, very different complexion.
Yeah, and those two were coasting, weren't they? They were absolutely cruising along at 5 and over, pushing towards 6 and over. Run rate was increasing. Kent were looking at, you know, how they were going to break the partnership. Where was the next wicket coming from?
McManus leaves his first delivery faced well alone, and that is the end of an incredibly productive over for the visitors. Leaning concedes just 2 runs and gets the big wicket of Stuart van der Merwe. And, well, I said I was interested to see when Mo Rizvi would come on to bowl. Harry Finch must have been listening to the commentary, because we have got our wish. It will be Rizvi. Now, Rizvi really does give it a tear. He's one of those bowlers who, as a fan of spin bowling, I really enjoy watching. So he will be aggressive. He will look to target those stumps, utilise the googly to a good effect. I'm intrigued to see what he goes for with the field as well. Always says a lot about the approach and mindset of a spin bowler. Plenty of alterations being made. I think he will have a wideish long on in place, just in case Sharma looks to hit down the ground. Also a long off in the form of Ben Dawkins. Or deep points out on the boundary and a deep square leg.
You feel this is a pivotal part of the game, don't you, really? You know, a bowler that can travel a little bit, but is also got plenty of wicket-taking deliveries in his armoury. And with, you know, 4 gone, Steelbacks just need a little bit of caution here. But Adi Sharma still goes well, 55 off 64. Obviously, Lewis McManus in now. Need another partnership here just to settle.
Here is Risby to Sharma. Just squeezes off the underside of the bats. Will be 2 runs because Sharma is electrifying. Danger of that just being a single. But of course, Mo Risby himself is looking for his first wicket as a Kent cricketer. Indeed, in professional cricket on the whole. One's slightly flatter in trajectory. And you can see there's a real difference in terms of the approach of Matt Parkinson and Mo Risby. Risby, of course, used to play for the Oxford MCCU. Unfortunately, didn't get that desired wickets against Hampshire on his first and to date only first-class appearance at the Parks in 2019. He was brought in on this short-term contract for the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Another proud addition from the South Asian Cricket Academy, who continues to do amazing things for the sport in this country. He's a wicket taker. Let's see what Mo Risby can craft here. McManus, in fairness, has played that one very adeptly indeed.
I think we've seen 2 or 3 different deliveries, one out the front of the hand, the slower leg spinner there. Fascinating to see when he gets into his work, what sort of variations he can exploit. Very finely poised, though, Aaron, this game, isn't it? Very finely poised. Another wicket now, and Steelbacks are struggling to post 275.
Hammered away by Adi Sharma. Should just be a single. Indeed, it will be. Jaden Denley does the fielding.
Just feel that Adi Sharma's almost not going to bat through, essentially, but take this very deep if Steelbacks are going to produce a really competitive score.
Slight delay here. Umpire now happy for play to continue. It's Risby, huge appeal.
2 noises?
It will be a dot ball to round out the over, but that will give a nice bit of confidence there to Mo Risby, bringing those pads into play. Concedes 5 from his opening over. Northamptonshire now 133 for 4.
Trying to break through the first time at Wantage Road. Just got the impression there was an inside edge there, but haven't seen it again to verify that.
Potentially also with the angle, could have been sliding down.
Yeah, yeah, it was a
Could
big
have come
shout,
into
though.
it.
Harry Finch was certainly very keen.
No harm done as far as the home side are concerned. Will be Jack leaning then to continue from the David Capel end. Sharma advances, whacks it over the top. Don't even need to try and run that. That was always going to be 4 runs. An almighty connection off the blade. Let's take a look at the replay here. Oh, right in the hitting arc, wasn't it, for young Adi Sharma?
It's a flatter delivery as well. He's done really well to get there in time to be able to hit it so well, so forcefully. Brings the wide. There is a suspicion that Jack Leaning is sort of nipping through a few overs here and nicking them for Kent. I know he's taken a wicket, but he has bowled 1 or 2 horrible drag downs as well. I think Adi Sharma is aware of that and is trying to capitalise a little bit.
He advances again. Don't think that was where he intended that particular shot to travel.
It's a phenomenal take from Harry Finch there. Nearly cleaned him up. Came in with a rare bit of pace and power from Akash Singh. What do we think Lewis McManus's approach will be here?
I think he'll just look to consolidate. At this stage, I don't think he'll look to do anything too rash. He's not that kind of player to go out there and almost go all guns blazing right from the start. He's an experienced player. He's leading the side. He'll recognise that they've just got to take this as deep as possible. You don't want to get bowled out within the space of 42, 43 overs. He goes for the little lap scoop over the top. Will be a chase on for Jaden Denley. In the end, 2 runs scored. Very enterprising shot that, wasn't it, from
nicely played. Yeah, waited for the ball with perhaps a touch more flight, and that, by definition, then produced a little bit more bounce. So Lewis could get underneath that and just sort of shepherd it over his left shoulder for 2. That leading's trying to put a stop to that by moving the man from slip to 45.
So that will be a dot ball to round out the 28th over. Northamptonshire 141 for 4. Adi Sharma remains out there on 64 from 71. Steelbacks captain Lewis McManus, the early stages of his innings on 3 from 6 deliveries. Here is the replay of that previous shout. It was close to the bat, wasn't it? And just looking at the angle, potentially going down leg side as well, but it's one of those where you can't really blame the fielding side for going up for the appeal. Of course, for Mo Rizvi, he's gunning for this first wicket as a professional.
Gonna have to wait for it as well, I think. After 1 over, he's off.
Well, that's interesting. I think it might be a case of they want to swap ends. Yeah.
Must be, mustn't it?
Yeah. I think that's what it will be. So it will be Corey Flintoff then from the Lynn Wilson centre end. One man searching for his first professional wicket, replaced by another. Well, that is glorious from Adi Sharma. Real meat and drink shot for the Northants opener. Incredibly strong and a depth through mid-wicket. Perfection. Just whipped with the bottom hand.
Yeah, the only worry there was that obviously you've got the rather formidable frame of Fred Clarkson standing there at mid-wicket, quite a withdrawn mid-wicket, and whether he finds his hands with such a well-timed shot, but managed to get the elevation beautifully timed.
Oh, Flintoff responds well.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that little fiddly shot outside of stuff. I know he's got a productive area for him, but it can sometimes be a weakness, that little run down. And that was very close to him. Probably just a bit too close, cramped him for space. And you don't want to fine tickle to the keeper when you're 68 not out.
One short from Flintoff. Palmer wisely pulls out of the shot. But I like the approach here from Sharma. We've seen this in the past couple of overs. First ball against Leaning, immediately went for the positive shot. And then in this one, taking the attack to the bowler straight away. From here on out, though, doesn't have to do anything too haphazard.
It's over management, really, isn't it? You know, try and rotate the strike now. Oh,
that one has been flicked away and flicked away phenomenally into the old scorebox, all the way for 6. And Adi Sharma now moves on to 74 from 75. Well, that really is a contender for shot of the day.
Beautifully picked up. What was that about rotating strike? I think he's broken a couple of windows by the look of it. Tremendous.
It was very close. Thought we were going to hear the sound of glass shattering. Thankfully not. Yeah, it's an iconic site, that in cricket, the old signal box. Home of the Northamptonshire Supporters Club, of course, nowadays, but
nearly cleaned up a couple of them.
well, just looking at the reaction of the supporters down there, I think he's left a mark on it.
Yeah.
I don't think he's broken a window.
It was just below the right-hand window, wasn't it? Almost where the Northampton Club crest is. Just to the right of the scorebox. Beautifully picked up. Trademark sort of whip, those flexible wrists he has. Yeah, shot of the morning, most definitely.
Well, let's have a look. I think there was a little bit of exterior damage. Great work as well on the the cams there.
Absolutely.
Might have left a little dent because a few of those supporters straight away got the phones out and were taking pictures. So I'd be interested to see if anything appears on social media. Either way, wonderful shot from Adi Sharma. Northamptonshire now 152 for 4 as Mo Rizvi continues his spell, this time from the David Capel end.
Yeah, I wonder whether Kent are ruining changing the bowling. Well, we'll only know if Mo Rizvi bowls well from the top, then it's the right decision. But that decision to switch ends for him has certainly cost him a few there. And Adi Sharma wasn't about to let young Flintoff off lightly. Just been a bit leg side, hasn't he, Corey Flintoff? Good pace, good intent, but just been a bit leg side and has been picked up a couple of times, obviously twice in that last over by Adi Sharma, who moves serenely to 75.
Single taken down the ground there by Adi Sharma. Moves on to 76. Manus there, playing that one nicely off the back foot. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if this change of ends has the desired effect here for Mo Rizvi. We have seen the leg spinner Matt Parkinson from the Lynn Wilson centre end hasn't turned too much as of yet. On a little bit of a misfield there. Turns it round towards Singh, and that will be another single.
So that's one area of Kent's day so far that they could certainly sharpen up and improve on. Not always easy, is it, with used wickets and the ball travelling across them, but there's been a few misfields that have cost them a couple of runs even there. There's another. Just get a lovely drift, doesn't he? Mo Rizvi. Just a little bit of dip.
Oh, that one
There.
off the inside of the bat of Adi Sharma. It's almost like phantom-like drift, isn't it?
Yeah, just dips beautifully. It's hard to believe that he hasn't taken a wicket so far in this competition, because you'd think he's got plenty of deliveries in his armoury, and that stock delivery is very useful. That's the drag down isn't great, but you know, when he does try and float it a little bit and give it some air and some flight, just the way that it just dies as it approaches the batsman, you can imagine that would be quite a potent delivery.
No, most definitely is. Still got plenty of overs to bowl as well as Mo Rizvi, as we see the culmination of over number 30. Northamptonshire 158 for 4 with 20 overs of the 50 remaining. And we go back to the old adage. Well, you have your score at 30 overs, you double it, would be 300 plus, would be 316 at this current rate. But
And that last over's given Kent Think Tank a little bit to ponder over. And Matt Parkinson's going to come on at the bottom end now and take over from Corey Flintoff. There's quite a discussion there, wasn't there, at the end of the over, who was going to take up the mantle from this end.
Parkinson has kept it relatively tight. None for 24 from his opening 5. Would be interested as well with 2 right-handers if we did see a little bit of Jaden Denley. Bowled very nicely against Warwickshire at Rugby School. Got 2 for 56 in that game. This now, if it is 2 leg spinners from both ends, this is where you'll see the real pronounced difference in approach between Parkinson and Rizvi.
Great to see, isn't it? 2 leg spinners in cahoots.
Reverse sweep there from McManus. Played out towards deep point for the single. I don't think it's the first time we're going to see it in this match either. Of course, Yuzi Jahel and the debutant Ariman Varma. Really excited to see him today. Got plenty to talk about with his journey. It's now for Kent. It's quite an important passage of the game. Their leg spinners can get a couple of wickets. Really would put Northamptonshire under the pump.
Tidy comeback over so far from Matt Parkinson. Not a lot of flight. He's found his line very well.
Very wristy shot that, wasn't it, from Addy Sharma? Down towards Ben Dawkins. Very tidy start indeed, this. For Matt Parkinson's return over. Just 2 runs from the opening 5 balls. A tale as old as time, though. You've got to finish off your over strong. It's no good if this last delivery goes for 4 or 6. Indeed, he does finish well. So 2 runs off the over. Northamptonshire now 160 for 4 and 31. Discussions already being had between Mo Rizvi and Harry Finch. This really now does have the makings of a fascinating next few overs. Leg spin from both ends, testing both edges of the bats. How to McManus and Sharma approach this. Just looking at the rest of the batting lineup, still got Rob Keogh, the experience of him to come, Dom Leach, Ariman Varma, who can bat a little bit, tends to prefer to hit a couple of early boundaries. And it's Yuzi Jahel and Nirvan Ramesh.
These 2 will be happy, you know, if they can just go along at 5 and 6 and over for the next 4 or 5 overs. Just find a way to score against Matt Parkinson. You know, they might get the odd 4 ball here and there if they can put those away, but just rotate the strike as well as they can. Tick along, try and get up towards 200. Next 6 or 7 overs.
It's gone straight up. Rizvi appealing for the leg before. He just could not get around in time.
Wickets in hand is going to be crucial, isn't it? With perhaps an inexperienced tail.
Right, most definitely will be.
you just need Adi Sharma to go deep, don't we? You know, that's the key. Bat deep.
One nicely played by Lewis McManus.
You know, he's 80 off, 83, nearly run a ball. He's going to be the best opportunity, I think, of posting a big score. If he bats deep into the 50 overs, it's going to be crucial for Steelbacks to post a competitive total.
Straight back to the bowler. A bit of a bump ball there as Rizvi takes in a little bit of theatre. Will remain a dot ball. How can he finish out this over? Sharma goes with a big heave across the line. Will be a dot ball to finish what is a very tight over from Mo Rizvi. Just 2 runs from it. Steelbacks 162 for 4 after 32 overs.
Last 2 overs gone for 4 or 5, something like that. Just dealing in singles. A few too many dot balls, perhaps. Just feel as though there's a little bit of pressure building, and that sort of manifested itself in that shot from Adi Sharma there. He was just trying to break the shackles and heave one over deep square leg or deep mid wicket with a slog sweep. These last couple of overs have just stymied the Steelbacks' hopes of pushing up past 5, 5.5 and up to 6 runs per over.
Sweep shot executed. Lewis McManus has nailed that one down towards Graham White, who does the fielding. Oh, he's still got it. There's Graham. Wonderful spin bowler. He'll be enjoying this little battle out there. I tell you what, the Northants fans will be enjoying that shot. Lewis McManus, really well timed and well placed. Now he goes for the reverse. Just beats the edge of the bats.
It's a decent option, though, because just that one man in short behind points on the 45, you beat him, it's 4. And that's necessitated a field change the last 2 shots, I think, because long on has come up. Deep square leg's gone back.
A flight on that one, and he's clean bowled him. McManus went for another sweep, a delicate lap around the corner, completely misses out, and Matt Parkinson has his first wicket of the game. Northants lose their 5th. The Steelbacks 166 for 5. And that was the pressure telling, wasn't it, Sam Turner?
Yeah, I thought with the first sweep that would just release a little bit of pressure, and I think perhaps if he connected with the reverse sweep as well, I think he'd been happy. But just the cardinal sin there of leaving leg stump open and trying to sweep, and unfortunately no pad in the way, and that has brought about the demise of Lewis McManus, which is a shame because that partnership was rattling along at a decent click. He's playing a good ball to Adi Sharma, rotating the strike, and there was a bit of fluency there. Now it's down to Rob Keogh to come and partner Adi and hopefully build another sizable partnership which will propel the Steelbacks plus 300, hopefully.
Well, that is the hope. And Rob Keogh, one of the most reliable players at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, a firm fan favourite in this neck of the woods. Came into the competition in good form, didn't he? Scored that 125 not outs against Derbyshire in the last championship match. But 3 scores of 23, 15 and 7 are certainly not a reflection of what this man is capable of. One of the most well-respected figures in county cricket. I imagine he'll play a big role as well with his bowling. The off-spin option needs some runs on the board. I think a lot of responsibility now does lie on Rob Keogh as that experienced figurehead.
Yeah, it's just been frustrating, hasn't it? Every time the Steelbacks look as though they're taking a grip on the game with a partnership that's going places, they lose a wicket, and that undoes all the good work that's happened in the previous overs. There just always seems to be a little bit of a repair job required. I know that's cricket, and I know that's one-day cricket. It can happen, but instead of just producing that one partnership of like 150 or 100 in fast time, which can really take the game away from Kent, just hasn't quite happened. They haven't just really put the foot down.
That one well left by Rob Keogh.
2 times to leave, isn't there?
Thankfully for Northants, that was the good type. Well read on both the line and length. Oh, just evades the grasp of the fielder. So will be a single to round out. Been a very good 3-over spell this for Kent. Just 5 runs off that Matt Parkinson over. And another key wicket, that of the Northants captain, Lewis McManus, out for 12 runs. And well, we said it, didn't we? From 128 for 3 to 167 for 5, the game now looks very different indeed. Just see that ball from Matt Parkinson. Absolute ripper. Really nice delivery that. McManus just played down the wrong line on that occasion. Will be Mo Rizvi to continue.
Yeah, it'd be ruining not getting his pad in the way of that one. He's the sort of second line in defence on that sweep shot, which is the cardinal sin, unfortunately. And we just saw this a touch on Sunday, didn't we? Sometimes the innings is just stalls for that, 5-6 overs, and we don't seem to be able to break the shackles, especially with the spinners on. And look, it's not an issue that's confined to Steelbacks batting. It happens plenty of games of cricket in all spheres.
Oh, that one's short, Rizvi. Went for the appeal.
But they died in the hole a little bit, didn't they, in the last 5 overs of their innings against Sussex. It's just important they don't allow the initiative to completely go here. It's better.
It brings Adi Sharma back on strike. Already a career best this for the 19-year-old. Is that one down towards long on for 1 run. Yeah, you take his runs out of the equation. It really could be a very, very different score. But then again, you look at the spin options that Northamptonshire have. Definitely fancy their chances in this game.
But you've got to post that competitive total, haven't you? That takes out that cameo that we saw, well, a bit more than a cameo on Sunday from Sussex, but that blistering start where they're 7, 8 and over through the first 10 overs, essentially, just takes any jeopardy away from the game. You've got to give your spinners something to work with, and fear of getting out is one of their biggest assets, really, when they're floating, and using the flight of the leg spinner or the off spin options that the Steelbacks have. You've got to tease, and it's a mental game with the batter, isn't it? The fear of giving your wicket away in a run chase.
Now, I do think that we're set for a really fascinating contest, aren't we? Of course, with all those spin options for Northampton's. Early wickets will, of course, be the order of the day. We saw that with Joey Everson earlier on. Career best 3 for 36. Parkinson returns here from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Good little spell this for Kent. I think the last 4 overs have gone, what, 12, 13, something like that?
11.
11.
11 runs, yeah, from the last 25 deliveries.
My maths always was awful.
Parkinson again looking to get plenty of flight on that one. But yeah, the run rate has been dragged back as a result. just hovering a touch above 4.9. Sharma again utilises the feet very adeptly. Moves on to 82 from 89.
6 and over from here is 260, 265, something along those lines. 290 wasn't defendable on Sunday. It's a worn pitch, another 100 overs on it, probably another, well, will be another 50. You can probably drag that back a little bit, but 275 and upwards is going to be the minimum requirement, you'd think. Last outfield.
Keogh just plays that with a nice straight bat. And towards Ben Dawkins.
Parkinson just got another couple of overs after this.
Well, that is the interesting thing. It's when the change bowlers come on after this trial by spin. Parkinson goes up in appeal. It's tickled the outside edge of Adi Sharma's bats. The former Lancashire man has worked his magic to tremendous effect here at Wantage Road. He's put the ball on a string for these last 3 overs. And Matt Parkinson now has figures of 2 for 33. It's a smart take by the keeper, Harry Finch. And Adi Sharma's excellent knock comes to an end on a career best 82 from 90 deliveries. Included 8 fours and a 6 to boot. A monster 6 as well, might we just say, which thudded against the signal box here at the County Ground, Northampton. Unfortunately for the hosts, his day has come to an end. Just looking back on that, maybe potentially came off the glove. It was definitely high there, but in the end, Parkinson does get the breakthrough. Steelbacks 171 for 6.
In fairness to Adi Sharma, it's a good delivery, and bowlers are entitled to bowl them, and it's just caught either the top of the bat, the glove, whatever. But Matt Parkinson's got him out. He hasn't got himself out. He hasn't thrown his wicket away. But we were just saying, you know, just straight after that drinks break, well positioned the Steelbacks, and what have they lost? 3 wickets since then, from 128 for 3 to 171 for 6. It's a good delivery. You know, bowlers are entitled to bowl them. It's a pitch that's receptive to spin. Matt Parkinson's in a really good rhythm. They both are from both ends. The runs have dried up somewhat. There's been a bit of pressure coming. And I don't think the Steelbacks have known whether to stick or twist here, whether to, right, we've got to carry on going hard and try and get to 300. Don't think they're quite sure what a good score is. And that comes from losing games, unfortunately.
Well, Rizvi here floods the pads of Rob Keogh, and Mo Rizvi, at long last, has got a richly deserved wicket in professional cricket. That will feel ever so special to the 17th graduates of the South Asian Cricket Academy, formerly of the Oxford MCCU. He's trialled at a number of counties over the years, played many a game of second 11 cricket, handed this chance by the Kent Spitfires, and he has repaid the faith that the club have put in him. Northants lose their 7th. The Steelbacks now really in a spot of bother on 171 for 7. So we just take a look at the replay there. Feet were planted by Keogh, and look at that celebration for Mo Rizvi. That has been an awful long time in the making. As I said, he's trialled at so many different clubs. Works tirelessly at Saka, was there since 2022. And that wicket, well, I imagine that'll hold a very near and dear place in his heart.
Yeah, fabulous. Great achievement by the young man. 43 for 4 in 10 overs, I think, since the drinks break. I think that was a prophetic mistake there. Yeah, 43 for 4, unfortunately. Steelbacks capsizing a little bit here at Wantage Road, which is disappointing to see. They did look so well set with Adi Sharma and Stuart van der Merwe going exceptionally well. Obviously, van der Merwe got out to Leeming, the over after the drinks break. Be careful here. The drinks break, and unfortunately, that has then set in motion a sort of a catastrophic collapse in many respects. And Mo Risby has his first wicket, and Rob Keogh is the victim. And 171 for 7 Steelbacks after being fairly well placed.
Yep. Far from ideal. This is Ariman Varma on his list A debut. Club debut as well for the Northamptonshire Steelbacks. Of course, has played in the GSL for the Dubai Capitals. High score of 5 not out in that competition. Facing off here against Mo Risby.
Ooh.
Gets off the mark in fine fashion indeed. Lovely square drive.
A little bit of width there from Risby, and Ariman Varma has seized on that and caressed it through point for a single, and a very confident start from him.
Very confident indeed. Yet to be dismissed in professional cricket is Ariman Varma. Well, that's close from Mo Risby. The reaction of keeper and Fred Clarkson in the slips as well says an awful lot.
Gone very passive, haven't they, Steelbacks? Middle order, unfortunately, and the leg spinners have just been able to bowl with impunity, really, and just find their line, their lengths. And they've loved it out there the last 5-6 overs.
2 noises there. Just has been unbelievable pressure exerted by Risby and Parkinson, though. Slightly quicker. That one was Risby. Let's see how he rounds out this over. Invites the drive from Dom Leach. Can only go as far as Jaden Denley. He rings the wrist. That'll be the ends. Quite excellent over from Mo Risby. Just the 1 run conceded. Of course, the big wicket of Rob Keogh. From here on out, Sam, it doesn't get any easier, does it? Of course, Matt Parkinson coming back onto bowl.
2 more to bowl.
Let's just take a look at the replay of this wicket.
Yeah. I think Rob Keogh was nearly walking. Absolutely plumb, unfortunately. And thoughts of 275 seem a distance away now, don't they? Unfortunately. But can they scramble to 225 or 250? 14 overs remaining. Just something to give the spinners something to bowl at.
Oh, Varma's played that one exceptionally well. Just guides it down towards the backward point. Felt as though time stood still for a moment. There was the dive from Mo Risby. Couldn't quite get across. And what a way that is to get your first boundary in a Northant shirt. Just caressed it.
Doesn't lack confidence, does he, Varma? Beautifully executed square drive to get off the mark, and then a nice little back cut for 4.
Goes for the sweep shot. Parkinson immediately up in appeal. This is something you'll see from Ariman, what he's done in second 11 cricket. Likes to take the attack to the spinners.
He's got little to lose now.
Well, that one's beaten him. All ends up, though. Parkinson continues to mesmerise here at Wantage Road.
Parkinson wishing that this was a strip he bowled on every week.
1-2 full. It's pushed out towards the aforementioned Rizvi for one. And he's just got his length spot on, hasn't he? I know on that delivery, he's overcorrected. Maybe the eyes have lit up. He's gone, right, young debutant on strike here. Let's try and bring those stumps into play. But just taking pace off, allowing the wicket to do all of the work here is Matt Parkinson.
There's certainly something for him to work with, which helps. You know, there's question marks in the batsman's mind. You wonder whether they're reading him or Mo Rizvi particularly well. I'm not convinced they have. But once you put that seed of doubt in a batsman's mind that they can't read you and there is going to be some appreciable turn, not every delivery, but the odd one, then becomes very difficult to use your feet, get down the track. And that's something that the Steelbacks really haven't done for the last 6 or 7 overs, haven't used their feet, haven't looked to take the attack to these leg spinners at all. They've just been quite passive, tried to nudge and nurdle the singles, got the sweep out occasionally. Lewis McManus pulled one off to good effect, and then was bowled next ball, so couldn't seem to sustain any momentum. And there's just been no momentum created really through this latter part of the innings once Stuart van der Merwe was dismissed.
Varma carves that away down towards deep backward point. Yeah, just to hammer that point home about momentum, 20 runs have been scored from 7.1 overs. So
since these two came together and started bowling.
Just goes to show how quickly things can change.
Oh.
One.
I don't think Rob Leach has picked a delivery of Mo Rizvi's yet. That's 2 leaves that have virtually shaved the off stump.
Just needs to settle here, doesn't he, Dom? Just push forward on one, make the pitch of it. Tickles that one around the corner. Varma has to be quick.
And is. Very well run. I think you'd say about Varma, he doesn't look a number 9. He looks a well-organised player. You know, I've only seen 6 balls of him, but he looks very comfortable, composed, and looks like he can play all the way around wicket.
Having seen quite a bit of him for the twos, he is someone who can start his innings like that. Just he likes to bring the slog sweep into play as well. Oh, as he late cuts that one, doesn't get any bat on it. But that has been his downfall at times. He's gone a little bit too aggressive too early.
Right.
Whereas here, even though he's on debut, he's a smart lad. He's an intelligent man, is Harry Man. Just got to play the situation. Again, he goes for a carbon copy of the last shot, and that again is ever such a tight over from Mo Rizvi. Just 1 run off the bat and a leg by conceded. He now has 1 for 17 from his 6 overs. And I spoke about his journey just for those who maybe don't know much about Mo. So he started out in the Middlesex age groups, went on to play twos cricket for Surrey, Glamorgan, Essex as well. Then went and played in the national counties for Hertfordshire. And of course, as we touched upon, made his first class debut for the Oxford MCCU in 2019. Never quite made it, unfortunately. Came back, joined Saka in 2022, was with them basically from the start, has been there tirelessly for the past 3 years, and got given his chance at Kent this season. Parkinson invites the big shots from Dom Leach, who wallops him down towards deep mid-wicket. And that's more like it from Dom Leach.
Yeah, and it's just down to length, isn't it? I think Dom Leach has said enough's enough here. I've been poking and prodding around, trying to read the googly or the leg spinner from Mo Rizvi. This is up in my arc and it's going to disappear. And it's necessitated a field change with deep backward square coming up into the ring and sort of deep mid-wicket for the slog sweep going out. It just needs 8 to 10 overs of intent, even if Steelbacks get bowled out, just something to take some positive intent and some momentum into the second innings of the game, really, rather than just getting sort of shot out for 180, 190.
Well, it's
Well,
another
that's
sweep
6.
attempted. That is going for 6. Indeed it is. Sails over the advertising hoarding. Dom Leach.
He's
Well,
jumped out of the bunker, hasn't he, Dom Leach? Fantastic. 2 beautifully struck shots, very clean hitting. The initiative.
oh, that'll be frustrating as a leg spinner. Yeah, those 2 early boundaries and then a well-played defensive shot. Has just eaten into Parkinson's figures here, but he's done a really good job providing some middle over control. Leach again just slaps that one away. Down towards Jaden Denley. Remains just a single. It does beg the question, of course, from that 31st over, was the approach the best one from Northants? Sat very deep in the crease, a little bit defensive. Parkinson beats the outside edge of Varma's bat with the leg break. Is it the wise decision to not try and take the attack to Parkinson and or Rizvi? A lot easier said than done, though. Varma just tucks himself up, and that will be the end of Matt Parkinson's spell in this encounter. The former Lanksman finishes with good figures of 2 for 50. Northamptonshire now 191 for 7, and they were key wickets at a crucial time.
They were. Yeah, Adi Sharma and Lewis McManus, the 2 players that look well set and look well set in taking the Steelbacks to a very competitive total, both dismissed. Yeah, he travelled a little bit on the last over. 2 very good shots, though, from Dom Leach, and hopefully that started the fight back for the Steelbacks, and they can get on top of whoever's going to replace Matt Parkinson at this end.
Rizvi to Leach. Well, just maintaining the status quo. I think of the 2, Dom Leach as the more experienced operator has gone, right, I'll be the one to up the ante.
Yeah, it's a difficult equation, really, isn't it? Certainly for these 2, but when the Steelbacks were going along quite nicely and the leg spinners came on, 4 down, is all out attack the way to go, or is the way to go just try and pick up your 4s and 5s? Nicely driven.
Oh, that's taken a wicked bobble.
Oh,
It goes for 4.
that is unfortunate, to be fair. Wearing that on his chest. Hey, can you sing?
Oh, I tell you what, that has risen markedly, hasn't it? Wicked bounce. Desperately unfortunate there for Singh. Varma pops it in the same place. And this time immediately goes to ground. So we've seen that a couple of times, though, of course, down from this end of the ground. Those straight shots off the practice wickets.
I guess it's the dry weather as well, isn't it? I'd just say that 6 or 7 over period, just tentative, weren't they? Steelbacks, instead of being proactive and thinking, okay, let's try and hit one of these 2 out the attack.
Well, Leach sweeps that around the corner, and he's absolutely crunched it. Great way for Northamptonshire to reach the team 200s. And Dom Leach, well, this is a very handy cameo from the Northants seamer.
Because it looked for the first 6 or 8 balls of his innings like he couldn't lay a bat on either of the leggies, particularly. He couldn't read Rizvi. He was really struggling to play any sort of shot of any attacking intent. But the last 5, 6 balls been a revelation. 3 strong sweeps have accrued 14 runs.
End of an entertaining over. That goes for 10.
Mm.
Steelbacks now 201 for 7. And look at that partnership already. 30 from 29, of course, 201 for 7. You're not saying that Northamptonshire are in a commanding position, but partnerships like this, from the middle to lower order, does just frustrate. And this is interesting. It will be spin to continue then from the Lynn Wilson centre ends. Parkinson bowled out. It will be Jaden Denley.
I haven't seen him bowl before, I must admit.
Left arm
Yeah.
finger spinner is Jaden.
Looks a good option with two right-handers at the crease. I think they'll both be proactive now. They look as though they've got into that frame of mind, Leach and Varma, that they're going to start attacking, and there's no point just dying in the hole. Just be proactive, try and knock these spinners off their length.
Here is Denley for the first time, bowling to Ariaman Varma. Denley having a real breakthrough campaign in a Kent shirt. Varma goes for the sweep. Given there by the umpire. Shorts got away. Little bit of indecision there between the two fielders as Chris Benjamin gives chase. There is the lightning fast nature of this Wantage Road outfield. Whistles away for 4. And Ariaman Varma moves on to 16 from 16 deliveries.
Perfectly bisected those two fielders, hasn't he? 5 yards either side, and he's probably been strangled out and caught. And Jaden Denley has his 4th wicket of this this competition. But no, bisected them perfectly. And, the partnership goes on.
That one dipped in with the arm ball. Yeah, he bowled very nicely against Warwickshire. 2 for 56 against the Bears. 1 for 27 against Lancashire.
90 in that game as well, wasn't it? So that was a good all-round performance.
It was a terrific few days for the youngster. Got his first career list A 50 against Warwickshire. Then followed up with that career best 91 against Lancs.
Push that.
Was always going to be a single there. Didn't quite have the desired output with the bat, did he? Against Middlesex, gone for 10 runs and, well, didn't bowl. But here he is then, rounding out his first over. It goes for 7, and the Steelbacks 208 for 7 after 41.
Well, I'll probably touch on it more when he's batting, but he did face Toby Rowland-Jones for most of his 6 or 7 over spell. And he got it going round corners that day, so I don't think there's any disgrace in him not making many in that game against Middlesex. But up to that point, he'd been in very good nick. A couple of sizable contributions and looks very tidy with the ball as well. Somerset 199 for 6 with 10 overs to go.
Oh, wow. Well, they've done okay to...
There were 6 for 2, so they've, and 21 for 3, so they've recovered pretty well. Let's hope we see a similar renaissance at Wantage Road.
Well, the key here between these two, just try and take it deep if you can. One of the things that Darren Lehman really wants to see from this side is plenty of grit and fight.
Just be into his 8th now, so just 2 more after this. Be interesting to see where Harry Finch goes for the remainder of the overs at the far end.
Leach cracks another scintillating sweep, this time in front of, well, out towards mid-wicket, in fact. I was going to say square leg. He's absolutely rifled that, though, down towards the boundary rope, just to the left-hand side of the Groundsman shed. Take a look at the replay there. Well, he smoked that one for 4.
Extremely productive shot this afternoon, hasn't it, for Dom Leach? I wouldn't say it's his only area of scoring, but it's certainly his most prominent.
By my calculation as well, I believe that was also 100 career runs in list day cricket for Dom Leach. Has a high score of 23 in the formats.
I think he's played that shot 4 times, hit 3 4s and a 6. He's tried to plug the gap now with the deep mid wicket gone out.
We've seen that quite a few times, haven't we, from Mo Rizvi? Who quietly is having quite the game. And it's just a touch over 4 runs per over at this stage. Leach advances down the track. Wallops it down towards long off. That will be a single to round out the over. Northamptonshire 213 for 7. Leach on 23 and Aryaman Varma on 17.
Very, very handy resurgence from these two. Certainly give the Steelbacks something to bowl at if they can prolong this and, as you say, take it deep. Lost a 7th wicket at 171. 40 they've put on in 7 overs, touch under 6 and over.
Here is Denley to Leach. Slightly spooned up. Will just be the single taken.
I think Varma doesn't believe in doing his run in the first too hard compared to some of his predecessors who head up and down the wicket, turning 1s into 2s.
He's played some really nice shots though, hasn't he?
He looks a very organised, composed batsman, yeah. He looks a batsman, doesn't look like a number 9. And I know modern one-day teams bat a long way down and you know, Dom Leach is obviously very, very useful with the bat. Knows his areas to score, but Varma looks very cultured.
Most certainly does. Another single there for Dom Leach. Moves him on to 24, and this will be a new career best for the Northampton seamer. And it is an interesting observation you make there because it is almost chalk and cheese or fire and ice between these two. You saw Dom Leach straight away turned very quickly at the top of his apex. Whereas Varma was jogging.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's one aspect of his game that you could probably have a look at. When you look at all these predecessors that, you know, Adi Sharma, Stuart van der Merwe. Oh, super shot.
That is a super shot. Does it have enough to beat the fielder? No, it doesn't. Dawkins is there. So 2 more runs scored. And this is turning into a very handy cameo, isn't it?
It is.
Dom Leach.
It very much is, yeah. 26 from 27. Partnership now up to 218, 29, 47. 6 or 7 more, say 7 more overs. If they could perhaps score at 6 and over, another 42, that's 260. With wear and tear, you know, 275 would be a good score. It just depends on the first 10 overs. They set the tone, don't they? If Kent follow the Sussex playbook, take on the new ball, take on the Steelbacks seamers to start with, try and get ahead of the run rate, that then negates the jeopardy, as I say, when the spinners come on.
Varma there just threading all between the gap. The strike rotating and a very handy partnership this. 48 now. Well, Lee, straight as an arrow. 4 runs, and that's an emphatic way to bring up the 50 partnership between Dom Leach and Aryaman Varma. Leach in the partnership has contributed 30 of those, Varma with the other 20. And it's come at a decent click as well. 49 deliveries, so as though the game's just ebbing and flowing. These two getting on at a decent rate.
I think Mo Rizvi was quite happy he didn't get his hands to that one because that was smoked. Just, you know, you'd love to have seen a bit of this positive intent when the top order batters were going. But anyway, it's a good renaissance.
He's slightly dragged down in length. Is Leach quick enough? I think he is. And went with the underarm, trying to almost relay it there to the bowler Rizvi. Leach does survive. Steelbacks 224 for 7.
That was cheeky. Didn't look one on there, did they?
I don't think anything is topping that 2 that we saw earlier, though,
No.
between Van der Merwe and Sharma, where Klaassen must have been a couple of metres away from the stumps. Crunched out towards deep point by Varma. And after slightly shaky patch from overs 30 to 40, Dom Leach and Aryaman Varma just providing some assurance here. Leach again goes for the sweep. And that shot with excellent consistency.
Nailed it pretty much every time he's attempted it, hasn't he? Another profitable, fruitful over. 8 from it. Just building some momentum into this second innings as well now. 226 for 7. It's just great that the Steelbacks didn't capsize at 171 for 7. The leggies on, causing plenty of damage and mischief. Just looked as though that innings, well, this innings was going one way, didn't it? But they've arrested that decline. Positive in the last 7 or 8 overs. Posted the 50 partnership, and the 2 of them have worked well together.
Here is Jaden Denley into his 3rd over. Straight away, Dom Leach. Oof. Well, he's nailed that one straight into the spectators. 1 bounce over the rope for 4. And Dom Leach continues on his merry way here.
Might get him on my drive. He swept that well today. Unbelievable. There wouldn't be a scrap on there. Fantastic. Very clean hitting, isn't it? You know, as I say, from that tentative start where he was poking and prodding, he's just adopted a more positive approach.
Then there it is. There it is. The bane of every spinner up and down the country. You get crunch for a boundary. You think there's another opportunity coming up. Leach just closes the gates. Though he goes for another big swing there.
That's the first one he's missed. It was thrown wider and a little bit with a bit more flight by Jaden Denley, and just got a bit more bounce.
Well, Leach goes for the reverse, and he's been clean bowled. So Jaden Denley has got his first wickets of the encounter, and Dom Leach has to go for a dashing, barnstorming, and highly entertaining 36 from 35. Included 5 4s and 1 6. It's a new career best for the former Yorkshire man. Northamptonshire now 230 for 8. But even though it's come to a rather swift end, I should imagine when someone's going out there trying to up the ante, Sam, in the bigger scheme of things, really has been a very, very useful knock that from Dom Leach.
Yeah, super innings, super contribution. Bit of a shame, really, that he got out because it was a premeditated shot, and he might have been better trying to utilize his normal sweep and hit it into the stands as he has done before. But anyway, can't blame him for trying the innovation, and he obviously saw it as an area that he could target. And unfortunately, that 59-run partnership has come to an end, but still 5 overs. So we'll see whether they can add more power to that total, push it up past 250 if possible, and towards 260, 270.
So in comes the Northants number 10. It will be Yuzi Chahel. The entertainer is Yuzi. Not so much in terms of smacking big sixes, but just in terms of his approach. He'll be looking to be positive here.
I think it's important that Varma bats through if there's or very deep into the last over, because that's the only way that sort of Northampton's probably going to accrue another 40 odd.
Well, Yuzi Chahal has to go for a golden duck. Jaden Denley gets his second. He now moves on to a hat-trick. That'll be some way for the Spitfires to wrap up proceedings in this first innings. He's just gone straight through. Charles completely misread it. Well, the stumps have been disturbed. Northants, within a matter of minutes, now 9 wickets down. As we see the replay here, he's just yorked himself.
Yep. Unfortunately, Steelbacks have lost wickets in clutches, haven't they? You know, having got to 42 for 1, they're then 53 for 3, they get to 128 for 3, they're then 171 for 6, 171 for 7. Another little partnership, then they've lost 2 in 2 balls here. They've just got to make sure somehow that this doesn't end all too abruptly. Need another little mini partnership here of perhaps 20 or 30 even, just to give them something to bowl at. Early wickets then will be crucial, but they've got 250, 260 to bowl at. It's something on a wearing pitch.
Most definitely is. And again, it is a game of 2 innings, isn't it? So we just take a look at the replay while Nirvan Ramesh comes out into the middle. It's well bowled that from Denley, in fairness to him.
Flight. Flight and dip, but yeah. I suppose he's bowling at number 10, isn't he?
Well, here we go then. Jaden Denley on a hat-trick. Neither one slip here. Ramesh on strike, pushes forward to it. Just guides it. Down past Mo Rizvi. Should be 2 runs, indeed it is. Slightly anticlimactic way to finish the over. Won't be a hat-trick, but it will be another couple of valuable runs for the Steelbacks. Northamptonshire 232 for 9 after 45.
Yeah, off the mark, Ramesh. He actually turned as if he'd never turned for a second run before. The way that he ran back for the second. But look, he got forward. He's very decisive in his footwork. Picked up 2, and Farmer has the bowling for the last 5 overs. And wouldn't it be lovely if these yielded more than the 22 that they managed to yield on Sunday against Sussex? But fingers crossed, Farmer. I'm not saying bat time, but it's still 30 balls, and a runner ball, or even 20 off these final 5 overs, just psychologically will make a little bit of a difference. Get shot out now with 45 overs bowled, then it just gives the upper hand to Kent.
That one slipped in by Mo Rizvi. Heading down towards the boundary rope, will be cut off by Matt Parkinson, and I think that's the sensible move. Keep it down to 2 runs. That is gun barrel straight, isn't it, from Ariman Varma. Just read the delivery there from Mo Rizvi.
All class, wasn't it? Didn't try and hit it too hard. Just punched it back over the bowler's head. Nice big gap behind the bowler. 1 bounce 4. Beautifully played.
Yeah, proper shot that, isn't it? A little bit of frustration there for Varma. Missed out slightly there on the drag down.
Trying to hit it wider, wasn't he? A long on. There's a big gap there out at cow corner. Could have found him 4. Plus, of course, he hasn't got the bowling.
This now is big with Nirvan Ramesh on strike. Didn't bat against Durham, of course, so this is the first time we're seeing him bat in professional cricket.
Well, he's going at 200 runs per 100 balls at the moment. So he's made a bright start. Textbook.
Well, this is the advantage if these two are playing spin. Both of them are spinners, and this tends to be the case. Spinners tend to play spin pretty well because you know the tips and tricks and the... There you go, Ramesh just tries to launch that over the top.
Unfortunately, he's pinched the ball. Oh, we have a run-out opportunity. Tail enders running. These two need to be a bit alive here and nick the one.
That's really well played.
Yeah. Didn't think that was the brightest cricket from Kent, actually. That one was a little bit too easy to find. Surely they would have been better off trying to keep Nirvan Ramesh on strike there.
So that is the end of Mo Rizvi's 10 overs. Really, really well bowled, and I must say I'm delighted to see him get his first wicket as a professional. Just kept it nice and tight. Thought that both he and Matt Parkinson, well, they just kept it metronomic, didn't they? I mean, 1 for 49, and for Parkinson, 2 for 50. Very valuable contributions for those. I think Harry Finch, as the captain, will be delighted with how the two leggies have gone.
Yeah, and Parkinson bowled 36 dots as well. So it just shows you the odd bad ball really did get punished in defence of the Steelbacks.
Big cross bat heave attempted there by Ariman Varma.
He was about 2 seconds too quick through that shot, wasn't he? Still 4 overs to go, 23 balls. Go. He's a better player than the big wild swing across the line, isn't he? You know, quite classy players. He's been well coached, got good eye, good hand-eye coordination.
Works that one down towards the backward square leg. Corey Flintoff doing the fielding on that occasion. Here you go, the field now being brought in. Steady again looking to fire in a Yorker, utilise that natural angle, bring those stumps into play as he did against Yuzi Chahel.
Been a very handy little spell from him, to be honest, because he's made up the overs that perhaps Jack Leaning could have perhaps bowled. You know, into his 4th over now, and he gone for 18, couple of wickets.
He
He only bowled 5 balls there. Did he bowl 6?
Well, that's the confusion, isn't it?
I thought he only bowled 5 balls. My maths has never been the strongest.
That is the end of the over then.
Allegedly.
And there will be change of approach here then from the David Capel ends. Fred Claassen, the Dutch international left arm seamer, back into the mix. Thought both he and Joey Everson did a nice job earlier on. Everson, of course, the pick of the bowlers arguably today. 3 for 36. Feels like a lifetime ago that we were saying about his spell, but
yeah,
that put Kent in exactly the desired position. But Claassen as well, none for 29. Conceded a couple of boundaries. Starts off very nicely here against Ariman Varma. Just to give a little bit more context, actually, about Ariman. So He's been educated at Eton. And he's been under the tutelage of both Tim Roberts and Richard Montgomery, who, for those around this part of the country, they are synonymous with Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. One down the leg side, wide will be signalled. But as you said, Sam, he looks very technically correct, doesn't he? Yeah. I think the performances that I've seen in the twos does need to be contextualised by the fact that it's been second 11 T20. It's not been 50 over cricket or red ball cricket. That one, a great catch. Absolutely superb stuff that from Corey Flintoff. And that will bring about the end of the innings here at Wantage Road. Ariman Varma departs for 30. And Northamptonshire have been bowled out for 243 runs. Fred Clarkson gets the last one. Let's take a second look at this absolute stunner from Corey Flintoff. To make up the grounds. Also to get the elbows out of the way once he makes the dive onto the turf. And I tell you what, the Kent Spitfires will be absolutely delighted to get Northamptonshire from 128 for 3 at one point. That's at the 25th over with Van der Merwe and Adi Sharma going very nicely. Well, they bowled them out for 243. And just before we take a quick look at the tail of the tape, Sam, who do you think will be the happier of the two sides at this stage?
I think the Spitfires, most definitely. Flintoff, he had the old trademark Flintoff throwaway as well afterwards, didn't he? Great hands, bucket hands like his dad. Obviously got a good set of hands on him and took the catch well. It was a shame for Ariane Varma, who was going well. It was a very handy 30 that he put together there at the back end of the innings and shepherded Northants to 243. It's probably 20 or 30 short, but early wickets, and if they can just stop giving away those 4 balls that blighted their bowling challenge against Sussex, and they could still be in this game.
Well, they could be, and it is a tale as old as time, isn't it? Early wickets, we saw that from Joey Everson, almost laid that marker, didn't he, with those early scalps of Luke Proctor and James Sales, of course, went on to finish with those career best figures of 3 for 36. There was a nice rebuild, though, wasn't there, between Stuart Van der Merwe, Adi Sharma, the latter of whom scoring a career best 82 from 19. You thought at one stage, well, Northants in the ascendancy on 128 for 3. But then the leg spin came into effect. Matt Parkinson and Mo Rizvi, 3 wickets between them and a couple of wickets late on for Jayden Denley has ultimately restricted the Steelbacks to 243 all out. So work to be done here for the home side.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we paint the picture 128 for 3 to 171 for 7, but they then rallied and added 72 for the last 3 wickets, which has at least given them something to bowl at here. As you say, probably the game rests on whether they can make any early incursions and how the leg spinners bowl, but just creating a little bit of pressure is going to be the key, and hopefully keeping the ball away from the pads of Dawkins and Denley and seeing it disappear to all parts. But Dawkins is probably going to be the key man. He was a man that set off like a house on fire against Middlesex earlier on this week, scores at a good rate, punishes loose deliveries quite avariciously. So he's going to be one of the main early wickets, I think, that the Steelbacks are looking to snap up and snare very early doors.
Well, that is the aim of the game, isn't it? Early breakthroughs and not allowing partnerships to develop with real size and substance. So we will take a quick break here on the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream. From myself, Aaron Viles, and Sam Turner alongside me. We hope that you've enjoyed the coverage for the first innings. And we'll be back in around about 25 minutes as the Kent Spitfires look to chase down 244 runs to try and lift themselves off the bottom of the Group B table. Until then, we'll see you in a bit.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
Well, a very warm welcome back to Wantage Road, where we're just a couple of minutes away from the resumption of play. It's going to be the Kent Run Chase. The Spitfires require 244 runs for the victory. Will be Jaden Denley and Ben Dawkins opening up the batting for the visitors as they look to leapfrog Northamptonshire and climb off the bottom of the Group B table. So the two sides just making their way back out into the middle, along with the two umpires. And I think now is a nice time to introduce ourselves in case that you haven't been tuning in for the first 45 or so overs of the game. On commentary is myself, Aaron Viles, and alongside me is the excellent Sam Turner.
Thanks very much, Aaron. Yeah, looking forward to this afternoon. Basically, very interested to see how this pitch plays. This obviously had 150 overs on it, 3 innings so far. This will be the final 50, and just how much it actually starts to do. There were signs that it was very receptive to spin, certainly in the game against Sussex. We saw the leg spinners, although their ultimate figures went for around about 100 off the 20 overs. It felt like they bowled a little bit better than that, but there was a little bit of late order resistance from the home side that sort of put a bit of damage on those figures late on. But yeah, it's going to be a fascinating run chase. Fingers crossed the Steelbacks can just cut out those 4 balls that sort of characterised their bowling performance on Sunday against Sussex and let them get off to a flyer.
100%. It is. It's so key, isn't it, to not allow this game to just, well, slip from your grasp. And that was the case against Sussex. The fact is, Charlie Tia, Tom Haynes tore into the Northants bowlers. So here is Luke Proctor then to Ben Dawkins. First ball down the leg side, flicked away, and it will be a boundary. Ideal start that for Ben Dawkins and the Kent Spitfires, not so much for Luke Proctor and Northamptonshire. And that is some way to get the run chase off the mark.
Yes, I'm just hoping that doesn't set the tone and it's not more of the same from Sunday afternoon. But fingers crossed that's just one errant delivery and Luke Proctor can find his line very quickly.
Much better, much tighter, and you can see the presence of the two slips. Got Nirvan Ramesh down at deep third. Also got a long leg in place, not quite a deep fine leg as such. But Proctor here does need to be disciplined, especially with the line. With these two, anything on the onside off the pads, very easy pickings indeed.
It's that hard length that we were sort of after from the seamers, really. Just 4th, 5th stump, hard length, no width, and not full enough for Ben Dawkins to free the arms as well. So it's a better start now.
No, it definitely is. Dawkins advances, drives it down to Rob Keogh for no run. Have just made a slight observation as well. Ariman Varma currently wearing the pullover of Justin Broad. So if you do see the number 75 with Broad on the back, that is not Justin Broad. He's not playing today. It is the debutant, the 2024 Wisden Schools Cricketer of the Year. It's Ariman Varma, fresh off the back of a very useful 30 with the bat in hand. Full driven 4 runs. Easy as you like that from Ben Dawkins. Picked up the length very early, leans into the shots. That's the second boundary already of the run chase. Exquisite cricket.
Yeah, and Steelbacks fans are hoping this isn't going to be a case of deja vu after Sunday, where there was a lot of 4s struck, wasn't there, in the opening 10 to 12 overs by Messrs, Tier and Haynes.
Well, Proctor just drags back the length slightly compared to the previous delivery, and that will be the end of the opening over. Kent Spitfires 8 without loss, all 8 of those runs coming off the bats of the England under-19 Ben Dawkins, who, Sam, from what you've seen of him already, I mean, he's a very impressive young man, isn't he?
Yeah, he's obviously got good reach. He's quite a rangy opener with a high back lift. You know, he's a lad that sort of is very attack minded. 3 scores in this comp at the moment, made 8 against Warwickshire, 85 off 79 against Lancashire, and he got the Kent innings off to a blistering start against Middlesex as well with 48 off 54. So, you know, he's very proactive. They make a really good partnership. They complement each other well. You've got a smaller left-hander in Jaden Denley who's facing up now. Good left-hand, right-hand combination. It's almost like Duckett and Crawley, isn't it? You know, there are similarities between the two of them, most definitely. One's 18, one's 19. They're the future of Kent moving forward, really. And very exciting as well. Both of them like to play shots. I felt a little bit for Jaden Denley. He faced a lot of Toby Rowland-Jones in that opening passage of the game earlier on in the week, and he was getting quite exaggerated movement off the pitch. Whereas Ben Dawkins was at the other end and finding runs a lot easier to come by.
Well, just looking at these opening 8 or so deliveries, we haven't seen that monumental lateral movement, have we, from either Luke Proctor or indeed Dom Leach. Leach looking for some more wickets in this competition. He's only taken 2 so far. Of course, he will be brimming with a little bit more confidence, extra bit of mojo in his step today, coming off the bat of, well, what was a very entertaining 36 from 35 balls, included 5 fours and a 6, career best in the List A format, and it's just the injection of life, wasn't it, that Northamptonshire needed?
Yeah, and this is already a much better start than his spell or 2 spells on Sunday. Looks of a good line, his length looks better. There's some consistency, and that's induced a play miss outside of stump. Encouraging start from Dom. Yeah, and that 36 sort of built a foundation on his sweeping, didn't it? His slog sweeps, I think he'd got to 20 odd, and 18 of them had come through sort of mid-wicket area or square leg. Really clean hitting and helped propel Steelbacks up to 243, which didn't look likely at 171 for 7.
Thunders that into the hip of Jaden Denley, down towards Harry Mann-Farmer.
He was a bit quicker to that than he was running the first single when he was batting, but batted well, very assured. Doesn't look a number 9 by any stretch of the imagination, Harry Mann-Farmer. They've definitely, I mean, it hasn't been a great campaign, but there's definitely been some green shoots for the future, haven't there, in the performances that we've seen. Unfortunately, they don't all seem to come in the same game. There's been a case of, you know, where one batter's starred or one bowler's bowled well. They just haven't been backed up throughout the side. Hit them.
Shouts have hit them. Oh, goodness me.
Oh. And the ball's reared up and
well, it zipped off the surface, didn't it? And I think that has hit a very uncomfortable position indeed. I've seen that a couple of times today, especially out there at the deep point boundary from David Capel ends. Ball has just spat up at times.
yeah, and the throw came in. Unfortunately, he's up anyway. That's good.
Yeah, Nirvan Ramesh.
Nirvan Ramesh it is, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he'll be okay here. It's just hit him.
Just sort of under the chin, wasn't it? Almost like shoulder neck area. Just sort of kicked out of one of those wicket ends.
He's just having a little bit of work from the physio at the minute, is Nirvan. Thankfully, he does seem to be okay.
Mm. Would have been a close call on the run out, wouldn't it, if he had hit the stumps?
Yeah, Addy Sharman, wasn't it, with the initial throw. And I tell you what, that now, just for the fielders, everyone's got to be very, very aware of that. So we also saw it, of course, with the practice wickets, and that's what it's come off of. It's just spat up off the surface. But yeah, the extra bounce.
It's a nasty blow.
Dr. Bowles here to Dawkins.
I think that's a better length. I haven't seen a little bit of Dawkins recently. Loves the ball on the drive, hits powerfully down the V. Just that back of a length, I think. Round the wicket now to Jaden Dunley.
That's really nicely played from Joe Denley. Rises with the bounce, plays it very square of the wicket. The ball whistles away for 4 more runs. First real shot of anger, that from young Jaden Denley.
Beautifully timed, just that back foot punch, minimal effort, just all timing and very classical.
We just waited for it to sit up at a nice height for him to play the punch, didn't he?
Yeah, had plenty of time to rock back. Obviously, Luke Proctor, not express pace. Lively enough, but not express.
Brought about the immediate change in field as well. Gully in place, and Addy Sharma now moves out to a deep backward point position, just in case Denley wishes to go for that shot again.
It is difficult, you know, as an opening bowler, when you haven't got any lateral movement, you have to have your men in the circle. You're on quite a placid pitch with a fast outfield. It's a thankless task.
Good drop and run. Stuart van der Merwe has a dart. It's Dawkins, but...
Van der Merwe himself got hit, didn't he, going for a quick second. I think it was Clarkson that hit him. So 1 or 2 in the wars out there today. You feel like it's almost a damage limitation with the seamers, don't you? If you can just get away with going between 4 and 5 and over and then get the spinners on. You know, that's what Sussex did so well on Sunday. They got up to 7 and 8, and then they could just play the spinners on merits and just milk them in some respects.
Short ball there from Proctor. Too hot for McManus to handle. Just tips it over the bar. And to add further salt into the wound, that will be given as wides.
Good effort from Luke Proctor to get it that high. It was serious wheels there. Big effort ball from him. And he's a bit unlucky. It probably was a wide, to be fair.
Very interesting as well, isn't it? Almost mirrors the approach that Fred Clarkson decided to take early doors. I think there is a little bit more bounce down this side of the ground, bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre.
Yeah. Oh.
Almost induces the chop on. That will be the end of the over. Kent 18 without loss. Requirement 226 further runs off the remaining 47 overs. Required run rate, don't think that will really be an issue at this stage. Of course, the real definer there will be wickets. If a couple of wickets fall in the first 10 to 15 overs, then you might just see it begin to ramp up as visitors consolidate. But I think for Northamptonshire, it will be a case of, well, just get wickets and more wickets. trying to apply that pressure as early as humanly possible. Slightly shorter from Leach. Tempted pull shot there from Ben Dawkins.
Yeah, I think that endorsed your view as well. This end, the Lynn Wilson centre end, it just doesn't seem that exaggerated bounce, whereas a bit more tennis ball bounce, the other opposite end. Dom Leach has tried to bang that in, just hasn't got up, and Ben Dawkins has just clothed it to mid-wicket.
Cracking shot that from Ben Dawkins. That will run away for 4.
Touch of width, beautiful timing, despairing dive at just backward point. It's never really going to get near it. Just those long levers. And powerful bats these days, and you know, a combination of the two and fast outfield, you're not going to claw that in.
He's played that shot with great purpose as well. Ball went exactly where he wanted it to. How does Leach respond? Does a pretty good job there. And for those who are maybe not quite familiar with Ben Dawkins as a cricketer, I've spoken about it already. The fact that he's playing for the England under-19, scored 93 against Sri Lanka in a youth ODI last year. So that was in 2024. And he made 3 scores of at least 60 in the last 3 youth ODIs against India in 2025. Currently on a 2-year rookie contract at Kent. Also plays his club cricket for Tunbridge Wells, which beautiful part of the country.
Very nice, very nice. Yeah, I wouldn't fancy rocking up on a Saturday afternoon and bowling at him, put it that way. He looks a talent. As does Jaden Dunley.
Someone else to watch out for in the future. He's currently away at the Bunbury Festival, is Ollie Curtis. May get to see him at some point in this campaign.
He's a teenager, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leach will have to re-bowl that one.
Great festival that, isn't it? The Bunbury Festival. Andrew Flintoff playing that when he was young.
Oh, loads of the greats have.
All the greats, yeah. Vaughan.
Oh, very full from Dom Leach.
Fielded.
Yeah, good diving stop that, wasn't it? Luke Proctor, the man on that occasion, coming across from mid-on. Of course, with both of these players very much part and parcel of that Kent pathway as well. Dawkins plays that one with great assertiveness. Solid diving stop that from Adi Sharma in the covers as well. So that will be a single to round out over number 4. Kent 24 for the loss of no wickets in their pursuit of 244. But yeah, just going back onto that, well, point of dialogue really about these two. So Dawkins has been at the club since under 12 level. Also captained the side at age groups, and well, he's made his second 11 debut in 2023. You look at Jaden Denley as well, very much a product of that pathway, the age groups. And he made his debut for the Kent Twos when he was 16. So
incredible, isn't it?
Oh, it really is. Must be so proud for their respective families.
Indeed. Oh,
stand and deliver. Ben Dawkins. He's not going to miss out on that one. He's rifled it away through cover point for 4 runs.
That was treated with utter contempt, wasn't it? Bit of width, stand and deliver, as you rightly alluded to, and just smashed. I think it was still going as quick when it hit the boundary board as it did off the bat.
And there you go again. Plays that one off the back foot, punches it through the covers. It's back-to-back boundaries now from Ben Dawkins. So strong with that bottom hand.
Yeah, that's his area, isn't it? Square of the wicket, stands up tall, punches. We've seen two good punches from him off the back foot and one from Jaden Denley, you know, on good wickets. These lads look as though they, you know, they have all the strokes, don't they? Any width, they're just going to capitalise on.
And unsurprisingly, that has brought about the change in field. Dawkins just pushes it.
Good batting. Good batting. Two boundaries from the first two balls, and then a good solid forward defensive, exploiting the fact that Steelbacks have had to push somebody out to try and cover that boundary, and picks up an easy one.
Tight line there from Luke Proctor. You spoke about his form as well, Sam, and it is remarkable. So I was there for his debut against Warwickshire. He scored 8 runs, and then since then, scores of 85 against Lancashire and 48 against Middlesex. He's averaging 47 in the tournament. That's some going.
It's over 100 runs a ball as well. In that pitch at Middlesex.
Well, half stop. That's good effort, that, from Stuart van der Merwe.
Yeah, did very well. That pitch at Radlett School was definitely conducive to seam bowling early doors as well. But he still batted well. Nearly got near 50 again, back-to-back games. Just looks a very organised player. I wouldn't say he has extravagant foot movement, and on a green one, which is nibbling around a bit, he might be a little vulnerable. But just on these sort of pitches where there isn't a lot of lateral movement, he just plonks the big left foot down the track and rocks back and hits well off front and back foot.
Plays that last shot with real aplomb as well. Just a quintessential defensive stroke, that from Ben Dawkins. He moves on to 24 from 18. Jaden Denley, 7 from 12. Northamptonshire, well, they could do with a breakthrough in these next few overs. Kent already 34 without loss. 210 away. Still plenty of time to go, though. And I think we're both in agreement, Sam, that spin will be the key.
Yeah, it's just whether the spinners have still got enough to bowl at, and we're already pushing up towards 6 and 7 and over.
Denley advances and handsomely deposits that out towards deep point for 4 runs. And this is the worry now, isn't it?
It's that cutting edge, isn't it, with the new ball? And Kent had that with Joey Everson, who bowled very tight lines. He might have been gifted a wicket a little bit with Luke Proctor wafting a very wide one, and the LBW with James Sales might have been a bit debatable, but essentially his lines were very good, his length was very good, there weren't many freebies. And unfortunately, that's something that's blighted the Steelbacks bowling for the last couple of matches.
I'm just looking at the movement of 2 individuals at the minute. Ariman Varma, who has been stretching for the last 5 overs. So I imagine that he will be either first or second change bowler. For the first time, we're also seeing a little bit of warm-up from Rob Keogh, who I imagine will operate in the Lynn Wilson centre end as he did against Yorkshire. Leach keeps Denley on his toes. You can just see really beginning to get loose, warm the muscles. Same with Varma as well. He's done plenty of stretching at the minute. So I think it'll be those 2 in tandem, and then we'll see usage of help.
But that's where Kent was so good, because the Steelbacks only got to 52 off the first 10 overs, and the 2 seamers bowled their 5, and then the power play was over. They not only have they taken a couple of
That's gone all the way for 6. That is an almighty strike from Jaden Denley.
Dismissive, wasn't it?
He's just whacked it out towards the heavy sweets. And look at that. That is proactive batting and then some. To shuffle down the track against the seam. I mean, Leach is not a pedestrian seam bowler by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
And he just lifts it absolutely divinely. And just to echo that previous point you're making, you look at this position that the Spitfires are in, 44 without loss. Completely different complexion to what the Steelbacks were facing.
Yeah, they were 52 for 2 off 10 overs once the power play finished. And Kent have raced a 44, and we're not even out of the 6th over yet. And then that puts pressure because you have to change, you have to bowl the spinners earlier. You're not getting through 10 overs a seam.
Oh, goodness me.
Gone if he'd hit there, wasn't he, surely?
Yep. Would have been gone for all money.
It's a daft single, really, because they're racing along at a good rate. And Jaden Denley's hit that pretty strongly. And it'll give the Steelbacks a real opportunity for, well, it would be a gift of a wicket, wouldn't it?
Certainly would have been. Well, here we go then. Or do we? Oh, Ariman Varma has completely faked me out there.
Yeah.
He looks as though he's going to take off the cap.
He sold you the dummy, hasn't he?
So it will be Luke Proctor to continue. I was going to say that would have been nice to see spin in the 7th over, but
yeah,
will be a continuation of seam. Of course, plenty of spin options at Lewis McManus's disposal today. Already mentioned Varma, Keogh, Yuzi Chahal, Nirvan Ramesh, George Bartlett as well, Golden Arm. Denley tries to beat the diving stop there of Rob Keogh.
Current run rate 7.3, 7.4. This is a problem, isn't it? Team's getting off to a flyer. No jeopardy in chasing them.
Well, slight alteration in the field here. In fact, plenty of alterations. Short mid-wicket comes into play. Deep square leg goes out onto the boundary. Oh, that's a really good delivery from Luke Proctor. And that's the channel. We didn't see enough of that against Sussex. And even so far today, I think you can make a similar argument.
Yep, yep. I don't know whether that, you know, because of the proactive batting and the, you know, the use of the feet just disrupts the length all the time.
That one full again and pushed square of the wicket by Jaden Denley, who started off the more cautious of the two, but even 19 from 21 in a 50-over game opening power play is a decent click. Of course, Ben Dawkins 24 from 18, and well, we're not even 7 overs into the affair, and Kent already closing in on the 50.
That much concern.
Oh, that one aerial. He's just split the gap between the two fielders. Ball is slowing down a tad as it goes down towards deep forward mid-wicket. Nice bit of relay fielding between Keogh and Sales. In the end, it will be 3 runs. Puts Jaden Denley back on strike. I'll tell you what, these two, as an opening pairing, certainly 2 players to watch out for. I know we've already alluded many an occasion to that performance against Lancashire. That was a List A record for Kent in an opening wicket against the Red Rose. Denley goes for the drop and run. And that will be the 50 partnership between Ben Dawkins and Jaden Denley. Not even 7 overs gone in this run chase. And already they've laid the ideal foundation for the rest of that batting order. And at the same time, not been too many risks played by either of them.
No, it's been chanceless cricket, hasn't it? Proper cricket shots.
Proctor short to Dawkins.
That's
Well,
gone.
fielder is out there, sails over his head, and that will be 6 more runs. Ben Dawkins putting on an early clinic here in the East Midlands. And the Spitfires 56 for none after 7.
So as I say, they ended, Steelbacks ended the power play 52 for 2 off 10. And we're already past that with just 7 overs gone, a run rate of 8. And this is the issue that the Steelbacks have had the last couple of games. They just haven't been able to exert any pressure at all. I think Durham was the last time that they managed to have a little bit of control with the ball. And unfortunately, it's just not there at the moment. Change of bowling, though.
Certainly will be. And it will be Nirvan Ramesh wearing the number 62. So we'll have some right arm off spin here from the youngster. Just 17 years of age is Nirvan. Really impressive on his debut. Took 1 for 23 against Durham. Got Archie Bailey as his first wickets as a professional. He was previously on the Surrey Academy. Played for the Brown Caps from under 11 level all the way up to under 17. Was also coached by former Surrey and Derbyshire spinner Nayan Doshi during his time down in the nation's capital. Here he is bowling to Jaden Denley. First thing you'll notice as well, very distinct action. Very, very distinct. Plenty of energy behind the ball as well. Denley goes for the reverse.
Bounce there, wasn't there? Just that extra bit of bounce there. Like you say, the energy behind the ball, bit of top spin from Ramesh, and I think that's quite surprised Jaden Denley.
That one pitched a lot fuller by the young finger spinner. Also attends Westminster School. Does Nirvan. Been ever so impressive in the academy and for the twos in 2025. And yeah, it was no surprise really to see him get this rookie contract for the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Straight away, I think he can be a difference maker. And as is the case with any young spinner, just needs backing, just needs some support. Ball's there to Denley once more. And in terms of variations, you will see that he does have one which just holds its line. Of course, he's got your bog standard off break, and he's also got a very zippy arm ball in the locker as well, just rushes opponents for pace a little bit. That's too wide, but even so, you can see already a very different approach from Jaden Denley here against the spin. Nirvan Ramesh, they'll be looking to finish off this over with a little bit of a flourish. Oh, that ball keeps a little bit low.
And was quicker, a lot quicker. That's an excellent over from the young man. Lovely bit of mystery about him, I think, as well, isn't there? And that's sort of created almost the illusion of it by the action. And Jaden Denley obviously hasn't seen anything of him before, and was really uncertain for the first time in his innings about how to go about playing Ramesh there. And I thought it was a terrific first over. Caused problems. Every delivery felt like a little bit of an event, and you know, you get that from some bowlers, certainly spin bowlers as well. Just composed himself at the top of his mark, decided what he was going to bowl. I think he's a box of tricks, and I'll be surprised if he doesn't have a good career in the game, because he's definitely got something, hasn't he?
He most certainly has. That's a great first over as well, isn't it? Here at Wantage Road for Nirvan Ramesh. Of course, he's already made his debut up at the Riverside, but home debut here at Wantage Road today. Starts off with a very well-controlled maiden, so hopefully more of the same from the 17-year-old as Luke Proctor continues here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Balls at first to Ben Dawkins.
4 overs for 37 at the moment. So this is what's harming the Steelbacks. It's just the run rate that the seamers are going at. Just get a bit of control from one end and let the spinners wheel away from the other end. There might be a bit of hope.
We can see already there's a definite ploy here between Dawkins and Denley, and it is to attack the seam. And that's unsurprising because we saw it was difficult to score runs, especially against leg spin. And Northants themselves have got 2 leg spinners.
Yeah.
So it will be a very similar scenario. Of course, for Northamptonshire, they will need Chahel and Varma to out-bowl Parkinson and Rizvi. They took 3 wickets as a tandem.
The Kent analysts have obviously had a look at Sunday's game. Someone's either watched it or they've worked out the template to come and beat Northants. And they've executed it very well at the moment, and they've almost followed a typical way that Sussex went about their business on Sunday, and the typical template to win a game of this nature. They've certainly executed the first part of it perfectly.
Well, Denley attempts the scoop over the top. There is no protection back there, so if he was to get bat on ball, he'll definitely go for probably 4, if not 6 runs, depending on the exact connection. But then again, at this point, do you need to be
so expansive? No, probably not. Probably not.
It does just feel like you can just stay a little bit traditional at the minute, doesn't it? 4.5 and over is not taxing.
I think what the Steelbacks have got to hope for is that the pressure that's coming from the top end with the spinners is mirrored with the seamers. They just dry it up a little bit. And these are young players who, you know, are going to get frustrated patting ball after ball after ball back. And you know, that hasn't been the case. That's a better over from Luke Proctor. Much tidier. Has managed to drag it back a little bit. The run rate's come down to 6.3. So all of a sudden you've seen in just 2 overs that the feeling around the game's changed a touch, and it'll be very interesting to see how they react to it. Dawkins and Denley. Sounds like a firm of solicitors, doesn't it? And see how they go once the runs have dried up a touch, and whether they have to force the issue a little bit.
We can see already with the implementation of the spin bowling, there's been 1 run off the last 12 deliveries. It has just changed the complexion slightly. It is a 50-over game, and I think a lot of teams around the country need to realise that you can bat for time in this format. You don't have to go hammer and tongs right from the get-go, but it's just been well paced between Dawkins and Denley so far. Will be the former on strike up first here against Nirvan Ramesh.
Don't forget the Steelbacks gave them 16 balls back at the end of their innings as well. You know, that could be a 15 or 20 run swing, couldn't it? It's just these small margins. Oof. Kept low, didn't it? That did keep low. Good bit of fielding as well. Now, that might have been 2 with Stuart van der Merwe and Adi Sharma in situ, but these 2 not quite as quick between the wickets.
Denley advances. What a catch that is! That is absolutely unbelievable from Stuart van der Merwe. Diving goalkeeper style to his right, plucks it with the right palm, and Nirvan Ramesh gets the first breakthrough for the Northamptonshire Steelbacks. Denley goes for 20, Kent 58 for 1, but all of that is off the back of a quite simply sensational grab from Stuart van der Merwe.
That is an utter worldie. 6 inches off the deck. I'm glad people can see the pictures and that, and no doubt be replayed a significant amount of times. But we're just talking there about the creation of pressure and what it does, and it's just induced a semi-mistake, really. I mean, Jaden Denley would say that's not even a mistake. I've hit that like a tracer bullet 6 inches off the deck. And Stuart van der Merwe has stuck out a right paw, diving away to his right, pulled off what can only be described as one of the catches of the season. A sensational grab.
I mean, it felt, didn't it, that almost Northants needed a moment of magic, and Stuart van der Merwe has delivered and then some. Let's just breathe this one in as we get the replay here. Denley has rifled that one. He's had to go acrobatic, full stretch, full dive, and it's just stuck. And I tell you what, that is an absolutely marvellous catch. Stuart van der Merwe, what a start to life he's having as a Northamptonshire Steelback. 59 on debut, another 30-plus score today. There you go, he's pulling off blinders in the field.
And is that just that bit of inspiration, that inspired piece of fielding that wasn't always apparent in the Kent effort? A number of misfields, and they didn't drop many catches because there weren't many catches to drop, but we missed that on Sunday against Sussex. There was none of that energy, and that's given everybody a lift at Wantage Road. Not unless you're a Kent fan, obviously, but it has certainly lifted the Steelbacks, and there's a sense that they may feel they're back in the game now. And Ramesh has got a wicket in his second over. Ball very tidily.
So Joey Everson, it is on strike, and Nirvan Ramesh already getting into his groove. And that'll feel so rewarding as well for Northamptonshire as a club. 2 youngsters combining there for the wickets. Everson again forced into the defensive this time around. I mean, that is what this competition is all about. Stuart van der Merwe looking to make a name for himself, fighting to make that rookie contract into a more long-term deal. I tell you what, he really is catching the eye. So too is Nirvan Ramesh, as slight alteration in the field here. Was a man down at long gone. It's been brought up into the circle. Just looking at this field as well, as Ramesh rounds out a quite simply sensational over. 1 run conceded, and the big wicket of Jaden Denley. On that final delivery, bear in mind it's the opening 10 overs, you're allowed 2 players out on the fence. McManus only gave him 1. That shows the backing, and that should be a template for any captain out there. Spinners can be match winners.
Spinners are grinners.
Well, they certainly are today.
And you know, you would say, you know, fair play, great bowling from Ramesh. 12 balls, gone for a single, took a wicket. But Stuart van der Merwe deserves the large percentage of the praise for that wicket. That was you know, when you're defending a low total, you need those to stick, and that was a tremendous, sensational grab. Probably the highlight of the day. It probably will be as well, even by the close of play, unless something sensational happens with the Steelbacks bowling effort. But that's just opened the door a little bit, and fingers crossed we can step through it.
Well, for the first time today, we're seeing usage of hell as Rob Keogh unfortunately misfields that one, allows for Dawkins to rotate the strike.
Might not be a bad misfield, that. Get the new batsman on strike. Let Chahal have an early go at him before he can have a good look at him. Long off coming up.
Slip also in place.
Mm. Got to be aggressive. Got to try and take wickets. The only way to win the game, isn't it?
Here is Chahal then. For those who remember UZ's Northants debut as well in the One Day Cup, it was against Kent. And he took 5 for 14 from 10 overs down in Canterbury.
Take that, won't we?
Most definitely.
We'll take 5 for 40. Because just see how the complexion of the game's changed again when the spinners have come on. The pace has gone off the ball. Run rates dropped up near 8, wasn't it? 3-4 overs ago. Now 5.5.
That one played nicely off the back foot by Joey Everson. That will be a single to round out Yuzvendra Chahal's first over. Kent 60 for 1. And this now already, it feels like a big passage of play, doesn't it, Sam? Spin from both ends.
Next 10 overs, crucial, aren't they? They'll probably set the agenda for the rest of the game, I would think. If Northants can get away with, or maybe even get 30 for 2 off the next 10, 90 for 3, 30 overs to go. Yeah, probably game on then. So the one thing that blighted the Steelbacks innings was losing wickets in clutches. That's what they've got to try and impose on Kent here. Just try and take 1 and maybe 2. Stop partnerships developing.
Here is Ramesh. Everson again, just rotating the strike on this occasion. Simple single taken. Something else which is wonderful to see is that Nirvan is actually dictating the field himself here.
He's dictating the pace of the game as well. He's standing at the top of his mark. He's making the... It's almost like Shane Warner's spoken to him and said, make them wait.
It is funny you mention the late, great Shane Warne, because one of the other spinners who we'll see hopefully sooner rather than later actually learned part of his craft from the great man.
Right.
I'll talk about that story when we see him. Oh, the ball just takes a little bit of a bounce over the top of Van der Merwe, who is lurking like a leopard in there at the minute. He is diving after absolutely everything, and why not after that catch?
Yeah, but that's brilliant, isn't it? It's great to see making such an impact, because you can just go to sleep. You can just switch off in the field a little bit if you feel as though you've done your job or you're waiting to bowl. But like Stewart's in there, tight on the 1. They've already seen what a brilliant fielder he is. So that then dissuades them from trying to nick singles and... Sure.
Well, it's Everson's turn this time, isn't it? To just dispatch it towards the heavy sweets. Couple of bounces over the boundary rope for 4. On that occasion, Ramesh, a little bit too wide, a little bit too full.
I think it's the length, isn't it? Just gives Joey Everson the confidence that it's not going to turn. There's going to be no deviation off the pitch. He can just swing the arms through it in his arc. Nice strike.
Effort ball there from Ramesh.
It's fair to Lewis McManus. He left mid-off inside the circle, said, go on then, you can have another go if you want. I know the delivery wasn't there to try it, but, you know, rather than reacting to that ball being hit over mid-off, down to the long-off boundary, good to see that still keep those attacking employees in play, see if he can induce the full shot, and got a chance of spinning one through the gate.
Well, either way, it's been a really nice start, hasn't it, from Nirvan Ramesh? 1 for 8 from his opening 3 overs. And it will be Yuzi Chahel to continue here. Just looking again at field placement. Real badger when it comes to spin bowling. So he's got what looks to be more of a deep cover point and a deep backward square leg. Just to the right-hand side of the umpire on the onside. Here is the Indian international, who, by his own admission, didn't have the game that he would have hoped for against Sussex, went wicketless, none for 58 from his overs, but so impressive against Durham. What one could argue was a match-defining 3 for 30.
Yeah. Kent here, you know, there were 56 off 7 overs. So they've added 11 in 5.2 since the spinners came on. Other thing is, well, Dawkins been starved of the strike a little bit as well, hasn't he? So that they might just be hoping that he loses his fluency.
Oh, very full from Chahel. Guided down towards Dom Leach for the single. Of course, that's something that we saw here in the Sussex game, but from a Northamptonshire point of view, it was James Sales who was racing along. Look, for all money to have brought up a century and then just lost a couple of partners, didn't quite get the same level of rotation of the strike. And in the end, fell for what's still an outstanding 98, but if there would have been that element of consistent strike rotation, probably would have gone about and scored 3 figures.
Yeah.
Clever cricket that from Ben Dawkins. Shuffles down the wicket. Simple push out towards Aryaman Varma. And it will be a single to round out what is another miserly over as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. Kent now 69 for 1 at the culmination of over number 13.
Yep, the run rate has dropped from 8 to 5.3, and fair play to the Steelbacks. They've actually managed to create a little bit of pressure for the first time in a couple of games. The 2 spinners working in tandem have dried up the runs. Just 1 boundary in the last 6 or 7 overs. That a good shot from Joey Everson over long off.
Cracking fielding that from George Bartlett.
And
Both hands.
That's one thing the Steelbacks can do better than Kent as well. Too many little fluffs in the field from Kent. A few misfields, but so far Steelbacks have been very good.
Oh, Dawkins absolutely cracks that. Down the ground. Crikey, that really is a muscular shot from the Kent opener. He now moves on to 42 from 31. And there is that proactive footwork. It's not a pronounced shuffle. It's quite literally 1 or 2 steps. Keeps his balance, keeps his head nice and still. Deposits that straight down the V.
Long off gone out now.
I think that is a wise move at this stage as well, because with both of these two, Everson and Dawkins, both very strong down the ground. And yes, they can still have the straight hit as such, but it just means that if they are to take on that more attacking option, they have to clear the man. So I don't mind that. I know it's slightly more defensive, this from Nirvan Ramesh, but I think it's a sensible option.
I do as well. I think Lewis McManus has given them both an opportunity to try and hit over the top. They've executed it well. There's probably still not enough spin in the track to induce that, you know, that real error. There's probably a little bit of turn on occasion, but it's not ragging sideways. So it looks a smart move, and it's obviously a move that Ben Dawkins wants to try and hit in that area, as does Joey Everson. If you cut that area off and just concede the one. Now they've done so well to claw the run rate back a little bit, it makes sense not to leak cheap boundaries like that, really.
100%. You can just see the game of cat and mouse now beginning to take shape, especially with this spin tandem. Still plenty of spin options as well. We really cannot enforce that point enough. It's almost like an embarrassment of riches for McManus today. I imagine that we'll see Ariman Farmer after these two. And I think he'll operate, in my opinion, from the David Capel ends with that more inconsistent bounce. Chahal here to Ben Dawkins. Crunches that out towards the aforementioned Varma for one run. Then you got Stuart van der Merwe, not the biggest turner of the cricket ball, but if you want to hold up an end, he can certainly do that. Rob Keogh did that very well against Yorkshire. No, went wicketless, but none for 48 in such a high-scoring game from 10 overs. Was some going.
George Bartlett bowled well on Sunday in the face of, a barrage, really, from the Sussex batters.
I suppose the big question is, how do you rotate all of those options and when do you utilise them correctly? It's Everson advances down the track and smokes it. One bounce, 4 runs. Joey Everson now moves on to 12 runs from 20 deliveries.
Having a fine game.
Front of the hand delivery there from Chahal, just looking to slide it past the bat, funny enough, but Everson read the pitch of that one, picked up the length as well, and disdainfully dispatches that one. Chahal takes the pace off of it. Of course, for Kent fans who've been watching the side for a while, you'll remember Joey Everson's heroic 97 in the One Day Cup final against Lancashire at Trent Bridge. There he goes again, just looks to smear it through the covers. Should be 2 more runs, and indeed it is. Chahal for the first time just being put under the pump a little bit after what was a watchful start to his first 2 overs. This next little stretch has gone for 7 runs already. It's a good delivery though.
Googly, wasn't it?
Yeah. Fine response that from Yuzvendra Chahal. He's currently wicketless, none for 11 from his first 3 overs. At the end of the 15th, the Kent Spitfires 81 for 1. Reminder that the target 244. Kent have bowled out Northamptonshire for 243 within the space of 46 overs.
Change of bowling?
Well, we thought this last time with Ariman Varma. This time he does take the cap off. And it will be. And it is from the David Capel end. Now, I think that's the sensible decision here, because for those who have seen Ariman Varma, you will know that this man is a real box of tricks. So he's got the front of the hand slider. He's got a flipper, which was taught to him by the late, great Shane Warne. Came up to one of his training sessions, taught him how to bowl it. It's a little click of the fingers, as Warner used to say.
He's very meticulous with his run-up, isn't he?
He is. And he's also worked a lot with Kuldeep Yadav. So he's been a net bowler in the IPL for the Delhi Capitals for the past 3 seasons. That's where the connection with the Dubai Capitals came from in the first place. And it's a little bit similar to what we spoke about with Ramesh. Not only is it the intrigue, it's the mystery, it's the variation of pace.
Yes.
And the front of the hand delivery, the slider, really does rip off the surface. It's something which has been utilised to great effect in the second 11. I remember in a second 11 T20 against Warwickshire, or the Birmingham Bears as we're known in that format, at Portland Road, he got 4 for 28, caused all sorts of bother on that occasion. And here he is then, first delivery as they Northamptonshire Steelback. It's Varmer to Dawkins, and he concedes a single from it. But you'll see he's a very aggressive leg spinner, loves to bowl stump to stump. And at times that can be to his downfall. But when he gets it right, well, it's quite simply astonishing to see. So let's strap ourselves
Strap
in.
yourself in, yeah. A lot more flight in the second ball than there was the first anyway. First one fired in. Both have ended in the same result, being driven to long off.
Dawkins advances down the wicket. Slight bit of a misfield there by Van der Merwe. Allows for the single to be taken. And it is interesting when you look back on his footage from second 11 cricket. One thing that it's very difficult to do against Varmer because of his trajectory and because of that additional velocity, doesn't get swept for many boundaries. You notice what a lot of players have to do. They've got no choice really at times. They've got to almost hit against the spin.
Yeah.
So it's those big heaves out towards deep mid wicket.
Yeah.
And it's also the advancing down the track, trying to hit down the ground and inside out over extra cover.
Yeah, just trying to find his way into this. Oh, not sure how that's missed. Trying to find his way into this spell. A bit unfortunate there as well. That must have missed leg stump by a fraction.
But just quietly, Ben Dawkins 4 away from another half century in this competition. That should be 2 runs. Indeed, it will be. Dawkins very quick between the wickets. So a rather entertaining start that from
It was.
Ariman Varmer. Concedes 6 runs from his first 6 deliveries as a Steelback. And Kent now 87 for 1 after 16.
Certainly a lot of throwing hands to the air and holding his head as well. A couple of deliveries. I think he might have felt that he'd slipped the googly past Ben Dawkins on one occasion, but it wasn't to be. And I think once he gets himself into his spell, I think it'll be very interesting to see how he goes here, because it just struck me that he's getting a little bit more lateral movement or a little bit more movement off the pitch than perhaps the other 2 spinners have done. He certainly puts a lot of revs on the ball, doesn't he? Looks a good find, though. Good all-round cricketer. Batted well, and we've got somebody who can come in and take wickets as well. He's going to be very good acquisition to this side, one-day-wise, certainly.
And T20. I think there is an avenue in the future. Of course, I still think Northamptonshire do need that additional leg spin option.
Oh, bold. Just held that back a little bit, Chahal. Joey Everson had to go searching for it a little bit there, looking to line up that big drive of his over the extra cover region.
It does almost feel like a sense of deja vu, though, doesn't it? Because 2 leg spinners operating from the 2 ends, and 2 pretty similar leg spinners as well operating from the respective ends.
Yes.
Chahal takes the pace off that one. Should be cut off by Luke Proctor. Indeed, it is just a single taken. But we saw this from Matt Parkinson. He was taking all the pace off, allowing the surface to impart that additional spin, the extra revs and rotations. And from the other end, Mo Rizvi, very much stump to stump, looking to utilise the googly and the slider.
Bit flatter, bit quicker through the air. Oh. Just think Chahal just needs a wicket. Just, you know, after Sunday, just it was a bit barren, wasn't it? That 10 overs, there wasn't a lot of energy in the deliveries. It was a losing cause. There wasn't really anything to get excited about. Just needs a wicket here, no matter any which way, just to get him into the game. Get the Steelbacks working their way through this Kent batting order. Better over though, tidy.
Very tidy indeed. Yep, just the 1 run from it from Yuzvendra Chahal. Now 88 for 1 after 17. Ben Dawkins 2 runs shy of what would be a second half century in his budding list A career. I know he's thought so highly of down in the southeast, and you can see why. You really can see why. There's just something about him. It's very aesthetically pleasing, the way in which he goes about his business, looks to be positive.
Uncomplicated technique, isn't it? See ball, hit ball, basically. There's not too many moving parts. Good clean strike of the ball, crisp. Plays proper cricket shots, but he's powerful as well, rangy, good lever, good long levers. Just looks a very talented and potentially excellent batsman, doesn't he? Due to have a long career, you think. Certainly one days, T20s. Ooh.
Well, there it is. The one that he just zips in. Would have been another acrobatic effort to catch that one, but in the end, spirals away to the boundary, and Ben Dawkins does indeed bring up his second half century of the 2025 Metrobank One Day Cup. It's been a terrific innings this so far, has included 7 fours and 1 6 to boot. And he just continues to accumulate these runs for fun in the 50 over formats. Very well batted to Ben Dawkins. And the hope now for Kent is that he does that. He just stays out there, rotates the strike, dispatches and punishes those bad deliveries as and when they come. But he just looks so assured. He looks so confident. He looks as you said, uncomplicated and unbothered.
Yeah, unflappable at the moment. Good composure, good poise. Just looks very comfortable with his game. He plays within his bubble. He hasn't played many false shots. He knows he has the power and the timing that, you know, if he breaks the infield, more often than not, it's going to race for 4 on an outfield like this. So he doesn't try and overhit it. Plays the check drive well. Punches well off the back foot. And sweeps well. Oh, that has nearly taken out the fielder at 45 there.
Well, that's rocketed off the turf. Luke Proctor in the end has actually done pretty well to get out of the way of that. Goodness me.
Wise. Probably wise.
That's properly spat up. In the end, firm sweep does go for 4 runs, but crikey, that could have been very dangerous for Luke Proctor. So an expensive over there, courtesy of Ariman Varma. Now 99 for 1. So you look at that equation, 145 for the victory. It's going to take a very special bowling effort, I reckon, from this point onwards for Northants. But
yeah, I just wonder whether Ariman Varma wouldn't be better served by just giving it a little bit more flight, just slowing the pace down a touch. You know, with the odd quicker ball, I mean, his natural pace is probably to fire it in and try and get it to rip. But just, I think Ben Dawkins loves pace on. And I'd just like to see with a bit more flight and with the field set, just see whether he could just buy a wicket. You know, he might get hit for 6 once or twice, but just see if he can just deceive him in the flight a touch. You know, like Yuzi Chahal will probably try and do here.
Well, George Bartlett just straightens up here.
It's a nice shot.
It's a very nice shot indeed. Penetrates the gap in the infield. It's gathering some momentum down towards the boundary rope. And despite the dive there of Dom Leach, it will be 4 runs. So that is the century up for the Kent Spitfires. 103 for 1 at the start of the 19th. And Adam Hollyoake must be absolutely elated with how his side have gone about this run chase so far. Of course, things can change, and they can change very, very quickly, though. Chahel forces the defensive shot there. I mean, we were speaking earlier at the 25 over mark. Northamptonshire themselves 128 for 3, really in the ascendancy. Sharma and Van der Merwe. But after that, it was in the very next over after drinks. Van der Merwe departed and the wheels began to fall off. So it's one of those, it's a funny target, this. Can't afford for those lapses in concentration.
Well fielded. That was a nasty ball to try and take that and stop coming out of those wicket ends. Just need to break this partnership. It's already standing at 45. Nine overs. They've ticked along at a good rate. No risk.
There you go. Confident drop and run that into the offside. Will be a single to round out the over. So Kent 104 for 1 at the culmination of the 19th. 140 runs away from the victory. Of course, both sides, unfortunately, mathematically out of the race for those playoff positions in Group B, but plenty of pride at stake, and you just want performances, especially for these two teams. I think it's more important for Northampton Kent because they've got the T20 Blast quarterfinals coming up, and you don't want to come into that game a huge encounter for the respective counties off the back of a poor August. You just don't want that. Varma here is just whipped away down towards deep square leg by Joey Everson.
No, you want to see some strong performances and, you know, some victories for confidence. Can't beat those. Finish this competition strongly. Get yourself off the foot of the table. Go and win 2 or 3 games back to back. Show that you could do it, because you're going to have to do that to get into the, you know, well, you get the quarterfinals, get into the onto Blast Day. Is it 13th of September?
It is indeed, yep, at Edgbaston.
Yeah, you win 3 games back to back in the Blast now, and you've won the thing. So set yourself a target of doing it in this competition as well. Get some form. Plus, you're on a belting wicket here. Just try and win the game if you can.
Well, that's the first time that I think Ben Dawkins has second-guessed his shot selection today. Initially tried to play that off the front foot, but that's the 50 partnership between these two. Comes from 61 deliveries. Pretty even split as well between the two. 24 from Dawkins and 26 of those from Joey Everson. Of course, Dawkins previously with that opening partnership alongside Jaden Denley.
The other thing you'd say as well is there's so many lucrative contracts to be gained all the way around the world. If you can show that you can be a batter or a bowler who can affect change and change a game, be a game changer, then why not advertise your wares, you know, in competitions like this, especially if you're the right age, 18, 19 years of age, you know, good ball striker at the top of an innings. You know, how old's Jacob Bethel? 21? Sort of parachuted into England, is now going to take charge of an England, you know, one day or T20 side. The opportunities are endless, really. I know that's a different level and you've got to get there, but if you can catch the eye and you play well in England under 19s or for whichever country, and you do well in these sort of competitions and also in the Blast, then this sort of stuff gets picked up all the way around the world.
Well, it does, and we'll talk about that in a moment's time as Rob Keogh has a little bit of a laugh there with Stuart Van der Merwe. It will be Keogh to bowl his first over of the game, coming on to bowl from his preferred Lynn Wilson centre end. Which again, I think this is the sensible option for the finger spinner. A little bit more consistent bounce allows for Keogh to just hold up an end. Yeah, with Bethel, it was the One Day Cup where he really announced himself in 2021. Of course, has gone on to make his championship and T20 Blast debut.
Still looking for his first class 100. Doesn't play a lot of first class cricket, admittedly.
That one full on the toes there of the right-handed Everson. Another single taken. But you never know, with the One Day Cup, it can be a catalyst. Another one is Ryan Ahmed.
Yeah.
Ryan Ahmed in 2021 burst onto the scene for Leicestershire. And then he got his championship debut from there. And look at him now.
Yeah. Talked off for an Ashes trip.
And that should be the aim, I think, for these young players.
I think they can see a pathway now, can't they? You know, and with so much international cricket as well, there has to be a certain amount that any player can play, and there are going to be rest periods outside of those big series with India, Australia, whoever it may be. So you're going to play some of the perhaps not well swept.
That's very well swept indeed, isn't it?
Ball, but
from Joey Everson. Yeah, Rob Keogh would want to have that one rebowled as we just get the ball back into play there, courtesy of one of the spectators.
Shame, because it had been a very tidy over up to that point, but just thrown up their outside leg stick, and any half-decent player, not least one of Joey Everson's class, is going to put that away.
Sales tries to stop that one, just evades his grasp. Tom Leach will do the fielding, and that will be the end of the over. So Kent continue to motor along here. The Spitfires 116 for one. The requirement now 128 runs off the remaining 29 overs. And run rate, as we mentioned, not really going to be an issue here. Hovering around about 4.4 per over. It's all about wickets here for Northamptonshire. And it's a tale as old as time, but one brings two. Two can bring three. You've just got to keep your head in the game. And who knows, we've already seen one moment of magic from Stuart van der Merwe. Might take another one at this point, but
the worrying thing is that in the two games here this week is that it's taken a moment of that magic to create a chance, really. There weren't many chances created against Sussex on Sunday, and there's been one half chance that has been snaffled, but you wouldn't say that the Kent batsmen have been under pressure or troubled or beaten repeatedly or subject to loads of LBW shouts. There's just not those chances being created at the moment. It just looks as though the pitch has just blunted the Steelbacks' attack at the moment. Catch it.
Well, shouts of catch it just goes beyond Yuzvendra Chahal, but the ball has slowed up immensely down there towards the boundary rope. Will be thrown back in by Rob Keogh. In the end, 3 runs taken. Dawkins now moves on to 63 from 48, and tell you what, he really has had some games so far. Everson also playing his role very nicely. And of course, the worry for Northamptonshire, look at the rest of this Kent Spitfires batting lineup with the likes of Harry Finch, Ekansh Singh, Jack Leaning, Corey Flintoff.
There's strength in depth there, isn't there?
A lot of strength, yeah. An awful lot of it, even down to Mo Rizvi, because he scored 100 not out in a second 11 championship match against Warwickshire down at Polo Farm in Canterbury, and he's no slouch with the bat, let's just put it that way.
Clearly.
Hawkins pushes that one through the covers, fielded by Adi Sharma, and that will be the end of the over. So Kent now 122 for 1 after 22, and the partnership continues to build. 64 runs between Dawkins and Everson. It will be Keogh to continue. Just out of interest, Sam, I wonder, towards the end of this over, could we get an update from Hove?
Yeah, absolutely. Bizarrely, Somerset were bowled out for 243 and Sussex Sharks are 70 for 5 in reply. Lammonby causing the major issue.
Oh, well fielded that by Van der Merwe.
Tom Lammonby, 3 wickets.
Sorry, 3 for 12.
3 for 12.
Crikey. Keogh takes the pace off.
And Sussex, who found Wantage Road a happy hunting ground, 70 for 5 or 15 overs in reply. They need another 174 from 35 overs with 5 wickets remaining. Only 16 for Charlie Tier today.
Well, that could be an interesting game then. Down on the south coast. That has big implications for the race for the top 3. Keogh again looks to utilise flight and drift to his advantage.
Tricky wicket because Charlie Tier's strike rate was 61. It took him 48 minutes to get 16. It took him about 5 minutes on Sunday. Six down now.
Wow, Casey Aldridge.
Yep. Danny Lamb just dismissed.
Well, we'll keep you updated with the scores on the doors from Hove as and when we can. Of course, our attention now firmly here at Wantage Road. Rob Keogh rounds out his second over, concedes just the 4 runs, and Kent's 126 for 1 at the conclusion of the 23rd.
As with Sunday, this is starting to look rather ominous. Largely untroubled. Kent batsman, literally milking the spinners. Not a lot of movement off the straight, unfortunately. No chances being created, and I wouldn't say we're going through the motions here, but it does look rather ominous.
So we'll see a change of bowling here from the David Capel ends. Return of some seam, courtesy of Dom Leach. So this already a deviation from the formula that Harry Finch and Kent went for. There is spin, spin, and more spin. McManus forced to change his hand here.
Oh.
Good start as well, isn't it, from Dom Leach? Always difficult as a seamer sometimes when you've not been on for a while, just to get back into your groove, but it's a nice little marker, that.
Good comeback. And well, to get one past the outside edge, they've been very rare, haven't they, those sort of deliveries? In either of the last 2 games.
Oh, just looking there, I believe Tim Robinson is on as the substitute fielder. Oh, that one has just sat up beautifully, hasn't it, for Joey Everson. Whacks it away down towards deep forward mid-wicket. Thumps against the advertising hoarding. This now, as you said, Sam, is becoming ominous for the home side.
Just a front foot pull, wasn't it? Dismissive. Ben Duckett, but in reverse. Didn't even bother rocking back. That's better length.
Yeah, good riposte that, wasn't it, from Dom Leach? Just on that previous delivery, it was short, but not short enough. That was the issue.
I think what that ball is probably now 11 or 12 overs in. Probably just lost its firmness. It's just sat up at the wicket, and see Joey Everson seeing it very well. Terrific all-round game today. Having bowled from that end as well, he'd know what he can hit and what he can't hit.
For those who maybe are just tuning into the stream a little bit later, haven't seen his bowling highlights from earlier on today. Career best figures in the List A format for Joey Everson, the former Nottinghamshire man. 3 for 36 from his 10 overs, 3 of which were maidens. So that one is well stopped.
Yeah, on a day where we thought the spinners were going to have a massive impact on how the day panned out and the result panned out, arguably there's one seam bowler who's had more of an effect on how it's transpired. So either everyone's misread the pitch or he's bowled extremely well. Probably the latter.
I think it is the latter, to be honest. I think this is a turning wicket. It is a little bit slow in nature. We have seen some inconsistent bounce from the opposite end to where Rob Keogh is bowling from, but it's just one of those where seam for the most part just hasn't had the incision, has it? Keogh starts off here against Everson. I mean, we saw Fred Clarkson, of course, he got that wicket at the end. Great catch, wasn't it, from Corey Flintoff? Yes. But just seems the bounce is pretty comfortable for those who enjoy facing their pace. As you look at the turn, and there was pronounced turn from Matt Parkinson and pronounced bounce from Mo Rizvi. Yes. He beat Dom Leach quite a few times off the back foot. Oh, he's just guided through the covers. That will be 4 runs. Varma was in pursuit. He could just not get across in time. Joey Everson now 4 runs shy of what would be a quite superb 50. Hasn't been quite as attacking as Ben Dawkins when you look at strike rate, but 46 from 60. By no means pedestrian. And in terms of the shots as well, they've been very, very well placed.
Yeah. I mean, he's played a really perfect foil, hasn't he, to Ben Dawkins? Come around the wicket now, Rob Keogh.
Yep.
Change the angle up a touch. It's got to be worth trying. Nearly got through as well.
Well, that would have been very inspired, wouldn't it? Change of angle and change of fortunes for the Steelbacks. That one's slightly wrong. Foots George Bartlett. Allows for the easy single to be taken. And that will be the end of over number 25. 5 runs from it against Spitfires, 136 for 1. That requirement now 108 runs for the victory of the final 25 overs of this game.
Let's hope, if you're a Steelbacks fan, that the drinks break has the same effect as it did on the Steelbacks, because they were 123 for 3 when they had their 5-minute break for drinks. Came back and then lost 4 wickets for about 40 odd in 10 overs. So it's going to need a similar capsize from the Spitfires to give the Steelbacks any hope in this game, unfortunately.
Well, just touching upon that, in terms of catalysts, with regards to X factors, who do you think Lewis McManus turns to and goes, you know what, you're the man to get us the wicket? Because we've already seen Yuzi Chahal, he's been very economic, none for 17 from his 5 overs. Nirvan Ramesh has got the only wicket so far. Do you think it'll be one of those two, or will he continue with a bit of Dom Leach or Luke Proctor? Where do you think that the Northants captain is seeing those wickets being taken from?
You obviously know Northampton a good deal better than me. Does Yuzi Chahal ever bowl from the other end,
Well, yeah,
the David Capel end?
he
Because he's
does.
bowled all 16 overs I've seen this week from this end, and hasn't really looked as if he's going to take a wicket. So I think I would give him a go from the top end. What have you got to lose? The furthest end away from us, obviously. And I would just see, try and create me a chance, try and get the fielders in tight. Just see if you can induce a full shot of some description, because there haven't been many of those on show, have there?
No, there haven't been. And it's a testament to the control, the discipline as well of both Everson and Ben Dawkins. And you know what? Maybe that is a decent shout, because with Chahal, of course, from the other ends, he will have a little bit more inconsistent bounce. I don't think it's going to aid or abet him as much as it would for Varma or for Ramesh. But at the same time, why not try something a little bit different?
Yeah, just having seen him bowl 16 overs from the Lynn Wilson centre end and just get no joy and just not even really look like taking a wicket, to be honest, not even inducing a full shot or a drop chance or anything like that. So something has to change, and Steelbacks need 2 or 3 quick wickets if they're going to stay in this game for any length of time, because unless there's a loss of concentration by either Dawkins or Everson, this looks a little canter home, really, for the Spitfires. A flyby, if you like.
Any more aviation puns?
No, I'm done. I'm done. But the Steelbacks challenge with the ball hasn't really got off the ground, has it?
You're on form today, Sam.
No. Don't give me any encouragement.
Well, there we go. Well, it is the Spitfires who are firmly in the driver's seat here at Wantage Road. We just see the final few stages of the drinks break. Joey Everson's keen. He's already up towards the middle.
Long trip back to Kent. The trouble is, if this, they're still only 108 from 25, but in about another 5 overs at 5.5, 6 and over, the game could accelerate very quickly from that point. You just feel as though Dawkins has got it in him for one big over, a 15 or 20 perhaps. Couple of big hits to clear the boundary, and as I say, this could end up getting wrapped up quite quickly, unless the Steelbacks can strike early after this drinks break.
Well, plenty of conversations being had out there in the middle between McManus and, well, the slew of bowling options. It looks like every single spinner is
put
there.
the hand up.
Absolutely.
So who would you go with now? Who would be your preferred?
Personally, I'd go with Ramesh.
Yeah.
I think I'd go 1 over of Nirvan Ramesh just to get him back on.
Yeah.
See how he goes.
Which end?
Well, probably from this end. And then, as you said, I wouldn't mind seeing a bit of Yuzi Chahal from the David Capel end just to try and switch things up.
You can't leave it much longer, can you?
No.
109 required. In fairness to Dom Leach, that comeback over wasn't a bad one at all. And he did beat the bat a couple of times, so you might think, okay, have one more. Does Rob Keogh look like taking a wicket? He's bowled tidily. 3 overs for 16, but not been threatening. I mean, nobody's been very threatening. But I think you've just got to give the bowlers, rotate them and try and give them a go from a different end and just see if you can create something. At least you've then exhausted all the possibilities.
So we have got our answer. It is Dom Leach to continue from the David Capel end. Starts off with a dot ball. The sun continues to bask Wantage Road. Still a little bit overcast overhead. We got a few clouds forming. Nothing too murky or too gloomy though, so I don't think there's any danger of any stoppages. With the sunshine, where would you rather be on a Thursday than watching the Metro Bank One Day Cup? Really is a privilege to cover this competition.
we've certainly lucked out with the weather, haven't we? It's been fantastic. Sunday was gorgeous. Bit breezier today, a few degrees cooler, but still very pleasant cricket watching weather, isn't it? Arguably a touch more so. Lovely drive.
Very lovely indeed. And that will bring up the 50 for Joey Everson. Half century from 67 deliveries. He has played the perfect foil for Ben Dawkins. Just gone about it, bided his time, hit 7 boundaries for good measure. And Joey Everson continues to elevate his stocks as a Kent County cricketer. Just admire the way in which he brought it up as well. Lovely, flowing, fluent, extra cover drive. That forces the short ball bumper from Dom Leach, will be given as a wide. But yeah, with Everson, it's exactly the kind of role that Kent needed. He's not been slow. He's not been almost farming the strike at one end. He's hit his boundaries. He's not allowed the spinners to settle.
Perfectly paced. Perfectly paced. Doesn't look to have any chinks in his armour. Certainly not on a good track like this.
Short again from Dom Leach. Will have to be re-bowled. I think that one potentially a little bit harsher than the...
Yes, the other one was a clear wide. That wasn't quite so much in that. Born out of a bit of anger as well, I think. It was about a yard quicker. I think this one might be quite quick as well. I think he's got fed up of serving up drive balls to Joey Everson and Ben Dawkins.
Single taken there by Everson through the covers. Dawkins as well. Of course, I know that we're giving Everson plenty of plaudits and credit here, but Ben Dawkins, right from the get-go, has laid down a marker here for Kent. And even then, just finds the gap through mid-wicket. Ball does gather so much pace. Chahal is after it. And in the end, he won't get there. It's 4 more runs this time from Ben Dawkins. He moves on to 70 from 54 runs. Just look how effortless that is. Just utilises the pace.
Yeah, I think Dom Leach is heartily sick of seeing a fairly decent ball whip through mid-wicket, because he had plenty of it on Sunday afternoon, not just when he was bowling, but when he was in the field against Charlie Tier and Tom Haynes et al. That was another case of the same.
And that one just flicked down towards the backward square leg. And it will be a single to round out the 26th over. Spitfires 148 for 1. The requirement now 96 runs for the victory from the remaining 24 overs. It will be Rob Keogh to continue. Just all seems a little bit too easy out there at the minute. Feels like no risks really need to be taken from a Kent perspective. Northamptonshire not really trying anything too outside of the box either. I know we're seeing a little bit of funky field position with those short mid-on fielders, and we saw slips and gullies in earlier, but since then, it just seems a little bit one-paced and a little bit too comfortable here for the visitors. Whether or not we'll see some innovation with the field placements and a little bit of tinkering, that remains to be seen. As you can see, that partnership now moving into the 90s between Dawkins and Everson.
Yeah, it's been smooth progress as well. That's another drive down the ground, which is going to bring a single for Dawkins. Yeah, it's a bit like you've turned up to a world war with a catapult at the moment. It's just, there doesn't seem no cutting edge to the Steelbacks attack. It looked a bit like that on Sunday. Nobody could just burst through and take 2 or 3 quick wickets. Just all, as you say, a bit one-paced, without any zip about it. And unfortunately, the batsmen know that, you know, if they just bat time comfortably, then they're not going to need to take a risk. They can just build a nice innings, play through the line. It's going to be batsman error, if Northampton are going to win a game. And unfortunately, you're not going to get 6 or 7 batsmen making errors at this level when you're chasing 240.
Oh, that one keeping a little bit lower from Keogh.
The difference was Parkinson spun one to get past the edge of Adi Sharma, or just to nick the edge of Adi Sharma. We haven't seen anything like that from the Steelbacks attack. Nobody ripping one past the outside edge.
You can hear as well, compared to those first 5-6 overs, isn't the same level of encouragement out in the field. It's a little bit deflating this when there just isn't any incision really. As we see the end of the over, and 151 for 1.
Yeah, the problem with having an attack like this in some respects, you know, without dissecting everything, and we know the reasons why there is an attack like this, because it's to give the younger players an opportunity in this competition. But if you are going to have this type of attack with, you know, 2 medium pacers opening the bowling, 4 or 5 spin options, you need 300 plus on the board. You need 320, 330. You've got to go hard to get that and risk getting bowled out for 150, 160, because you know that if you get 240, 250, you're not going to produce enough wicket-taking balls to win the game.
Well, it was the risk, wasn't it? And there will be a change of bowling then from the David Capel ends. Continuation of seam, but instead of Dom Leach, it will be Luke Proctor. That next one takes another wicked bounce from those secondary wickets. Well dealt with in the end by Dom Leach.
Probably a bit overcritical of the Kent fielding, because it's not the easiest outfield, is it? I think it's got drier and just a little bit more rutted.
That one short, pulled away in front of square. Save your legs, Ben Dawkins. That is 4 runs of the very highest order. Just muscles it away. So strong with that shot.
You can understand why Luke Proctor's trying something different and bangs one in and hopes to induce a full shot, but that was dismissive, wasn't it?
Next one, he looks to work it away through mid-wicket. Will be stopped by a tumbling Dom Leach for 1 run. I must say, Ben Dawkins, when it comes to those young players, really has been one of those pathway players of the tournament so far. Also really like the look of Manny Lumsden down at Hampshire. 16 years of age.
Yeah.
Hits the deck hard. 85, 86 mile an hour already.
Crazy, isn't it?
Everson cracks that one through extra cover. Little bit of a fumble there from Adi Sharma, allows it to turn into 2, but I believe that will also be the 100 partnership. Indeed it is, between Joey Everson, Ben Dawkins. Have a little bit of a glove punch in the middle. It's come from 110 balls as well.
Yeah, it's just been seamless, hasn't it? Risk-free. Some very sweet timing.
That is the end of the 28th then. So Kent, 158 for 1. Dawkins on 78. Everson on 55. Of course, plenty of batting still to come with the likes of Chris Benjamin, the captain Harry Finch, Akansh Singh, Jack Leaning, Corey Flintoff, Mo Rizvi. I mean, for the latter two, they'll be hoping not to do too much batting, if any, today.
Yeah.
They'd quite like a little bit of feet up. There will be a change of bowling here then.
Yeah.
From the Lynn Wilson Centre, and it won't be a change of ends for Yuzi Chahal. He'll continue to bowl here. And he has been economic. He just needs the wicket, doesn't he? As you said, he's bowled well today. None for 17 from his opening salvo of overs. Just needs that reward.
Interesting, the two umpires talking for some time with Harry Finch. I wonder what that's about. Is it time they're taking between overs, or?
Oh, just looking at the cut-off, it's around about 6:15. I don't think we're in any danger of that.
No, not with three spinners, or 3 or 4 spinners operating.
And of course, the game situation.
Yeah.
Either way, this is going to come down to...
It's not going on till 6:16, is it?
No, because it will come down to wickets.
So it can't have been that. I wouldn't have thought it's what's going on in the middle, because it looks a fairly affable game of cricket. Wouldn't say the Steelbacks are resigned to defeat yet, but you wouldn't think it's far. We're not quite in the last chance saloon, but we're just pulling up.
Well, it could be with more shots like that, courtesy of Ben Dawkins. Another fabulous 4 off the bat of the England under-19 international. Was a poor delivery that deserved the treatment from Chahal. We'll have to get back to the top of his mark and just rethink the strategy. As we all know, though, he's a master of his craft. Dawkins pushes that one forward towards a diving Tim Robinson.
Loves a dive, doesn't he, Tim? Loves a dive. Good to see that energy, though, still going.
It's nicer from Yuzi Chahal. Looking to just drift it onto those stumps.
Ooh. Kept low, didn't it? Kept very low. That would be some way to get out, wouldn't it? Dragging that one from out there.
Well, that will be a single to round out the over then. Just played out through the covers. Down towards Aryaman Varma. So 5 runs conceded there by Chahal. Kent 163 for 1. Ben Dawkins on 83 from 69. I mean, what a run of 3 matches this has been for the youngster. 85 against Lancashire, 48 against Middlesex, 83 and, well, still going here at Wantage Road. Joey Everson, as we'd expect, also ticking along nicely on 55, unbeaten from 72.
All rather routine, though, isn't it? That's the problem. It's just all rather routine.
Well, can Luke Proctor be the man just to catalyse something? He does offer that extra degree of pace compared to Dom Leach. He's deceptively quick.
He is. Brings a good energy, doesn't he? Bowls a hard ball. Obviously, the natural angle in. You just get one to hold up a touch, you might have a chance.
Dawkins just squeezes that delivery down towards deep square leg. Another single taken. I think at the end of this over as well, should we have a score update from Hove?
Yes.
Of Of course, the last time we checked in on that game, the crunch match between the Sussex Sharks and Somerset, home side Sussex was 70 for 6. So we'll wait and find out how the Southern outfit getting on. Proctor continues to be economic. Off to a very expensive start to Luke Proctor, but he's dragged it back nicely.
I've got enough. I've got enough. Honestly, he shouldn't be allowed to drive
I'm just looking at Ariman Varma as well. He's doing all sorts of stretches at the minute.
Exhausted doing that. Mix of Kalinetics and Pilates out there at deep backward square, isn't there?
That does tell me that we might see him sooner rather than later. Yes, he's done about 8 or 9 different stretches, and
I'm very impressed.
Flexible customer. Well, in the end, that is very good over from Luke Proctor. Goes for just the solitary run from the second delivery of it. And at the end of 30, Kent 164 for 1. They require exactly 80 runs for the victory from the remaining 20 overs. And as for that score update from the South Coast, how are Sussex getting on?
109 for 6. They've rallied a little bit. Jack Carson, 31 not out. 6 fours. And he is joined by Ollie Carter, who's 10 not out, 11 not out. So 109 for 6. They require another 135 from 28 overs with 4 wickets remaining.
Well, here is Yuzi Chahel versus Ben Dawkins. Drives that one very smartly down towards Dom Leach at long off for 1.
Just moving inexorably towards 3 figures, isn't he?
Yep. Well, he's already tied his current career best. Feels like today has been a day of career best, which is always nice to see.
We could do with Ariane Varma nipping in with 7 for 40 then, couldn't we, really? That'd be a good career best to have at this stage.
Well, I do think we'll see him shortly. Just depends what end he's going to come from. I imagine it'll probably be the David Capel end, as we've seen already. Chahel floats that one wide. Chopped away on the offside by Ben Dawkins. And with that 86th run, this is a new career best for Ben Dawkins. And it feels like year in, year out, a lot of commentators around the country will utter those words.
Yes.
Because he is a serial run scorer, regardless of the format. Excited to see what his first-class career has in store for him as well.
Doesn't look a lot of chinks in the armour.
Well, hits against the spin that time to Joey Everson and muscles it out towards deep mid-wicket for 4. It's a tremendous shot, a real sort of authority and assertion. Look at that, absolutely pinpoint. Thumps against those hoardings.
Just waiting for that one just to get floated up and a little bit fuller and just free the arms.
Forces the change in approach, doesn't it, from Chahel? Has to almost glide it in a little bit flatter. Change in the field as well. It's third. Comes around to the 45. Everson looks to find that gap through mid-wicket, cut off by George Bartlett, and that will be a single to round out the over. 8 runs from it. Kent 172 for 1. And again, some more discussions being had between the
Hmm.
umpire and Proctor and McManus. Very intrigued as to know what that is actually about, because with regards to cut-off time, I don't think we are in any danger whatsoever
No.
because of how much spin there's been today.
Is it running on the wicket? One of the bowlers running on the wicket? I can only guess. Hazard a guess. Another discussion now between Dawkins and the umpire. Can't believe there's a lot of chat out there. That they're not having to step between players. It doesn't look as though they've uttered a word to each other, the two sides, really.
Well, that's the shot we wanted. Harryman Varma doing his stretches.
The modern day Merv Hughes. If there was a big bank of people behind him all stretching alongside him, he could have his own Pilates class. Very impressive.
I'll tell you what, though, it is so important, and that isn't just for spinners. That's for seamers as well. You hear of, like, the proper county vets. I know that Chris Wright, for example, at Leicestershire, big believer in it. Chris Rushworth as well.
Kept Ryan Giggs playing football into his 40s.
That one drilled back into the right palm of Luke Proctor for no run.
Luke couldn't quite pull off the Finn. Who was the lad from Sussex?
Oh, Finn Hudson Prentice.
Who managed to pull off one of those run-outs on Sunday, wasn't it? George Bartlett being the victim.
Genuine bumper there from Luke Proctor, which has been given as a wide. Real no margin for error today. No shorter deliveries.
Yes, it was greeted with great enthusiasm by Luke, who thought it was a perfectly valid delivery and now has to bowl another one.
Leverson this time. Does he find the gap? No, he doesn't.
Great fielding.
Really good fielding there from Tim Robinson. Such a good athlete. He's the New Zealand international. Always willing to throw himself about. Let's not forget that he's the substitute fielder today.
Yeah.
Wasn't in the starting 11.
Brilliant work there. Save 3. That was travelling, wasn't it? Beautifully timed again.
Has been a good riposte this, though, from Luke Proctor in these past 2-3 overs. Just confirmation as well who Robinson is on for. He is on for Nirvan Ramesh.
Wonder if that's because of the blow he took earlier on.
Potentially, it was a little bit uncomfortable, wasn't it? Yeah, just spat up off the surface, struck the 17-year-old in an uncomfortable position.
This is better, isn't it, from Luke Proctor? Just hitting a hard length. Field set accordingly. You know, 2 narrow fielders either side. Mid-on, mid-off. Short mid-wicket, short extra cover. A little bit of cover out on the square leg and point boundaries. Deep extra cover boundary. And just hitting that hard length. Try and bowl wicket to wicket.
Oh, exactly. And Proctor, again, that's another solid over, isn't it? Of course, he wasn't too happy with conceding the wide from the short ball, but other than that, just the additional single taken from it. Again, 174 for 1, so 70 runs is the requirement.
18 to go. Wickets the order of the day, unfortunately, and they don't look like coming in clutches, do they? The only wicket to fall so far in 32 overs was thanks to a miracle catch almost, wasn't it? Absolute miraculous grab from Stuart van der Merwe. Tremendous piece of fielding. Watch that on the socials. And that gave Nirman Ramesh, who unfortunately is not on the pitch at the moment, a wicket. And Jaden Denley dismissed for 20. Other than that, it's been the Dawkins and Everson show. And Joey Everson, 3 for 36 with the ball. 62 not out with the bat. Rather one-sided contest again, unfortunately.
And it will be.
Yeah, sorry. Yuzi Chahal to continue. From the same end. And that is smashed unceremoniously over extra cover. Flat batted for 4.
Well, welcome back to the game, usage your help.
Yep. I would love to have just seen him have 2 or 3 overs at the other end. Either he hates bowling from there, I don't know, but just to mix it up, just for variety, just to shut me up, just for something a little different, perhaps.
Very correct shot that from Joey Everson off the back foot down towards Dom Leach.
The only other thing I'd say is that maybe the hosts have misread the pitch. They've won the toss twice. They've batted twice in the belief, perhaps, that runs on the board, scoreboard pressure, and the pitch might break up a bit and do more in the second innings. And that just hasn't happened. Batting has become a lot easier the more the day's worn on both occasions recently. It's been a saunter in the sun for Sussex on Sunday, and this has been equally comfortable, hasn't it, for the Spitfires? I mean, the theory and the working out, that all makes sense to me, that, you know, you pick your spinners, you think it's going to turn more, it's a wearing pitch, but the pitch has probably held together really well, and may well have surprised the Steelbacks think tank, who expected it to do a lot more in the second dig of a game than it has done.
Well, no, I think that is a very astute observation. As I think we'll see for the first time today, a little bit of Stuart van der Merwe, which I think is well-deserved. Already chipped in with the bat and with that, well, quite simply astonishing catch, which, as you said, Sam, is available on the socials at the minute. I know that the Metrobank One Day Cup social media team have already posted it all over X and Instagram.
Fully warranted as well.
Was it?
Fully warranted.
Terrific catch. We've said this before, he's not the biggest turner of the ball. Looks instead to just guide it on with the trajectory of the arm.
I hope he gives it some flight and a rip, because I don't think there's anything to be gained by firing it in when you're defending, what, 64. You need wickets, don't you? And if that means that you take 1 for 10 or 2 for 20, then great. But give it a rip and see if it will spin for you.
Our first ball here to Dawkins. Punches that down the ground for a single. He moves on to 88. How he would love to be there to guide his side home. one is a full toss. Sent down with some real venom there off the bat of Joey Everson, but well cut off in the end. Good fielding that from Van der Merwe.
Yeah, he's certainly a gun fielder, isn't he? Brilliant off his own ball in there. Oh, a rare full shot.
Well, that will be very encouraging for Stuart Van der Merwe. Dawkins almost chopping that one back onto his stumps. Even that one from Everson slightly aerial, so change bowler just generating something. And there's the release from Joey Everson, disdainfully struck back down the grounds to where a wideish long off would be. Of course, the fielder was up in the circle, and he picks his gap very adeptly indeed.
See, that was a good over, but it's still gone for 7. That's the problem, isn't it? You just can't stem the runs, unfortunately, if you haven't got enough to play with. And that's what I say about, you know, winning the toss, batting first. You're hoping that the pitch is going to do all sorts of things for the second dig, and it just hasn't reacted like that. It's held together really well. It's played like a very true surface, quite placid, quite benign. And that's meant the team batting second come back with confidence, and the odd one might have kept a little bit low, but nothing too variable.
That one's short and dispatched by Ben Dawkins. Takes a few bounces, which you can probably hear on the effects mic there. An almighty thud down into the advertising below us here in the commentary box. And Ben Dawkins, for the first time in his professional career, moves into the 90s. He's 93 from 82.
Just picked up the length of that so quickly, rocked back and smashed it.
And then very next ball doesn't look to do anything too outrageous. Just plays the ball on its merits. Really has been a pleasure to watch this. I imagine there'll be many a happy Kent fan tuning in today. Oh, he plays that one nice and late. Good riposte that from Yuzi Chahal.
Nearly got through, didn't it? Nearly got through. Didn't quite read it. Jabbed the bat down on it late. Dug it out. Still there, though.
Still there indeed. Goes for the sweep this time. Almost spoons it down towards deep backward square leg. Adi Sharma lurking out in that fielding position. It's Dawkins now 6 away from 3 figures. Of course, the bigger picture as well. Kent 52 runs away from securing a much needed, long-awaited victory.
I think that's the first one that's hit the pad. Yuzi Chahal, first one. You think how many LBW shouts there were in the first innings? Like London buses, aren't they? Oh, terrific stuff.
It was always going to happen. As soon as you set it up, it's the unwritten law, isn't it, of commentary. As soon as you say something...
I'd have been absolutely delighted if he'd have ripped a leg spinner from around about leg stump that would have hit off. Just brushed the pad, LBW, gone. That would have been superb, but no such luck, unfortunately. 52 required. 15 overs to get them in.
So it is Stuart Van der Merwe then bowling here from the David Capel end. Short, walloped away, and that's gone all the way for 6. For the very first time in his professional career, Ben Dawkins is a centurion for Kent County Cricket Club. He takes off the helmet, acknowledges the travelling support and his teammates up on the balcony. It's a knock which has included 12 fours and 2 sixes, striking at 116.28. This has been quite simply breathtaking from Ben Dawkins. He survives the next ball. I mean, this guy really is a special talent with a capital S.
Cool customer as well. Very undemonstrative celebration for his 100. Very, very withdrawn and, you know, understated, wasn't it? Unlike the shot and unlike the innings, which has been, from the word go, absolute textbook. We saw a masterclass on Sunday, didn't we, from Charlie Tier. Getting a bit heartily sick of seeing opposition opening batsmen come and show us how well they can and showcase their batting skills here at Wantage Road. But it's been an exceptional knock, and he looks an exceptional player for the future.
And look there, that's just classy.
It's just the maturity of the innings and how to build the innings and pace his innings. It's just, I don't know whether you can teach it, obviously, but it comes from maturity. But in one so young as Ben Dawkins, 18 years of age, with a previous best of 85, which again was scored at more than a run a ball. I just love the way he's very phlegmatic, isn't he? He's just gone about it very composed and just built this innings from the ground up. When he's seen a bad ball, he's absolutely hammered it, punished it 4 or 6, and just played within himself. He even still looks as though he's in 3rd or 4th gear. He hasn't even hit top gear yet. Hasn't had to. It's very, very composed innings and a terrific one to watch.
Well, it has been. It's been a dazzling knock, this, from Ben Dawkins. 101 unbeaten from 89. Kent well and truly in the ascendancy. Spitfires 199 for 1, just 45 runs away from getting off the bottom of the Group B table. And this has been a performance which they've shown glimpses of at times in recent games. I mean, against Middlesex, they had their moments of brilliance, of course, against Lancashire as well. Against Warwickshire, I thought that Kent actually both batted and bowled very nicely at times. It just wasn't the complete package, whereas today just feels like everything, bar a couple of misfields here and there on what has been a difficult outfield. I think they've been absolutely bang on the money. And as for Northants, well, it's not exactly the afternoon that anybody would have hoped for.
Yeah, there have been minuscule blemishes, really, haven't they? Those fielding failings. They didn't shell any catches. They didn't need to, and it's been a pretty solid all-round display, hasn't it? You know, they bowled very well. They bowled to the plans. They seem to be very disciplined. Certainly, Joey Everson. I mean, he's hit 72 off 94, and you'd think 200 up, and he's been overshadowed by Ben Dawkins, who's just been majestic.
Well, to steal one of your words, Sam, I think he has been serene.
Yeah.
He has. He's looked so composed, hasn't he?
Untroubled. Very untroubled.
And that really is one of the kindest compliments you can give to any opener across formats. Someone like that who's dependable, who on their day can convert half centuries into big scores. Everson fancies down the track. Just dribbles along the surface down towards Bartlett for the single.
It's just the maturity of an 18-year-old just to build an innings like this and be patient and hit the bad ball. Lovely sweep again, well controlled. It's almost like he's having a net out there. I think you probably use that comparison sometimes on Sunday with Charlie Tier. That he was in his bubble, just batting, hitting the bad ball, seeing ball, hit ball. You know, in an uncomplicated technique, and just a very straightforward way, refreshing way of playing. Really, doesn't look weighed down by the burden of a run chase or anything like that. Just go out and enjoy yourself, express yourself. I can't say it hasn't been good value for it.
No, to be honest, I think the pair of them have both been absolutely marvellous. It's just a shame, of course, from a Northamptonshire point of view, that again, it's come against the Steelbacks, but sometimes, you know, players are entitled to these wonderful days. And this has just been a wonderful competition, especially for Ben Dawkins. Really is the talk of the town down in the southeast. And as I said, he's not the only one. Ollie Curtis at the moment, he probably would have been, if not playing today, at least in the squad, but he's captaining the southeast side at the Bunbury Festival. So, so much talent down in Kent at the minute. We see Van der Merwe tempted to be flailed away by Everson. That one has stung the palms of George Bartlett. And look, on the flip side as well, as much as this has been a disappointing day for Northants, we've also seen those youngsters stand up and be counted. Like, look at Adi Sharma earlier on, career best 82. Van der Merwe with that unbelievable catch. Nirvan Ramesh, great opening spell with the finger spin.
Yeah.
It's just about bringing it all together, as you mentioned, Sam.
And the difference is, as we saw again on Sunday, it's from getting nice 30s, 40s, 50s, is getting 104, getting 74, putting on 160 or 70, you know, making a sizable contribution, a match-winning contribution, rather than, and something that might change the result of a match, rather than something that, you know, perhaps sets up a good opportunity. You know, Northants were very well placed at 128 for 3 with 25 overs to go to post a really meaningful score. To add just another 112 and not bat out 50 overs on the very placid wicket, that's got to be a cause for concern, really.
Well, that is the end of the over from Stuart Van der Merwe. He's currently wicketless, conceded 17 runs from his opening 3. Kent 205 for 1, just 39 runs shy. So the partnership, well, it approaches 150 runs between Ben Dawkins and Joey Everson. So we will see the return of Ariman Varma. Would be great to see him get a wicket on debut as well. I mean, for those who don't know, Ariman's tale was the Wisden Schools Cricketer of the Year in 2024. He's been a net bowler for the Delhi Capitals in the IPL for the past 3 seasons. Also a keen rackets and badminton player from what I've been told.
Is he? I'm not surprised. You know, he looks a natural sportsman, doesn't he? Watching the way he batted, his hand-eye coordination is excellent. He's never a number 9 in a million years, is he? You know, as he progresses and matures, he looks like he's got all the shots. Could develop into a very, very useful sort of T20, 50 over all-rounder. Interesting to see him have a go from this end there.
There is that. I just call it almost the dart ball. He tries just, well, just zip it. It's just venomous.
Yeah, I think Ben Dawkins just plays him like a medium pacer, doesn't he? He sort of knew what was coming there, having seen him open up the spell previously.
Here is Varma bowling to Everson. Just tucks that one around the corner. Shy at the non-striker's end from Luke Proctor. No harm done. Also another interesting tidbit, actually, about Ariman's dad. He played badminton at state level for Delhi.
Did he?
So that very much has been a family connection when it comes to badminton. And he did an interview a little while back. Apparently all of his family absolutely adore cricket. So to see him living out a dream, so special. Only thing missing today, of course, is that elusive wicket.
Yeah, it'd be great to see him pick one up here. He's furious with himself for letting that ball slip through his hands on his own bowling and misfielding.
That, of course, does bring up the 150 partnership between Dawkins and Everson. What has been a clinic.
Certainly been clinical, hasn't it? They just haven't put a foot wrong. There was one little inside edge past leg stick by Ben Dawkins. They haven't given a chance other than that. Nothing aerial that's gone anywhere near a hand. It's been totally clinical.
And I think that shot there is actually very important also to recognise. Ben Dawkins is not just a one-trick pony. He goes for the sweep shot there. Can't quite beat the fielder.
Can't believe he hasn't put it 2 yards either side of Adi Sharma there, because it's 4 runs. He's absolutely nailed it as well, hasn't he? Yeah, 2 balls ago, he plays a studious forward defensive. There's 35 required off 11 overs, so it's a canter really. And you could understand a young player getting to 107 thinking, oh, I'll have a bit of fun now and tee off. But no, the approach was there. If it's a good ball, I'm going to treat it with respect. And if it's there to wallop, I'm going to wallop it. The last ball of the over was there to sweep, and he hit it well, nailed it. Just looks like he loves batting, doesn't it?
I think it's safe to say that many a fan in the southeast of the country thoroughly enjoy watching him bat as well. Van der Merwe around the wicket here to Everson. Well, that one has been absolutely tonked. Back down the ground for 6 runs. Thought for a split second it had only gone for 4, but just crept over the rope. Continued to climb that shot from Joey Everson.
That was almost like a 3-iron, wasn't it? He's got such a strong, he's a strong boy, isn't he? But that flat bat shot that he hits, sort of either through extra cover through the V or straight back over the bowler's head with a bit of right hand in it. Very, very powerful shot.
Everson that time. Is that a missed-dumping opportunity?
I think so.
Looking at the reaction there from McManus, he certainly thinks it is.
Good comeback by Van der Merwe.
Everson this time shouts of catch it and will be taken. Good catch from Tim Robinson, the substitute fielder, and Stuart Van der Merwe gets his first wicket for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Brilliant moment. He's really contributed across all facets of the game today. But even so, Joey Everson really has put together a quite marvellous hand there. He departs for 82 from 106. And Kent now 215 for 2. The requirement 29 runs for the victory.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant game for Joey Everson. He might not admit it, but I've got one idea that he might have had one eye on the 100 there. And having moved to 82, thought perhaps another 6 gets me to 88, and we still need 23, so it might be on for me. But that chance couldn't have gone to any other fielder with any more confidence, could it, than Mr. Robinson, who snaffled the chance. And yes, a good game for Stuart Van der Merwe. 37 with a bat, a blinding catch, and a wicket.
Well, coming into the middle now will be Chris Benjamin. To be honest, he'll be absolutely relishing this chance. Only 29 on the board. Not the most difficult situation that he will have walked in on, but that's a really good moment for Stuart Van der Merwe. And I think of the young guns, I mean, he is battling away for this contract extension. Let's not forget that he's only in for the one-day cup for the time being, but you look back to his debut, scored 59. After that very early flirt with danger, almost was guiding it straight to slip, wasn't he?
Yeah.
With his first ball face, but after that, cool, calm, composed, collected, chipped in with the runs today, taken an absolute screamer of a catch to get Nirvan Ramesh his first wicket on home soil for the Steelbacks, and as if it wasn't already a great enough day for Stuart, he's gone and taken his first wicket.
Well, I haven't seen a lot of him, but I've seen enough in 2 games to, you know, and it's way above my pay grade, obviously, but he looks a lad that, you know, given some opportunity, given some tutelage, and, you know, having some confidence imparted to him, could be a very good player for this club going forward.
He's just keeping Benjamin on his toes here.
He's a multi-dimensional cricketer, isn't he? Is it, you know, there's a left-hand bat. He looks like he can score all the way around the wicket. He can bowl some very tidy off-spin. He's a gun fielder. And he runs brilliantly between the wickets. So if the attitude's right, which it looks like it is, and you say that it is, then he's got every facet covered in a lot of respects. He can only get better, surely, with, you know, the good leadership here at Wantage Road. I think he looks a very exciting cricketer. You know, sit in that middle order. Good left-handers are sometimes hard to come by as well. They just mix up the batting order for you. Absolutely ideal player to have on your staff, I would suggest.
Well, I would tend to agree. And in terms of attitude, from what I've been told from those who had either played alongside him or worked with him down at the Surrey Academy, that was never a problem. It's just that Surrey have got an absolute slew of talented cricketers. Farmer bowls here to Dawkins. Immediately gets off strike and puts Benjamin back at the striker's end. And this is why this competition is so good for players like Stewart. He's not just come off the Northants Academy. He's had to properly battle his way for this opportunity. Played quite a bit of second 11 cricket. Already spoken about his exploits against Surrey and their twos. Scoring 95 and 90 respectively against the Brown Caps. But no, he's a hard worker. A multifaceted talent.
Yep.
It's Benjamin. Well, it's his turn to stand and deliver. Takes one bounce. Hairs over the rope. That's a lovely shot from Chris Benjamin. Real bread and butter. Something that we've seen from him on a number of occasions. Loves that shot in T20 cricket. Just clears the front leg. Big swing of the bat. And, well, when there's no fielder out there, pretty simple runs.
Yeah, and in fairness to Lewis McManus and Varma, they've brought the field up. They're trying to create a bit of pressure. They've left that window of opportunity open to Chris Benjamin, and he just sauntered straight through it.
Varma that time looking to bring the googly into play. Try and sneak one through the gate.
I think it's hard to judge these young bowlers when they haven't really got a lot to bowl at. You know, when there's no pressure on the scoreboard. Yeah, there's another destructive shot for 4. He's on a little bit of a hiding to nothing here, isn't he, Ariman Varma? Because there's a handful of runs required. The field's up. It's a great pitch. The ball's still got a little bit of zip about it, so it's still, you know, we're only 20 overs in with this ball, and it's a free hit really for Benjamin, and he's exploited that.
That one will have to be re-bowled. I'll tell you what, though, a game like today says an awful lot about people's character. And I think that Stuart van der Merwe has passed that with flying colours.
Yeah.
With his attitude and his commitment in the field. You look at Varma here. That one has been scythed away towards deep forward square leg. If he just continues bowling, and you look at his body language, he's still hungry for wickets. Even though the end result here is likely to go in favour of Kent, that to me, from just a coaching position, would be a big plus.
I think the body language has been better today than it was against Sussex. I think they were just shell-shocked against the Sharks in some respect. I think they thought they were well in the game in and around 300, and then Charlie Tier and the rest of the order there just came in and just smashed them, and any hope was quickly evaporating. It's been a similar case here that you could sort of see from a long way out that the writing was on the wall and it looked ominous, but I still think the body language has been pretty good. They've still run in with good zest. They've tried to put good energy on the ball, and it's a very placid wicket which hasn't done anything in the second innings, 2 games running. And you know, when you haven't got a main strike bowler, they haven't got a lot of speed, or you know, the Luke Proctor and Dom Leach, you know, very solid seamers of, you know, fast medium variety, but neither extravagantly move the ball, and unfortunately they just haven't been able to make inroads early doors and put the opposition under any pressure.
So it will be Rob Keogh then from the David Capel end, bowling at first here to Chris Benjamin. I think we've almost lost count the amount of times that we've seen that shot today.
Yes.
Certainly an area of strength for this Spitfires outfit. Keogh bowls here to Dawkins. He plays in exactly the same position.
You see, Sussex plugged that on Sunday, didn't they? They had a man stood almost right next to the non-striker, and it nearly brought about a catch. And James Hales was dropped there. It's a good release shot. You know, it could be another catch.
Should be another catch, and indeed it is. Tim Robinson. It's almost a case of deja vu down there at a wideish long on. And Rob Keogh gets his reward. Chris Benjamin departs for a brisk 10 from 9 deliveries. And Kent now 228 for 3.
Rob Keogh does actually look as though he's got a little bit more turn out of this pitch than most of the other offies in the last couple of games. And it's probably good. He just gives it a little bit more flight. Just spends a bit more time in the air, throws it up a touch, and that one's just been clothed along on. And old Mr. Safe Pair of Hands is down there to snaffle a second catch.
Yeah, he does not drop many, does Tim Robinson. As I said, genuinely, I've done quite a few commentaries now, but that boundary save that he got against Yorkshire, I still can't quite fathom how he did it, because both of us in the commentary box thought it was 6. You had people in the crowd who were basically bracing for impact against one of the chairs. And somehow he coiled his arm around it and brought it back in. I mean, it was, well, awe-inspiring. I think that'd be the word I'd use to describe.
Some of the standards of fielding now are just ridiculous, aren't they? What these lads managed to pull off, the acrobatics they need. I mean, just to actually stop a ball going over the ropes by diving up or launching yourself, but actually to catch it, then throw it up, and then to step back over the right side of the rope and catch it again, or even throw it to a colleague. Just astonishing. It's all very well saying they practice these things, but actually executing them is another demand altogether. Let's put a bit of respectability on the scoreboard anyway.
It has, and look, it is another disappointing afternoon. Of course it is. 228 for 3. Make that 228 for 6, and we'd be having a different conversation. But I think what you said about body language, Sam, it has been improved. You can see there is a hunger, especially from the younger lads, and that's all you can ask for. If you're going to go down fighting, scrap away every single step of the way. It's Harry Finch, the Kent captain, the new man at the crease.
And it's interesting they brought in that short mid-on for him. Lewis McManus has obviously decided to bring him in, along with Rob Keogh, just to try and cut off that easy one to mid-on, long on.
One very full and loopy. Driven back down the ground there by Harry Finch. Single taken. And that'll be the end of a productive over from Rob Keogh. Just 3 runs conceded. And of course, the wicket of Chris Benjamin. So Kent 229 for 3. So we believe it will be Varma to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Indeed it is. We would love to just have at least one wicket in the column. It's been comparatively expensive, going at 7 runs and over so far, none for 43 from his first 6. Can he craft something? Can one just bite off the surface, get a little bit of nibble? mean, maybe the variation would be just to really take pace off. He's bowled a lot of sliders in front of the hand deliveries today. There you go. In fairness, he did take quite a bit more pace off that one. Shy of the non-striker's ends. It's a great throw, wasn't it, from Dom Leach? Absolute cannon into the stumps.
It's travelling, wasn't it? For sure. Unfortunately, he was in by 2 yards.
Well, Finch survives then. Dawkins it is on strike. Plays that one very assertively. Off the back foot for another single. Again, just ticking these runs down. 13 away from the victory.
Hasn't seen much strike recently, has he? Dawkins. He kept away from it by Benjamin. Everson had one eye on 3 figures, I think, as well, so was dominating the strike. So he's just picking up one at the moment, standing at the other end for much of these overs.
Well, Finch looks to burst that one through the covers, can't do so.
Good hands again, wasn't it, from Van der Merwe?
Now changing field now as the men are pushed out onto the boundary. Simple clip down the leg side there by Harry Finch brings Dawkins back on strike. I suppose at this point, on 110, you don't really mind not having the strike.
No, you're quite
course.
happy to get a red inker, aren't you? You've seen your side to pretty much victory. Got your maiden 100. Just go through the motions. Make sure you walk off unbeaten.
Well, again, a pretty decent over that from Ariman Varma. Concedes just the 3 runs from it. And at the end of the 43rd, Kent 232 for 3. The visitors 12 runs shy of the victory. And in theory, they've got 42 balls to get it. I don't think we're going to see all 42 of those, though. Could still be a few overs away, though.
Yeah, and I think 275 would have been a competitive score. I'm not saying it wouldn't have been reached and breached, but I think 275, 280, which could have been on at one point. I know they've sort of took the foot off the gas a little bit, the visitors, and sort of coasted in, really, haven't they, from a long way out here? But I think there would have had to been a bit more urgency mid-innings. They might have taken 1 or 2 chances.
Or shouts of catch it.
Yeah, well, if Mr. Robinson is anywhere in the vicinity, there's always a chance.
Does feel like today they're the 2 men you don't want it to go anywhere near. Tim Robinson and Stuart van der Merwe.
Yes. Yeah.
Dawkins, well, it just bursts through the hands, doesn't it? Will be another single. Just out of interest, at the end of this over, Sam, shall we have a score update as well from Hove in the other game taking place in Group B?
Probably not looking good if you're a Sussex Sharks fan. Disclaimer alert.
Finch goes on the reverse.
Sure.
And he's beaten the infield on this occasion. Races away for 4 more runs. And Kent now theoretically just 1 big strike of the bat away from securing, well, what will be a much needed win. Spitfires got off to a very slow start. Of course, they had that 22-run victory against Lancashire, only to lose the other day by 6 wickets against Middlesex. So this will be a feel-good result. And as for Northants, well, it'll be the opposite. It's another disappointing day at the office, but still 2 matches left in the competition to make a mark. Of course, you look at those 2 opposition teams as well in Middlesex and Somerset. I mean, the Steelbacks could have a big role to play in the race for the top 3. So let's wait and see.
And Somerset looked in all sorts of trouble early doors. They were sort of 82 for 5 against Sussex. As you alluded to earlier on, the point you made about the 50 over comp, you know, the ebbs and flows of an innings, never been more borne out by what's happened down south, because Sussex Sharks 139 for 9. They need another 105 to win from 17 overs with 1 wicket remaining. And of course, when they had Somerset sort of 82 for 5 with both the Wren boys in the shed, they must have thought they were on the way to yet another victory, second in a week, but it hasn't worked out like that. Tom Lammonby, believe it or not, 4 for 12 off 5 overs.
That's really good going, isn't it, for Tom Lammonby?
Just a bit. 3 maidens. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 12. 24 dots in his 30 balls.
Crikey. Here is Varma to Harry Finch. Finch advances down the track. That ball is bobbling. It's bouncing away. It'll be 4 runs. And Kent now just 1 run shy of the victory at Wantage Road. Well, that shot just continued to gather up pace and velocity and momentum. Harry Finch now moves on to a runnable 13. So very much entering the final stages of this encounter between Kent and Northamptonshire. Fielders unsurprisingly brought up into the circle. Has got that air of inevitability at this stage, though. It's Varma to Finch. That one a dot ball. Is a result which would see Kent go up to 7th place in Group B. Varma to Finch. Beats the dive of Adi Sharma. Will run away for 4 runs, and that is the game. It's an emphatic 7-wicket victory for the Spitfires of Kent, who emerge on top in this dogfight in the East Midlands. They're no longer on the bottom of Group B. The Southeastern outfits now move into 7th. As for the Steelbacks, well, unfortunately, they drop down to the bottom of the group. Still just 1 win in this campaign. So we just take a look at the replay there. Firm sweep shot, wasn't it, from Harry Finch, the standing Kent captain. And that really has been an outstanding performance from Adam Hollyoak's men. Just to take you through the tail of the tape, Northamptonshire bowled out for 243 runs over the course of 47.2 overs. Of course, Adi Sharma, the standout, with a career best 82 from 90. Also some very useful contributions from Stuart van der Merwe, who chipped in with 37 from 48. And Dom Leach and Ariman Varma with career bests of 36 and 30 from 31 deliveries, respectively. Joey Everson was the pick of the bowlers for the Spitfires. Career best figures of 3 for 36 from his 10 overs, which included 3 maidens to boot. Also 2 wickets apiece for Matt Parkinson and the ever-impressive Jaden Denley, as well as wickets shared between Fred Clarkson, Jack Leaning and Mo Rizvi. As for the run chase, well, we saw an early bit of brilliance, courtesy of the aforementioned Van der Merwe. A stunning acrobatic catch, diving low to his right to dismiss Jaden Denley, put Northants on track for potentially setting up what could have been a tight finish in theory. But in the end, well, we've seen a masterclass in white ball batting, courtesy of Ben Dawkins. 111 not out from 105 deliveries, 12 fours, 2 sixes, batted majestically alongside Joey Everson, who chipped in with 82 from 106. And in the end, it is Kent who emerged victorious, not only with 7 wickets in hand, but also 5.2 overs still to spare. Sam, before we say our final goodbyes for the broadcast, what did you make of that display?
Well, I can't add a lot to that, Aaron. I thought it was a very good summation of what happened, really. Largely unprofessional, really, from Northants not to bat out the 50 overs. I think that was the first point where, you know, you get another 20, 25 runs there. That would have made a little bit of a difference, I think, and emphasised and made it a little bit harder for Kent to chase that down. Not with Dawkins in great nick, admittedly. It's the second time in a matter of days that we've seen a visitors opener come and put on a masterclass show. Beautifully composed innings. 111 off 105 balls, 12 fours, 2 sixes, and just never really moved out of third gear. Just played within his bubble, played at a good tempo, ran well, played well off front and back foot, and it was almost a carbon copy of Charlie Tier's performance on Sunday, where he beautifully batted his way through 50 overs to accumulate 159. I think there were some green shoots. Definitely, there was some promise in there. You look down the list, and Adi Sharma's 82 was very aesthetically pleasing on the eye. It was a lovely innings, and at 128 for 3 with both him and Stuart van der Merwe in situ, we looked set for a really competitive game. But unfortunately, the drinks break came. There was a break in concentration. Stuart van der Merwe got out, and then there was a certain capsizing, really, where we lost 4 wickets for 40-odd runs. 171 for 7. It looked like it could be over very quickly, but there was a good late innings rally. A couple of guys got in, got 30s. Dom Leach, I thought Ariam Barmer batted very well for his 30-odd. Looked very composed, didn't look like a number 9 at all. But then just when you need in that second dig, a sort of a cutting edge or 2 or 3 early wickets, they never really looked like coming until Stuart van der Merwe pulled off a miraculous catch and gave us all a little bit of hope, but that was extinguished very quickly, unfortunately.
It was, and it's unfortunate, isn't it, for Northamptonshire? I mean, mathematically out of the equation in Group B, but still 2 matches remain, one of which is against Middlesex right here on Sunday. So please do join us if you aren't already going to in person here at Wantage Road. We'll be giving you all of the updates and action and live commentary from that one as the game plays out. And of course, Somerset's final game away in Taunton next week. But I think that is a lovely place to wrap up the broadcast. All that is left for me to say, Sam, is a massive thank you to yourself joining me here on commentary again. It's always a pleasure when we get together. Of course, a massive thank you as well to all of our behind-the-scenes team, the camera operators, the producers, everybody who makes this broadcast what it is. Would not be possible without their hard work. But from myself, Aaron Viles, and Sam Turner here on the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream, we thank you ever so much for your company. And until Sunday, we hope you have a lovely and very enjoyable weekend.